Section 1 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kyegrayson. The Kingdom of the Greedy by P.J. Stahl. Translated by Laura W. Johnson. This fairy tale of a gormandizing people contains no mention of Thanksgiving Day, yet its connection with our American festival is obvious. Everyone who likes fairy tales will enjoy reading it. The country of the greedy, well known in history, was ruled by a king who had much trouble. His subjects were well behaved, but they had one sad fault. They were too fond of pies and tarts. It was as disagreeable to them to swallow a spoonful of soup as if it were so much sea-water, and it would take a policeman to make them open their mouths for a bit of meat, either boiled or roasted. This deplorable taste made the fortunes of the pastry cooks, but also of the apothecaries. Families ruined themselves in pills and powders. Chamomile, rhubarb, and peppermint trebled in price, as well as other disagreeable remedies such as castor, which I shall not name. The king of the greedy sought long for the means of correcting this fatal passion for sweets, but even the faculty were puzzled. "Your Majesty," said the great court doctor, Olibrier, at his last audience, "your people look like putty. They are incurable. Their senseless love for good eating will bring them all to the grave." This view of things did not suit the king. He was wise, and saw very plainly that a monarch without subjects would be but a sorry king. Happily, after this utter failure of the doctors, there came into the mind of His Majesty a first-class idea. He telegraphed for Mother Michele, the most celebrated of all pastry cooks. Mother Michele soon arrived, with her black cat, Fanfreluche, who accompanied her everywhere. He was an incomparable cat. He had not his equal as an adviser and a taster of tarts. Mother Michele, having respectfully inquired what she and her cat could do for His Majesty, the king demanded of the astonished pastry cook a tart as big as the Capitol, bigger even, if possible, but no smaller. When the king uttered this astounding order, deep emotion was shown by the chamberlains, the pages, and lackeys. Nothing but the respect due to his presence prevented them from crying, "Long live your Majesty!" in his very ears. But the king had seen enough of the enthusiasm of the populace, and did not allow such sounds in the recesses of his palace. The king gave Mother Michele 1 month to carry out his gigantic project. "It is enough," she proudly replied, brandishing her crutch. Then, taking leave of the king, she and her cat set out for their home. On the way, Mother Michele arranged in her head the plan of the monument which was to immortalize her, and considered the means of executing it. As to its form and size, it was to be as exact a copy of the Capitol as possible, since the king had willed it. But its outside crust should have a beauty all its own. The dome must be adorned with sugar plums of all colors, and surmounted by a splendid crown of macaroons, spun sugar, chocolate, and candied fruits. It was no small affair. Mother Michele did not like to lose her time. Her plan of battle once formed, she recruited on her way all the little pastry cooks of the country, as well as all the tiny 6-year-olds who had a sincere love for the noble callings of scullion and apprentice. There were plenty of these, as you may suppose, in the country of the greedy. Mother Michele had her pick of them. Mother Michele, with the help of her crutch and of Fanfarluche, who meowed loud enough to be heard 20 miles off, called upon all the millers of the land, and commanded them to bring together at a certain time as many sacks of fine flour as they could grind in a week. There were only windmills in that country. You may easily believe how they all began to go. Brrr! What a noise they made! The clatter was so great that all the birds flew away to other climes, and even the clouds fled from the sky. At the call of Mother Michele, all the farmers' wives were set to work. They rushed to the hen coops to collect the 7,000 fresh eggs that Mother Michele wanted for her great edifice. Deep was the emotion of the fowls. The hens were inconsolable, and the unhappy creatures mourned upon the palings for the loss of all their hopes. The milkmaids were busy from morning till night in milking the cows. Mother Michele must have 20,000 pails of milk. All the little calves were put on half rations. This great work was nothing to them, and they complained pitifully to their mothers. Many of the cows protested with energy against this unreasonable tax, which made their young families so uncomfortable. There were pails upset, and even some milkmaids went head over heels. But these little accidents did not chill the enthusiasm of the laborers. And now Mother Michele called for 1,000 pounds of the best butter. All the churns for 20 miles around began to work in the most lively manner. Their dashers dashed without ceasing, keeping perfect time. The butter was tasted, rolled into pats, wrapped up, and put into baskets. Such energy had never been known before. Mother Michele passed for a sorceress. It was all because of her cat, Fanfarluche, with whom she had mysterious doings and pantomimes, and with whom she talked in her inspired moments as if he were a real person. Certainly, since the famous Puss in Boots, there had never been an animal so extraordinary, and credulous folks suspected him of being a magician. Some curious people had the courage to ask Fanfarluche if this were true, but he had replied by bristling and showing his teeth and claws so fiercely that the conversation had ended there. Sorceress or not, Mother Michele was always obeyed. No one else was ever served so punctually. On the appointed day all the millers arrived with their asses trotting in single file, each laden with a great sack of flour. Mother Michele, after having examined the quality of the flour, had every sack accurately weighed. This was head work and hard work, and took time, but Mother Michele was untiring, and her cat also, for while the operation lasted he sat on the roof watching. It is only just to say that the millers of the greedy kingdom brought flour not only faultless, but full of weight. They knew that Mother Michele was not joking when she said that others must be as exact with her as she was with them. Perhaps also they were a little afraid of the cat, whose great green eyes were always shining upon them like 2 round lamps, and never lost sight of them for one moment. All the farmers' wives arrived in turn, with baskets of eggs upon their heads. They did not load their donkeys with them, for fear that in jogging along they would become omelettes on the way. Mother Michele received them with her usual gravity. She had the patience to look through every egg to see if it were fresh. She did not wish to run the risk of having young chickens in a tart that was destined for those who could not bear the taste of any meat, however tender and delicate. The number of eggs was complete, and again Mother Michele and her cat had nothing to complain of. This greedy nation, though carried away by love of good eating, was strictly honest. It must be said that where nations are patriotic, desire for the common good makes them unselfish. Mother Michele's tart was to be the glory of the country, and each one was proud to contribute to such a great work. And now the milkmaids with their pots and pails of milk, and the butter-makers with their baskets filled with the rich yellow pats of butter, filed in long procession to the right and left of the cabin of Mother Michele. There was no need for her to examine so carefully the butter and the milk. She had such a delicate nose that if there had been a single pat of ancient butter, or a pail of sour milk, she would have pounced upon it instantly. But all was perfectly fresh. In that golden age, they did not understand the art, now so well known, of making milk out of flour and water. Real milk was necessary to make cheesecakes and ice cream and other delicious confections much adored in the greedy kingdom. If anyone had made such a despicable discovery, he would have been chased from the country as a public nuisance. Then came the grocers, with their aprons of coffee bags, and with the jolly, mischievous faces the rogues always have, each one clasped to his heart a sugar loaf nearly as large as himself, whose summit, without its paper cap, looked like new-fallen snow upon a pyramid. Mother Michele, with her crutch for a baton, saw them all placed in her storerooms upon shelves put up for the purpose. She had to be very strict, for some of the little fellows could hardly part from their merchandise, and many were indiscreet, with their tongues behind their great mountains of sugar. If they had been let alone, they would never have stopped till the sugar was all gone. But they had not thought of the implacable eye of old Fanfreluche, who, posted upon a water-spout, took note of all their misdeeds. From another quarter came a whole army of country people, rolling wheelbarrows and carrying huge baskets, all filled with cherries, plums, peaches, apples, and pears. All these fruits were so fresh, in such perfect condition, with their fair shining skins, that they looked like wax or painted marble, but their delicious perfume proved that they were real. Some little people, hidden in the corners, took pains to find this out. Between ourselves, Mother Michele made believe not to see them, and took the precaution of holding Fanfreluche in her arms so that he could not spring upon them. The fruits were all put into bins, each kind by itself, and now the preparations were finished. There was no time to lose before setting to work. The spot which Mother Michele had chosen for her great edifice was a pretty hill on which a plateau formed a splendid site. This hill commanded the capital city, built upon the slope of another hill close by. After having beaten down the earth till it was as smooth as a floor, they spread over it loads of bread-crumbs brought from the bakers, and leveled it with rake and spade, as we do gravel in our garden walks. Little birds, as greedy as themselves, came in flocks to the east, but they might eat as they liked. It would never be missed, so thick was the carpet. It was a great chance for the bold little things. All the ingredients for the tart were now ready. Upon order of Mother Michele, they began to peel the apples and pears and to take out the pips. The weather was so pleasant that the girls sat out of doors upon the ground in long rows. The sun looked down upon them with a merry face. Each of the little workers had a big earthen pan and peeled incessantly the apples which the boys brought them. When the pans were full, they were carried away and others were brought. They had also to carry away the peels, or the girls would have been buried in them. Never was there such a peeling before. Not far away, the children were stoning the plums, cherries, and peaches. This work, being the easiest, was given to the youngest and most inexperienced hands, which were all first carefully washed, for Mother Michele, though not particular about her own toilet, was very neat in her cooking. The schoolhouse, long unused, for in the country of the greedy they had forgotten everything, was arranged for this second class of workers, and the cat was their inspector. He walked round and round, growling if he saw the fruit popping into any of the little mouths. If they had dared, how they would have pelted him with plum-stones. But no one risked it. Fanfreluche was not to be trifled with. In those days, powdered sugar had not been invented, and to grate it all was no small affair. It was the work that the grocers used to dislike the most. Both lungs and arms were soon tired. But Mother Michele was there to sustain them with her unequaled energy. She chose the laborers from the most robust of the boys. With mallet and knife she broke the cones into round pieces, and they grated them till they were too small to hold. The bits were put into baskets to be pounded. One would never have expected to find all the 1,000 pounds of sugar again, but a new miracle was wrought by Mother Michele. It was all there. It was then the turn of the ambitious scullions to enter the lists and break the 7,000 eggs for Mother Michele. It was not hard to break them. Any fool could do that. But to separate adroitly the yolks and the whites demands some talent, and above all, great care. We dare not say that there were no accidents here, no eggs too well scrambled, no baskets upset. But the experience of Mother Michele had counted upon such things, and it may truly be said that there were never so many eggs broken at once, or ever could be again. To make an omelet of them would have taken a saucepan as large as a skating pond, and the fattest cook that ever lived could not hold the handle of such a saucepan. But this was not all. Now that the yolks and whites were once divided, they must each be beaten separately in wooden bowls to give them the necessary lightness. The egg beaters were marshaled into 2 brigades, the yellow and the white. Everyone preferred the white, for it was much more amusing to make those snowy masses that rose up so high than to beat the yolks, which knew no better than to mix together like so much sauce. Mother Michele, with her usual wisdom, had avoided this difficulty by casting lots. Thus, those who were not on the white side had no reason to complain of oppression. And truly, when all was done, the whites and the yellows were equally tired. All had cramps in their hands. Now began the real labor of Mother Michele. Till now she had been the commander-in-chief, the head only. Now she put her own finger in the pie. First, she had to make sweetmeats and jam out of all the immense quantity of fruit she had stored. For this, as she could only do one kind at a time, she had 10 kettles, each as big as a dinner table. During 48 hours the cooking went on. A dozen scullions blew the fire and put on the fuel. Mother Michele, with a spoon that 4 modern cooks could hardly lift, never ceased stirring and trying the boiling fruit. 3 expert tasters, chosen from the most dainty, had orders to report progress every half hour. It is unnecessary to state that all the sweetmeats were perfectly successful, or that they were of exquisite consistency, color, and perfume. With Mother Michele, there was no such word as fail. When each kind of sweetmeat was finished, she skimmed it and put it away to cool in enormous bowls before potting. She did not use for this the usual little glass or earthen jars, but great stone ones like those in the 40 Thieves. Not only did these take less time to fill, but they were safe from the children. The scum and the scrapings were something to be sure, but there was little Toto, who thought this was not enough. He would have jumped into one of the bowls if they had not held him. Mother Michele, who thought of everything, had ordered 200 great kneading troughs, wishing that all the utensils of this great work should be perfectly new. These 200 troughs, like her other materials, were all delivered punctually and in good order. The pastry cooks rolled up their sleeves and began to knead the dough with cries of "Hi, hi!" that could be heard for miles. It was odd to see this army of bakers in serried ranks, all making the same gestures at once like well-disciplined soldiers, stooping and rising together in time, so that a foreign ambassador wrote to his court that he wished his people could load and fire as well as these could knead. Such praise a people never forgets. When each troughful of paste was approved, it was molded with care into the form of bricks, and with the aid of the engineer-in-chief, a young genius who had gained the first prize in the school of architecture, the majestic edifice was begun. Mother Michele herself drew the plan. In following her directions, the young engineer showed himself modest beyond all praise. He had the good sense to understand that the architecture of tarts and pies had rules of its own, and that therefore the experience of Mother Michele was worth all the scientific theories in the world. The inside of the monument was divided into as many compartments as there were kinds of fruits. The walls were no less than 4 feet thick. When they were finished, 24 ladders were set up, and 24 experienced cooks ascended them. These first-class artists were each of them armed with an enormous cooking spoon. Behind them, on the lower rounds of the ladders, followed the kitchen boys, carrying on their heads pots and pans filled to the brim with jam and sweetmeats, each sort ready to be poured into its destined compartment. This colossal labor was accomplished in one day and with wonderful exactness. When the sweetmeats were used to the last drop, when the great spoons had done all their work, the 24 cooks descended to earth again. The intrepid Mother Michele, who had never quitted the spot, now ascended, followed by the noble Fanfarouche, and dipped her finger into each of the compartments to assure herself that everything was right. This part of her duty was not disagreeable, and many of the scullions would have liked to perform it, but they might have lingered too long over the enchanting task. As for Mother Michele, she had been too well used to sweets to be excited now. She only wished to do her duty and to ensure success. All went on well. Mother Michele had given her approbation. Nothing was needed now but to crown the sublime and delicious edifice by placing upon it the crust, that is, the roof, or dome. This delicate operation was confided to the engineer-in-chief, who now showed his superior genius. The dome, made beforehand of a single piece, was raised in the air by means of 12 balloons, whose force of ascension had been carefully calculated. First it was directed, by ropes, exactly over the top of the tart. Then, at the word of command, it gently descended upon the right spot. It was not a quarter of an inch out of place. This was a great triumph for Mother Michele and her able assistant. But all was not over. How should this colossal tart be cooked? That was the question that agitated all the people of the greedy country, who came in crowds, lords and commons, to gaze at the wonderful spectacle. Some of the envious or ill-tempered declared it would be impossible to cook the edifice which Mother Michele had built, and the doctors were, no one knows why, the saddest of all. Mother Michele, smiling at the general bewilderment, mounted the summit of the tart. She waved her crutch in the air, and while her cat meowed in his sweetest voice, suddenly there issued from the woods a vast number of masons, drawing wagons of well-baked bricks, which they had prepared in secret. This sight silenced the ill-wishers and filled the hearts of the greedy with hope. In 2 days, an enormous furnace was built around and above the colossal tart, which found itself shut up in an immense earthen pot. 30 huge mouths, which were connected with thousands of winding pipes for conducting heat all over the building, were soon choked with fuel by the help of 200 charcoal burners, who, obeying a private signal, came forth in long array from the forest, each carrying his sack of coal. Behind them stood Mother Michele with a box of matches, ready to fire each oven as it was filled. Of course the kindlings had not been forgotten, and was all soon in a blaze. When the fire was lighted in the 30 ovens, when they saw the clouds of smoke rolling over the dome that announced that the cooking had begun, the joy of the people was boundless. Poets improvised odes, and musicians sung verses without end in honor of the superb prince who had been inspired to feed his people in so dainty a manner, when other rulers could not give them even enough of dry bread. The names of Mother Michele and of the illustrious engineer were not forgotten in this great glorification. Next to his majesty, they were certainly the first of mankind, and their names were worthy of going down with his to the remotest posterity. All the envious ones were thunderstruck. They tried to console themselves by saying that the work was not yet finished, and that an accident might happen at the last moment. But they did not really believe a word of this. Notwithstanding all their efforts to look cheerful, it had been acknowledged that the cooking was possible. Their last resource was to declare the tart a bad one, but that would be biting off their own noses. As for declining to eat it, envy could never go so far as that in the country of the greedy. After 2 days, the unerring nose of Mother Michele discovered that the tart was cooked to perfection. The whole country was perfumed with its delicious aroma. Nothing more remained but to take down the furnaces. Mother Michele made her official announcement to His Majesty, who was delighted and complimented her upon her punctuality. 1 day was still wanting to complete the month. During this time the people gave their eager help to the engineer in the demolition, wishing to have a hand in the great national work and to hasten the blessed moment. In the twinkling of an eye the thing was done. The bricks were taken down one by one, counted carefully, and carried into the forest again to serve for another occasion. The tart, unveiled, appeared at last in all its majesty and splendor. The dome was gilded and reflected the rays of the sun in the most dazzling manner. The wildest excitement and rapture ran through the land of the greedy. Each one sniffed with open nostrils the appetizing perfume. Their mouths watered, their eyes filled with tears. They embraced, pressed each other's hands, and indulged in touching pantomimes. Then the people of town and country, united by one rapturous feeling, joined hands and danced in a ring around the grand confection. No one dared to touch the tart before the arrival of His Majesty. Meanwhile, something must be done to allay the universal impatience, and they resolved to show Mother Michele the gratitude with which all hearts were filled. She was crowned with the laurel of conquerors, which is also the laurel of sauce, thus serving a double purpose. Then they placed her, with her crutch and her cat, upon a sort of throne, and carried her all round her vast work. Before her marched all the musicians of the town, dancing, drumming, fifing, and tooting upon all instruments, while behind her pressed an enthusiastic crowd, who rent the air with their plaudits and filled it with a shower of caps. Her fame was complete, and a noble pride shone on her countenance. The royal procession arrived. A grand stairway had been built, so that the king and his ministers could mount to the summit of this monumental tart. Then the king, amid a deep silence, thus addressed his people. "My children," he said, "you adore tarts. You despise all other food.
If you could, you would even eat tarts in your sleep. Very well. Eat as much as you like. Here is one big enough to satisfy you. But know this, that while there remains a single crumb of this august tart, from the height of which I am proud to look down on you, all other food is forbidden you on pain of death. While you are here, I have ordered all the pantries to be emptied, and all the butchers, bakers, pork and milk dealers, and fishmongers to shut up their shops. Why leave them open? Why, indeed? Have you not here at discretion what you love best, and enough to last you ever so long? Devote yourselves to it with all your hearts. I do not wish you to be bored with the sight of any other food. Greedy ones, behold your tart! What enthusiastic applause, what frantic hurrahs rent the air in answer to this eloquent speech from the throne. Long live the king, Mother Michele, and her cat! Long live the tart! Down with soup! Down with bread! To the bottom of the sea with all beefsteaks, mutton chops, and roasts! Such cries came from every lip. Old men gently stroked their chops, children patted their little stomachs, the crowd licked its 1,000 lips with eager joy. Even the babies danced in their nurses' arms, so precocious was the passion for tarts in this singular country. Grave professors, skipping like kids, declaimed Latin verses in honor of His Majesty and Mother Michele, and the shyest young girls opened their mouths like the beaks of little birds. As for the doctors, they felt a joy beyond expression. They had reflected. They understood. But, my friends, at last the signal was given. A detachment of the Engineer Corps arrived, armed with pick and cutlass, and marched in good order to the assault. A breach was soon opened, and the distribution began. The king smiled at the opening in the tart. Though vast, it hardly showed more than a mouse hole in the monstrous wall. The king stroked his beard grandly. "All goes well," said he, "for him who knows how to wait." Who can tell how long the feast would have lasted if the king had not given his command that it should cease? Once more they expressed their gratitude with cries so stifled that they resembled grunts, and then rushed to the river. Never had a nation been so besmeared. Some were daubed to the eyes, others had their ears and hair all sticky. As for the little ones, they were marmalade from head to foot. When they had finished their toilets, the river ran all red and yellow and was sweetened for several hours, to the great surprise of all the fishes. Before returning home, the people presented themselves before the king to receive his commands. "Children," said he, "the feast will begin again exactly at 6 o'clock. Give time to wash the dishes and change the tablecloths, and you may once more give yourselves over to pleasure. You shall feast twice a day as long as the tart lasts. Do not forget. Yes, if there is not enough in this one, I will even order another from Mother Michele. For you know that great woman is indefatigable. Your happiness is my only aim." Marks of universal joy and emotion were seen. "You understand? Noon and 6 o'clock. There is no need for me to say be punctual. Go, then, my children. Be happy." The second feast was as gay as the first, and as long. A pleasant walk in the suburbs, first exercise, then a nap, had refreshed their appetites and unlimbered their jaws. But the king fancied that the breach made in the tart was a little smaller than that of the morning. "'Tis well," said he, "'tis well. Wait till tomorrow, my friends. Yes, till day after tomorrow, and next week."
The next day the feast still went on gaily, yet at the evening meal the king noticed some empty seats.
"Why is this?"
said he, with pretended indifference, to the court physician.
"Your Majesty," said the great Olibrier, "a few weak stomachs, that is all."
On the next day there were larger empty spaces. The enthusiasm visibly abated. The 8th day the crowd had diminished 1/2, the 9th 3/4. The 10th day, of the 1,000 who came at first, only 200 remained. On the 11th day only 100, and on the 12th, alas, who would have thought it? A single one answered to the call. Truly he was big enough. His body resembled a hogshead, his mouth an oven, and his lips, we dare not say what. He was known in the town by the name of Patapoof. They dug out a fresh lump for him from the middle of the tart. It quickly vanished in his vast interior, and he retired with great dignity, proud to maintain the honor of his name and the glory of the greedy kingdom. But the next day, even he, the very last, appeared no more. The unfortunate Patapoof had succumbed, and, like all the other inhabitants of the country, was in a very bad way. In short, it was soon known that the whole town had suffered agonies that night from too much tart. Let us draw a veil over those hours of torture. Mother Michele was in despair. Those ministers who had not guessed the secret dared not open their lips. All the city was one vast hospital. No one was seen in the streets but doctors and apothecaries' boys, running from house to house in frantic haste. It was dreadful. Dr. Olibrier was nearly knocked out. As for the king, he held his tongue and shut himself up in his palace. But a secret joy shone in his eyes, to the wonder of everyone. He waited 3 days without a word. The 3rd day the king said to his ministers, "Let us go now and see how my poor people are doing, and feel their pulse a little." The good king went to every house, without forgetting a single one. He visited small and great, rich and poor. "Oh, oh, your Majesty," said all, "the tart was good, but may we never see it again. Plague on that tart! Better were dry bread. Your Majesty, for mercy's sake, a little dry bread. Oh, a morsel of dry bread! How good it would be!"
"No, indeed," replied the king. "There is more of that tart."
"What, your Majesty, must we eat it all?"
"You must," sternly replied the king. "You must. By the immortal beefsteaks, not one of you shall have a slice of bread, and not a loaf shall be baked in the kingdom while there remains a crumb of that excellent tart."
"What misery," thought these poor people. "That tart forever!" The sufferers were in despair. There was only one cry through all the town, "Oh, oh, oh!" For even the strongest and most courageous were in horrible agonies. They twisted, they writhed, they lay down, they got up. Always the inexorable colic. The dogs were not happier than their masters. Even they had too much tart. The spiteful tart looked in at all the windows. Built upon a height, it commanded the town. The mere sight of it made everybody ill, and its former admirers had nothing but curses for it now. Unhappily, nothing they could say or do made it any smaller. Still formidable, it was a frightful joke for those miserable mortals.
Most of them buried their heads in their pillows, drew their nightcaps over their eyes, and lay in bed all day to shut out the sight of it. But this would not do. They knew, they felt it was there. It was a nightmare, a horrible burden, a torturing anxiety. In the midst of this terrible consternation, the king remained inexorable during 8 days. His heart bled for his people, but the lesson must sink deep if it were to bear fruit in future. When their pains were cured, little by little, through fasting alone, and his subjects pronounced these trembling words, "We are hungry," the king sent them trays laden with the inevitable tart. "Oh!" cried they with anguish. "The tart again! Always the tart! And nothing but the tart! Better were death!" A few, who were almost famished, shut their eyes and tried to eat a bit of the detested food, but it was all in vain. They could not swallow a mouthful. At length came the happy day when the king, thinking their punishment had been severe enough and could never be forgotten, believed them at length cured of their greediness. That day he ordered Mother Michele to make in one of her colossal pots a super excellent soup, of which a bowl was sent to every family. They received it with as much rapture as the Hebrews did the manna in the desert. They would gladly have had twice as much, but after their long fast it would not have been prudent. It was a proof that they had learned something already, that they understood this. The next day, more soup. This time the king allowed slices of bread in it. How this good soup comforted all the town! The next day there was a little more bread in it and a little soup meat. Then, for a few days, the kind prince gave them roast beef and vegetables. The cure was complete. The joy over this new diet was as great as ever had been felt for the tart. It promised to last longer. They were sure to sleep soundly and to wake refreshed. It was pleasant to see in every house tables surrounded with happy, rosy faces and laden with good, nourishing food. The greedy people never fell back into their old ways. Their once puffed-out, sallow faces shone with health. They became not fat, but muscular, ruddy, and solid. The butchers and bakers reopened their shops. The pastry cooks and confectioners shut theirs. The country of the greedy was turned upside down, and if it kept its name, it was only from habit. As for the tart, it was forgotten. Today, in that marvelous country, there cannot be found a paper of sugar plums or a basket of cakes. It is charming to see the red lips and the beautiful teeth of the people. If they still have a king, he may well be proud to be their ruler. Does this story teach that tarts and pies should never be eaten? No, but there is reason in all things. The doctors alone did not profit by this great revolution. They could not afford to drink wine any longer in a land where indigestion had become unknown. The apothecaries were no less unhappy. Spiders spun webs over their windows, and their horrible remedies were no longer of use. Ask no more about Mother Michele. She was ridiculed without measure by those who had adored her. To complete her misfortune, she lost her cat. Alas for Mother Michele! The king received the reward of his wisdom. His grateful people called him neither Charles the Bold, nor Peter the Terrible, nor Louis the Great, but always by the noble name of Prosper the First, the Reasonable. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Taysha Lynn, TayshaWrites.wordpress.com. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. Thankful by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This tale is evidence that Mrs. Freeman understands the children of New England as well as she knows their parents. There is a doll in the story, but boys will not mind this, as there are also 2 turkey gobblers and a pewter dish full of Revolutionary bullets. Submit Thompson sat on the stone wall. Sarah Adams, an erect, prim little figure, ankle-deep in dry grass, stood beside it, holding Thankful. Thankful was about 10 inches long, made of the finest linen, with little rosy cheeks and a fine little wig of flax. She wore a blue wool frock and a red cloak. Sarah held her close. She even drew a fold of her own blue homespun blanket around her to shield her from the November wind. The sky was low and gray. The wind blew from the northeast and had the breath of snow in it. Submit on the wall drew her quilted petticoats close down over her feet and huddled herself into a small place. But her face gleamed keen and resolute out of the depths of a great red hood that belonged to her mother. Her eyes were fixed upon a turkey gobbler, ruffling and bobbing around the back door of the Adams house. The 2 gambrel-roofed Thompson and Adams houses were built as close together as if the little village of Bridgewater were a city. Acres of land stretched behind them, and at the other sides, but they stood close to the road, and close to each other. The narrow space between them was divided by a stone wall, which was Submit's and Sarah's trysting place. They met there every day and exchanged confidences. They loved each other like sisters. Neither of them had an own sister, but today a spirit of rivalry had arisen. The tough, dry blackberry vines on the wall twisted around Submit. She looked, with her circle of red petticoat, like some strange late flower blooming out on the wall. "I know you don't, Sarah Adams," she said. "Father said he'd weigh 20 pounds," returned Sarah in a small, weak voice, which still had persistency in it. "I don't believe he will. Our Thanksgiving turkey is twice as big. You know he is, Sarah Adams." "No, I don't, Submit Thompson." "Yes, you do." Sarah lowered her chin and shook her head with a decision that was beyond words. She was a thin, delicate-looking little girl, her small, blue-clad figure bent before the wind. But there was resolution in her high forehead and her sharp chin. Submit nodded violently. Sarah shook her head again. She hugged Thankful and shook her head, with her eyes still staring defiantly into Submit's hood. Submit's black eyes in the depths of it were like 2 sparks. She nodded vehemently. The gesture was not enough for her. She nodded and spoke again. "Sarah Adams," she said, "what will you give me if our turkey is bigger than your turkey?" "It ain't." "What will you give me if it is?" Sarah stared at Submit. "I don't know what you mean, Submit Thompson," she said with a stately, puzzled air. "Well, I'll tell you. If your turkey weighs more than ours, I'll give you my little work box with the picture on top. And if our turkey weighs more than yours, you give me... What will you give me, Sarah Adams?" Sarah hung her flaxen head with a troubled air. "I don't know," she said. "I don't believe I've got anything Mother would be willing to have me give away." "There's Thankful. Your mother wouldn't care if you gave her away." Sarah started and hugged Thankful closer. "Yes, my mother would care too," she said. "Don't you know my Aunt Rose from Boston made her and gave her to me?" Sarah's beautiful young Aunt Rose from Boston was the special admiration of both the little girls. Submit was ordinarily impressed by her name, but now she took it coolly. "What if she did?" she returned. "She can make another. It's just made out of a piece of old linen anyhow. My work box is real handsome, but you can do just as you are a mind to." "You mean I can have the work box to keep?" inquired Sarah. "Course I do, if your turkey's bigger." Sarah hesitated. "Our turkey is bigger anyhow," she murmured. "Don't you think I ought to ask Mother, Submit?" she inquired suddenly. "No, what for? I don't see anything to ask your mother for. She won't care anything about that rag doll." "Ain't you going to ask your mother about the work box?" "No," replied Submit stoutly. "It's mine. My grandmother gave it to me." Sarah reflected. "I know our turkey is the biggest," she said, looking lovingly at Thankful, as if to justify herself to her. "Well, I don't care," she added finally. "Will you?" "Yes." "When's yours going to be killed?" "This afternoon." "So's ours. Then we'll find out." Sarah tucked Thankful closer under her shawl. "I know our turkey is biggest," she said. She looked very sober, although her voice was defiant. Just then the great turkey came swinging through the yard. He held up his head proudly and gobbled. His every feather stood out in the wind. He seemed enormous. A perfect giant among turkeys. "Look at him," said Sarah, edging a little closer to the wall. She was rather afraid of him. "He ain't half so big as ours," returned Submit stoutly, but her heart sank. The Thompson turkey did look very large. "Submit! Submit!" called a voice from the Thompson house. Submit slowly got down from the wall. "His feathers are a good deal thicker than ours," she said defiantly to Sarah. "Submit!" called the voice. "Come right home. I want you to pare apples for the pies. Be quick." "Yes, marm," Submit answered back in a shrill voice. "I'm coming." Then she went across the yard and into the kitchen door of the Thompson house, like a red robin into a nest. Submit had been taught to obey her mother promptly. Mrs. Thompson was a decided woman. Sarah looked after Submit. Then she gathered Thankful closer, and also went into the house. Her mother, as well as Mrs. Thompson, was preparing for Thanksgiving. The great kitchen was all of a pleasant litter, with pie plates and cake pans and mixing bowls, and full of warm, spicy odors. The oven in the chimney was all heated and ready for a batch of apple and pumpkin pies. Mrs. Adams was busy sliding them in, but she stopped to look at Sarah and Thankful. Sarah was her only child. "Why, what makes you look so sober?" she said. "Nothing," replied Sarah. She had taken off her blanket and sat in one of the straight-backed kitchen chairs, holding Thankful. "You look dreadful sober," said her mother. "Are you tired?" "No, marm." "I'm afraid you've got cold standing out there in the wind. Do you feel chilly?" "No, marm." "Mother, how much do you suppose our turkey weighs?" "I believe father said he'd weigh about 20 pounds. Are you sure you don't feel chilly?" "No, marm." "Mother, do you suppose our turkey weighs more than Submit's?" "How do you suppose I can tell? I ain't set eyes on their turkey lately. If you feel well, you'd better sit up to the table and stone that bowl of raisins. Put your doll away and get your apron." But Sarah stoned raisins with Thankful in her lap, hidden under her apron. She was so full of anxiety that she could not bear to put her away. Suppose the Thompson turkey should be larger, and she should lose Thankful. Thankful that her beautiful Aunt Rose had made for her. Submit, over in the Thompson house, had sat down at once to her apple paring. She had not gone into the best room to look at the work-box, whose possession she had hazarded. It stood in there on the table, made of yellow satiny wood, with a sliding lid ornamented with a beautiful little picture. Submit had a certain pride in it, but her fear of losing it was not equal to her hope of possessing Thankful. Submit had never had a doll, except for a few plebeian ones, manufactured secretly out of corn cobs, whom it took more imagination than she possessed to admire. Gradually, all emulation over the turkeys was lost in the naughty covetousness of her little friend and neighbor's doll. Submit felt shocked and guilty, but she sat there paring the Baldwin apples and thinking to herself, "If our turkey is only bigger, if it only is, then I shall have Thankful." Her mouth was pursed up, and her eyes snapped. She did not talk at all, but pared very fast. Her mother looked at her. "If you don't take care, you'll cut your fingers," she said. "You are in too much of a hurry. I suppose you want to get out and gossip with Sarah again at the wall, but I can't let you waste any more time today. There, I told you you would." Submit had cut her thumb quite severely. She choked a little when her mother tied it up and put on some balm of Gilead which made it smart worse. "Don't cry," said her mother. "You have to bear more than a cut thumb if you live." And Submit did not let the tears fall. She came from a brave race. Her great-grandfather had fought in the Revolution. His sword and regimentals were packed in the fine carved chest in the best room. Over the kitchen shelf hung an old musket with which her grandmother, guarding her home and children, had shot an Indian. In a little closet beside the chimney was an old pewter dish full of homemade Revolutionary bullets, which Submit and her brothers had for playthings. A little girl who played with Revolutionary bullets ought not to cry over a cut thumb. Submit finished the paring after her thumb was tied up, although she was rather awkward about it. Then she pounded spices in the mortar and picked over cranberries. Her mother kept her busy every minute until dinner time. When Submit's father and her two brothers, Thomas and Jonas, had come in, she began on the subject nearest her heart. "Father," she said, "how much do you think our Thanksgiving turkey will weigh?" Mr. Thompson was a deliberate man. He looked at her a minute before replying. 17 or 18 pounds, he replied. "Oh, father, don't you think he will weigh 20? Mr. Thompson shook his head. "He don't begin to weigh so much as the Adams turkey," said Jonas. "Their turkey weighs 20 pounds. "Oh, Thomas, do you think their turkey weighs more than ours?" cried Submit. Thomas was her elder brother. He had a sober, judicial air like his father. "Their turkey weighs considerable more than ours," said he. Submit's face fell. "You are not showing a right spirit," said her mother severely. "Why should you care if the Adams turkey does weigh more? I am ashamed of you." Submit said no more. She ate her dinner soberly. Afterward, she wiped dishes while her mother washed. All the time she was listening. Her father and brothers had gone out. Presently she started. "Oh, Mother, they're killing the turkey," she said. "Well, don't stop while the dishes are hot, if they are," returned her mother. Submit wiped obediently, but as soon as the dishes were set away, she stole out in the barn where her father and brothers were picking the turkey. "Father, when are you going to weigh him?" she asked timidly. "Not till tonight," said her father. "Submit!" called her mother. Submit went in and swept the kitchen floor. It was an hour after that when her mother was in the south room, getting it ready for her grandparents, who were coming home to Thanksgiving. They had been on a visit to their youngest son, that Submit crept slyly into the pantry. The turkey lay there, on the broad shelf before the window. Submit looked at him. She thought he was small. "He was most all feathers," she whispered ruefully. She stood looking disconsolately at the turkey. Suddenly, her eyes flashed and a red flush came over her face. It was as if Satan, coming into that godly New England home 3 days before Thanksgiving, had whispered in her heart. Presently, Submit stole softly back into the kitchen, set a chair before the chimney cupboard, climbed up, and got the pewter dish full of Revolutionary bullets. Then she stole back to the pantry and emptied the bullets into the turkey's crop. Then she got a needle and thread from her mother's basket, sewed up the crop carefully, and set the empty dish back in the cupboard. She had just stepped down out of the chair when her brother Jonas came in. "Submit," said he, Let's have one game of odd or even with the bullets." "I am too busy," said Submit. "I've got to spin my stint." "Just one game. Mother won't care." "No, I can't." Submit flew to her spinning wheel in the corner. Jonas, still remonstrating, strolled into the pantry. "I don't believe Mother wants you in here," Submit said anxiously. "See here, Submit," Jonas called out in an eager voice. "I'll get the steelyards, and we'll weigh the turkey. We can do it as well as anybody." Submit left her spinning wheel. She was quite pale with trepidation when Jonas and she adjusted the turkey in the steelyards. What if those bullets should rattle out? But they did not. "He weighs 20 pounds and a quarter," announced Jonas with a gasp, after peering anxiously at the figures. "He's the biggest turkey that was ever raised in these parts." Jonas exulted a great deal, but Submit did not say much. As soon as Jonas had laid the turkey back on the shelf and gone out, she watched her chance and removed the bullets, replacing them in the pewter dish. When Mr. Thompson and Thomas came home at twilight, there was a deal of talk over the turkey. "The Adams turkey doesn't weigh but 19 pounds, Jonas announced. "Sarah was out there when they weighed him, and she most cried." "I think Sarah and Submit and all of you are very foolish about it," said Mrs. Thompson severely. "What difference does it make if one weighs a pound or two more than the other, if there is enough to go around?" "Submit looks as if she was sorry ours weighed the most now," said Jonas. "My thumb aches," said Submit. "Go and get the balm of Gilead bottle and put some more on," ordered her mother. That night, when she went to bed, she could not say her prayers. When she woke in the morning, it was with a strange, terrified feeling, as if she had climbed a wall into some unknown, dreadful land. She wondered if Sarah would bring Thankful over. She dreaded to see her coming. But she did not come. Submit herself did not stir out of the house all that day or the next, and Sarah did not bring Thankful until next morning. They were all out in the kitchen about an hour before dinner. Grandfather Thompson sat in his old armchair at one end of the fireplace. Grandmother Thompson was knitting, and Jonas and Submit were cracking butternuts. Submit was a little happier this morning. She thought Sarah would never bring Thankful, and so she had not done so much harm by cheating in the weight of the turkey. There was a tug at the latch of the kitchen door. It was pushed open slowly and painfully, and Sarah entered with Thankful in her arms. She said not a word to anybody, but her little face was full of woe. She went straight to Submit, and laid Thankful in her lap. Then she turned and fled with a great sob. The door slammed after her. All the Thompsons stopped and looked at Submit. "Submit, what does this mean?" her father asked. Submit looked at him, trembling. "Speak," said he. "Submit, mind your father," said Mrs. Thompson. "What did she bring you the doll baby for?" asked Grandmother. "Sarah was going to give me thankful if our turkey weighed most, and I was going to give her my work box if hers weighed most," said Submit jerkily. Her lips felt stiff. Her father looked very sober and stern. He turned to his father. When Grandfather Thompson was home, everyone deferred to him. Even at 80, he was the recognized head of the house. He was a wonderful old man, tall and soldierly, and full of a grave dignity. He looked at Submit, and she shrank. "Do you know," said he, "that you have been conducting yourself like unto the brawlers in the taverns and alehouses?" "Yes, sir," murmured Submit, although she did not know what he meant. "No godly maid who heeds her elders will take part in any such foolish and sinful wager," her grandfather continued. Submit arose, hugging Thankful convulsively. She glanced wildly at her grandmother's musket over the shelf. The same spirit that had aimed it at the Indian possessed her, and she spoke out quite clearly. "Our turkey didn't weigh the most," she said. "I put the Revolutionary bullets in his crop." There was silence. Submit's heart beat so hard that Thankful quivered. "Go upstairs to your chamber, Submit," said her mother. "And you need not come down to dinner. Jonas, take that doll and carry it over to the Adams house." Submit crept miserably out of the room, and Jonas carried Thankful across the yard to Sarah. Submit crouched beside her little square window set with tiny panes of glass and watched him. She did not cry. She was very miserable, but confession had awakened a salutary smart in her soul. Like the balm of Gilead on her cut thumb. She was not so unhappy as she had been. She wondered if her father would whip her, and she made up her mind not to cry if he did. After Jonas came back, she still crouched at the window. Exactly opposite, in the Adams house, was another little square window, and that lighted by Sarah's chamber. All of a sudden, Sarah's face appeared there. The two little girls stared pitifully at each other. Presently, Sarah raised her window and put a stick under it. Then Submit did the same. They put their faces out and looked at each other a minute before speaking. Sarah's face was streaming with tears. "What you crying for?" called Submit softly. "Father sent me up here, 'cause it is sinful to make bets, and Aunt Rose has come, and I can't have any Thanksgiving dinner," wailed Sarah. "I'm wickeder than you," said Submit. "I put the Revolutionary bullets in the turkey to make it weigh more than yours. Yours weighed the most. If Mother thinks it's right, I'll give you the work box." "I don't want it," sobbed Sarah. I'm dreadful sorry you've got to stay up there and can't have any dinner, Submit." Answering tears sprang to Submit's eyes. "I'm dreadful sorry you've got to stay up there and can't have any dinner," she sobbed back. There was a touch on her shoulder. She looked around, and there stood the grandmother. She was trying to look severe, but she was beaming kindly on her. Her fat, fair old face was as gentle as the mercy that tempers justice. Her horn spectacles and her knitting needles and the gold beads on her neck all shone in the sunlight. "You had better come downstairs, child," she said. "Dinner's most ready, and maybe you can help your mother. Your father isn't going to whip you this time, because you told the truth about it. But you mustn't ever do such a dreadful, wicked thing again." "No, I won't," sobbed Submit. She looked across, and there beside Sarah's face in the window was another beautiful smiling one. It had pink cheeks and sweet black eyes and black curls, among which stood a high tortoise-shell comb. "Oh, Submit," Sarah called out joyfully. "Aunt Rose says I can go down to dinner." "Grandmother says I can," called Submit. The beautiful smiling face opposite leaned close to Sarah's for a moment. "Oh, Submit," cried Sarah. "Aunt Rose says she will make you a doll baby like Thankful, if your mother's willing." "I guess she'll be willing, if she's a good girl," called Grandmother Thompson. Submit looked across a second in speechless radiance. Then the faces vanished from the two little windows, and Submit and Sarah went down to their Thanksgiving dinners. End of Thankful. Recording by Taysha Lynn. TayshaWrites.wordpress.com.
Section 3 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crystal Rogers. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. Beetle Ring's Thanksgiving Mascot by Sheldon C. Stoddard. Beetle Ring had the reputation of being the toughest lumber camp on the river. The boys were certainly rough and rather hard drinkers, but their hearts were in the right place after all. 6 months of idleness following a long run of fever, a lost position, and consequent discouragement had brought poverty and wretchedness to Joe Bennett. The lumber camp on the Featherstone, where he had been at work, had broken up and gone, and an old shack deserted by some hunter and now standing alone in the great woods was the only home he could provide for his little family. It had answered its purpose as a makeshift in the warm weather, but now, in late November, with the terrible northern winter coming swiftly on, it was small wonder the young lumberman had been discouraged as he tried to forecast the future. His strength returned, however, and lately something of his courage, for he had found work. It was 15 miles away, to be sure, and in Beetle Ring Lumber Camp, the camp that bore the reputation of being the roughest on the Featherstone, but it was work. He was earning something, and might hope soon to move his family into a habitable house and civilization. But his position at Beetle Ring was not an enviable one. The men took scant pains to conceal their dislike for the young fellow who steadfastly refused to chip in when the camp jug was sent to Skylark, the nearest saloon some miles down the river, and who invariably declined to join in on the camp's numerous sprees. But Bennett worked on quietly. And in the meantime, to the old shack in the woods the baby had come, in the bleak November weather. Night was settling down over the woods. An old half-breed woman was tending the fire in one room of the shack, and on the wretched bed lay a fair-faced woman, the young wife and mother, who looked wistfully out at the bleak woods, white with the first snow, then turned her wan, pale face toward the tiny bundle at her side. "Your pappy come tonight, baby," she said softly. "It's Saturday, and your pappy will come tonight, sure." She drew the covers more closely and tucked them carefully around the small figure. "Mend the fire, Lisette, please. It's cold. And, Lisette, please watch out down the road. Sometimes Joe comes early Saturdays." The old woman shook her head and muttered over the little pile of wood, but she fed the fire and then turned and looked down the long white trail. "No Joe yet," she said, with a sympathetic glance toward the bed. She looked at the thick gray clouds and added, "Heap snow soon." But the night came down and the evening passed, while the women waited anxiously. It was near midnight when the wife's face lighted up suddenly at a sound outside, and directly there was a pounding, uncertain step on the threshold. The door opened, and Bennett came in clumsily. The little woman's glad cry of welcome was changed to one of apprehension at her husband's appearance. The resolute swing and bearing of the lumberman, that had returned as he regained his strength, were gone. He clumped across the room unsteadily on a pair of rude crutches, his left foot swathed in bandages, a big, ungainly bundle. "What is it, Joe?" the wife asked anxiously. "Just more my precious luck, that's all, Nanny." He threw off the old box coat and heavy cap, brushed the melting snow from his hair and beard, and without waiting to warm his chilled hands at the fire, hobbled to the bed and bent over the woman and the tiny bundle. "Are you all right, Nan?" he asked anxiously. "All right, Joe, but I've been so worried." "And the baby, Nan?" The wife gently pushed back the covers and proudly brought to view a tiny, pink and puckered face. "Fine, Joe. She's just as fine, isn't she?" A proud, happy light flickered for a moment in the man's eyes as he stooped to kiss the tiny face. Then he shut his teeth hard and swallowed suddenly. "What is it, Joe?" his wife asked, looking at the rudely bandaged foot. "Cut it, nigh half off, and hurt the bone. It'll be weeks before I can do a stroke of work again. It means, I don't know what, but I daren't think, Nanny. The cook sewed it up." He glowered at the injured member savagely. His wife's face grew paler still, but she only asked tenderly, "How did you ever get here, Joe?" "Rode one of Poss Bream's hosses, his red roan." 15 miles on horseback with that foot? I should have thought it would have killed you, Joe." "I had to come, Nan," said the lumberman. "I didn't know how you were getting on, and I had to come." "I didn't suppose they'd let you have a horse, any of 'em, now sleighing's come." "They wouldn't, if I'd asked 'em. They don't seem to like me very well, and I didn't ask." His wife's big, wistful eyes were turned upon him in quick alarm. "I'm scared, Joe, if you took a horse without asking. What'll they think? Where is it, Joe?" "Don't you worry, Nan. I've sent the horse back by Pikepole Pete. He'll have him back before morning. Pose won't miss him till then, and I wrote a note explaining. Pose will be mad some, but he'll get over it." The young lumberman listened uneasily to the storm, which was increasing, looked at his wife's pale face a moment, and added, "I had to come, Nan. I just had to." But the woman was only half reassured. "If anything should happen," she said, "if he shouldn't get it back, they'd think you stole it, and—" There, Nan," broke in her husband. "Don't be crossing bridges. Pete'll take the horse back. I've done the fellow lots of favors, and he won't go back on me. Don't worry, girl." He moved the bandaged foot and winced, but not from pain of the wound. The hard look grew deeper on his face. "I'm down on my luck, Nan," he said hopelessly. "There's no use trying. Everything's against me, everything. Following me like grim death, and grim death," he jerked the words out harshly, "is like to be the end of it. Here in this old shack that's not fit to winter hogs in, let alone humans. There's not wood enough to cut to last a week. You'll freeze, Nan, you and the baby, and I'm just nothing." He took $2 from his pocket and said, almost savagely, "That's what we've got to winter on, and me crippled." But his wife put her hand on his softly. "Don't you give up so, Joe," she said, and presently she added, "Next Thursday's Thanksgiving. We've seen hard times, and we may see harder, but I never knew Thanksgiving to come yet without something to be thankful for. Never." Outside the storm continued, fine snow sifting down rapidly. Pikepole Pete found stiff work facing it and bent low over the red roan's neck. "Blue blazes," he muttered. "Bennett's a good fellow, all right, and he's hurt. But if he hadn't nigh saved my life twice, he could get this critter back himself for all of me." He glanced at the dark woods and drew up suddenly. "The road forks here, and Turner's is yonder, less than a mile. I'll hitch in his barn a spell and go on later." And he took the Turner fork. But at Turner's, Pete found 2 or 3 congenial spirits and a jug. And a few hours later, the easy-going fellow was deep in a tipsy sleep that would last for hours. The following Sunday morning came bright and clear upon freshly fallen snow that softened all the ruder outlines of town and field and woods. Beetle Ring Camp lay wrapped in fleecy whiteness. The camp was late astir, for Sunday was Beetle Ring's day, not of rest, but of carousal. 2 men had started out rather early, the camp's jug delegation to the Skylark. Presently the men began to straggle out to the snug row of sheds where the horses were kept. Posy Bream yawned lazily as he threw open the door of his particular stall, then suddenly brought himself together with a jerk and stared fixedly. "What ails you now, Pose? Seen a ghost?" Skid Thompson stopped with a big measure of feed which he was carrying. "No, I've seen no ghost," said Bream slowly, still staring. "Look here, Skid." Thompson looked into the stall and nearly dropped the measure. "By George, Pose," he said, "by George!" The news flew over the camp like wildfire. Posy Bream's red roan, the best horse in the camp, had been stolen. The burly lumbermen came hurrying from all directions. There was no doubt about it. The horse was gone, and the snow had covered every trace. There was absolutely no clue to follow. Silently and sullenly the men filed in to breakfast. In a lumberman's eyes, hardly a crime could exceed that of horse-stealing. "What I want to know is," said Bream, as he glanced sharply round the long room of the camp, "what's become of that yellow-haired jay, Bennett?" "By George," said Skid Thompson, "that's right. Where is the critter?" "Skipped," said Bill Bates sententiously, after a quick search had been made. "It's all plain enough now. I never liked the close-fisted critter." "Nor I either," growled Skid. "Never chipped in with the boys, but was laying low just the same." "You won't catch him either," said Bates. "They're sharp, that kind. The critter knew 'twould snow and hide his tracks." "And I just sewed up his blamed foot," muttered the cook in disgust. "Maybe we'll catch him. Up to Fat Pine 2 years ago," began Bream reminiscently, "Big Donovan had stole a horse. They caught the fella." "Yeah, I remember," said Skid Thompson. "I was there. We caught him up north." The men nodded understandingly and approvingly. "Worth $150 the roan was," said Bream. Beetle Ring Camp passed an uneasy day, the jug for once receiving scant attention. Late in the afternoon, Trapper John, an old half-breed who hunted and trapped about the woods, stopped at the camp to get warm. "Didn't see anybody with a horse last night or this morning, eh, John?" asked Posy Bream. Yes," responded the old trapper quickly. "Saw him horse last night. Man ride. Big foot, so—" Old John held out his arms in exaggerated illustration. Beetle Ring rose to its feet as one man. "What color was the horse, John?" asked Bream softly. Can't see good after dark, but think, roan." Bream looked slowly round the silent camp, and Beetle Ring grimly made ready for business. It was evening when the men stopped a few rods below the shack. A light shone out from a window, lighting up a little space in the somber woods. "The fellow's got pals, probably," said Posy Bream. "You wait here while I do a little scouting." Bream crept cautiously into the circle of light, and glancing through the uncurtained window saw his man, with his pals. He saw upon the miserable bed a woman with a thin, pale face and sad, wistful eyes that yet lighted up a beautiful pride as they rested upon the man, who sat close by, holding a tiny bundle in his arms. The man shifted his position a little, so that the light fell upon the bundle, and then the watcher outside saw the sleeping face of a baby. There was rumor in the camp that Posy Bream had not always been the man that he was, that a woman had once blessed his life, But since they had carried the young mother away with her dead baby on her breast to place the two in one deep grave together, he had gone steadily downward. With hungry eyes, Bream gazed at the scene in the poor little house, his thoughts flying backward over the years. A sudden, sharp, impatient whistle roused him, and he strode hastily back to the waiting men. "Well, Pose?" interrogated Skid impatiently. "He's there, all right," said Bream in a peculiar tone. "I ain't overmuch given to advisin' prowlin' round folks' houses, but you fellas just look in yonder." He jerked his head toward the shack, and a line of big, rough-looking men filed into the little illuminated space to come back presently, silent and subdued. "Now let's go home," said Bream, turning his horde towards camp. "And your horse, Pose?" questioned Bates. "Burn the horse," said Bream quickly. "D'ye think the likes of yonder's a horse thief? I ain't worryin' about the horse." And the men rode back to camp silently. The next morning, when Bream swung open the door of the stall, he was not surprised to find the red roan standing quietly by the side of his mate. A bit of crumpled paper was pinned to the blanket. Bream read, "I rode your horse. I had to. I'll surely make it right. Bennett." "Course he had to," growled the lumberman, and he passed the paper round. "Uncommon pert baby," said Skid at last. "Dreadful cold shack, though," muttered Bates, conveying a quarter of a griddle cake to his mouth. "That's just it," said Pose, scowling. "Just let a stiff nip of winter come, and the woman yonder and the little critter, they'd freeze. That's what they'd do in that old rattletrap." The men looked at one another in solemn assent. "And I've been thinking," continued Bream, "since Bennett there belonged to the camp, and since we kind of misused the fellow for being stingy, for which we ought to have been smashed with logs, that we have kind of a claim on 'em, as 'twere, and they on us, and we must get 'em out of that yonder before they freeze plumb solid." He stopped inquiringly. "Right is right," assented several. "And I've been thinking," said Bates suddenly, "about the storeroom of ours. It's snug and warm, and there's a lot of room in it, and we can put a stove in it, and—" But the rest of Bates' suggestion was drowned in a round of applause. "And I've been thinking just a little," put in Skid Thompson, "and if I've figured correct, next Thursday's Thanksgiving. Don't know as I've thought of it in 10 years, and if we stir round sharp we can get things ready by then, and, well, 'twouldn't hurt Beetle Ring to celebrate for once." But Skid was also interrupted by a cheer. "And it's my firm belief," reflected Bates with an air of profound conviction, "that the baby of Bennett's was designed special and, as you might say, providential for to be Beetle Ring's mascot. Fat Pine and Horseshoe have 'em, mascots, to bring luck, and I've noticed Beetle Ring ain't had the luck lately it should have." Bates paused, and the camp meditated in silent delight. Thanksgiving morning was a cold one, but clear. More snow had fallen, and the deep, feathery whiteness stretched away until lost in the dark background of the pines and spruces. A wavering line of smoke rose over the roof of the little old shack in the woods. Bennett was winding rags round the arm pieces of the rough crutches. He had dragged in some short limbs the day before for fuel, but in doing so had broken open the wound, which gave him excruciating pain. "Joe," said the wife suddenly, "where are you going?" "I'm going to try for help, Nan. We're out of nigh everything, and my foot no better." "You can't do it, Joe. You'll die if you try, Joe, alone in the woods. Oh, Joe!" The look of hope that had never wholly left the woman's eyes was slowly fading out. "Well, I'll die if I don't try, Nanny. Huh!" suddenly exclaimed the old woman, peering out of the little window. "Heap men, heap horses. Look, see 'em come." Bennett turned hastily and saw a long line of stalwart men and sturdy horses threshing resolutely through the deep snow and heading directly for the shack. He looked keenly at the men, and his face paled a little, but he said steadily, "It's the Beetle Ring men, Nan." His wife gave a sharp cry. "It's the horse, Joe! It's the horse! They're after you, Joe, sure!" She caught her husband's arm. The men were now filling up the little space before the shack. Directly there came a sounding knock. Bennett opened the door to admit the burly frame of Posey Bream. He said quietly, "I'm here all right, Pose, and I took your horse, but—" "Burn the hoss," said Bream explosively. "That's all right. Shake, pard." He held out a brawny hand. Bennett shook wonderingly. "Wife, pard?" asked Bream, nodding toward the bed. Bennett hastily introduced him. "Kid, pard?" Bream pointed a stubby finger at the little bundle. Bennett nodded. The lumberman grinned delightedly, then coughed a little, and began awkwardly. "Part of the boys over at Beetle Ring heard, as you might say, accidental," Bream coughed into his big hand, "about your folks over here, and your wife, and the baby. They were powerful interested, specially about the baby. Why, pard, some of the boys ain't seen a baby in 10 years, and we thought, as you belong to the camp, maybe you and your wife would allow that the camp had a sort of claim on the little critter yonder." He eyed the tiny bundle wistfully. "And another thing that hit the boys, pard," he went on. "Up at Fat Pine they got what they call a mascot, being a tame bar, and up at Horseshoe they got a mascot, being a goat. Lots of camps have 'em, fetches luck. And the boys are sure that this baby of yours was designed special to be Beetle Ring's mascot. Now, pard, Beetle Ring, as you know, ain't what you'd call a Sunday school, but the boys, they'll behave. They fixed up that storeroom to beat all, nice bed, big stove, and lots of wood and so on, and we've got a cow for the woman and baby. Say, we want you powerful. Got a sleigh fixed, hemlock boughs, and a cover of robes and blankets, and Skid'll drive careful. He's a master at driving, Skid is. You'll come, won't you? The boys are waiting." Big tears were in the woman's eyes as she turned towards her husband. "Oh, Joe," she said, and choked suddenly, but she pressed the baby tightly to her breast. "I knew 'twould come Thanksgiving." "There, pard," said Bream, after blowing his nose explosively. "You just see to wrapping up the woman and the kid, and me and Skid, being as you're hurt, you know, we'll tote 'em out to the sleigh." The young mother was soon placed carefully in the sleigh, the old woman following. But when Skid Thompson appeared in the door of the old shack, bearing a tiny form muffled up with wondrous care, the whole of Beetle Ring shouted. Bream led up a spare horse for Bennett's use. The latter stopped short, with a curious expression on his face. The horse was the red roan. But Bream only said, his keen eyes twinkling, "Under such circumstances as these, pard, you're welcome to all the hosses in Beetle Ring." With steady, practiced hands, Skid Thompson guided his powerful team through the deep snow, over the rough forest road, and sometimes brawny arms carried the sleigh bodily over the roughest places. At the close of the day, an anxious consultation took place in the big main room of Beetle Ring, and presently 2 men appeared outside. They walked slowly toward what had been the camp storeroom, but halted before that door, hesitatingly. "You go in ahead, Skid, and ask 'em," said Bream earnestly to his companion. "No, go ahead yourself, Pose. I'd be sure to cock a hoss or split a runner or something. Go on." Bream knocked, and both went in. "All right, pard?" "Right as right, Pose," said Joe Bennett. "Wife all right?" Bream turned toward the bed, and Mrs. Bennett smiled up at him with happy eyes and a bit of color already showing in her pale face. Bream smiled back broadly. Then he asked, "And, pard, the baby?" "Pert as pert, Pose." Bream waited a little, twirling his cap, but receiving a sharp thump from Thompson, went on. "The boys, pard, are anxious about the little critter. They're kind of hankering, pard, and mum, if you're willing, and ain't afraid to trust her with us, why, we'd be mighty glad to tote her, just for a few minutes, over to camp. The boys are stiddy, all of 'em, stiddy as churches, and hain't soaked a mite today, mum, and they ain't going to. They've hove the jug into a snowdrift, and they'd take it kind, mum, if you were willing." The woman, still smiling happily, was already wrapping up the baby. Bream held up a warning finger when he returned a little later, and again smiled delightedly. "Went to sleep a-totin', if you'll believe it, that burned little critter," he said softly. "And," he added, "the boys, pard, are mighty pleased, and, mum, they thank you kindly. They say, the boys do, there ain't such a mascot as theirs in 500 miles. They see luck comin', chunks of it, pard, already." And the big fellow went out and closed the door gently. End of Beetle Ring's Thanksgiving Mascot. Recording by Crystal Rogers.
Section 4 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lois Beachy, Yoder, Charlotte, North Carolina. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson, editor. Mistress Esteem Elliott's Molasses Cake, The Story of a Postponed Thanksgiving, by Kate Upson Clark. Older boys and girls who are familiar with the courtship of Miles Standish will enjoy the colonial flavor of this tale of 1705. "Obed," called Mistress Axa Ellie from her front porch, "step thee over to Squire Belding's, quick! Here's a teacup. Ask Mistress Belding for the loan of some molasses. Nothing but molasses and hot water helps the baby when he is having such a turn of colic. Beseems me he will have a fit. Make haste, Obed." At that very moment, Squire Belding's little daughter Hitty was traveling toward Mistress Ellie's for the purpose of borrowing molasses wherewith to sweeten a ginger cake. Hitty and Obed, who were of an age, met, compared notes, and then returned to their respective homes. Shortly afterward, both of them darted forth again, bound on the same errands as before, only in different directions. Mr. Chapin, the storekeeper, hadn't set eyes on any molasses for a week. "The river's frozen over so mean and solid," he said, "there's no knowing when there'll be any molasses in town." There had been very peculiar weather in Colchester during this month of October, 1705. First, on the 13th, Old Style, an unprecedentedly early date, had come a terrible cold snap lasting 3 days. This was followed by 2 days of phenomenal mildness. The river had frozen over during the cold snap, and the ice had melted during the warm days, until on the 19th it was breaking up and preparing to go out to sea. In the night of the 19th had descended a frigid blast, colder than the original one. This had arrested the broken ice, piled it up all sorts of fantastic forms, and congealed it till it looked like a rough Alaskan glacier. After the cold wind had come a heavy snowstorm. All Colchester lay under 3 feet of snow. Footpaths and roads were broken out somewhat in the immediate village, but no farther. It was most unusual to have the river closed so early in the season, and consequently the winter supplies, which were secured from New London and Norwich, had not been laid in. Even Mr. Chapin, the storekeeper, was but poorly supplied with staples of which he ordinarily kept an abundance on hand. Therefore, when Obed and Hitty had made the tour of the neighborhood, they found but one family, that of Deacon Esteem Elliott, the richest man in the place, which had any molasses. Mistress Elliott, in spite of her wealth, was said to be none too free with her stuff, and she was not minded to lend any molasses under the circumstances for a trifling foolish cake. Obed's representation of the distress of the Ellie baby, however, appealed even to her, and she lent him a large spoonful of the precious liquid. That afternoon there was as much visiting about among the Colchester housewives as the drifts permitted. Such a state of things had never been known since the town was settled. No molasses! And Thanksgiving appointed for the first Thursday in November! Pray, what would Thanksgiving amount to, they inquired, with no pumpkin pies, no baked beans, no molasses cake, no proper sweetening for the rum so freely used in those days? Mistress Esteem Elliott was even more troubled than the rest of Colchester, for was not her buxom daughter and only child, Prudence Ann, to be married on Thanksgiving Day to the son of a great magnate in the neighboring town of Hebron? And was it not the intention to invite all of the aristocracy of both towns to be present at the marriage feast? Mistress Elliott accordingly pursued her way upon this Tuesday afternoon, October 19, 1705, over to Mistress Axa Ellie's. There she found Mistress Belding, who, remembering Mistress Elliott's refusal to lend her molasses, was naturally somewhat chill in her manner. Mistress Elliott had scarcely pulled off her homespun leggings, made with stout and ample feet, and pulled out her knitting work when Mistress Camberley, the parson's wife, lady of robust habit and voluble tongue, came in. "And what are we going to do, Mistress Ellie?" she burst out, as soon as the door was opened at her knock. "Not a drop of molasses to be had for love nor money, and Thanksgiving Day set for the 4th of November." "Mistress Elliott has a plenty of molasses," affirmed Mistress Belding, with a haughty look at her unaccommodating neighbor. "I'd like to have you know, Mistress Betty Belding," retorted Mistress Elliott, "that I have a bare quart or so in my jug, and so far as I can learn, that is all that the whole town of Colchester has got to depend upon till the roads or the river can be broken to Norwich." Mistress Ellie well understood this little passage at arms, for Obed had told her the whole story; but as her baby had been cured by Mistress Elliott's molasses, she could not think it proper to interfere in the matter. Neither did the good parson's wife, although she could not comprehend the rights of the case. She simply repeated her first question: "What are we going to do about it, I should like to know?" "I wonder if Thanksgiving Day could be put off a week," suggested Mistress Belding, who had a good head, and was even reported to give such advice to her husband that he always thought best to heed it. "Such a thing was never heard of," cried Mistress Elliott. "But there's no law against it," insisted Mistress Belding boldly. "By a week from the day set there will be surely some means of getting about the country, and then we can have a Thanksgiving that's worth the setting down to." After a long talk the good women separated in some doubt, but as Squire Belding and Mr. Ellie were two of the 3 selectmen, they were soon acquainted with the drift of the afternoon's discussion. The result of it all is thus chronicled in the town records of Colchester: "At a legal town meeting held in Colchester, October 29, 1705, it was voted that, whereas there was a Thanksgiving appointed to be held on the first Thursday in November, and our present circumstances being such that it cannot with convenience be attended on that day, it is therefore voted and agreed by the inhabitants as aforesaid, concluding the thing will not be otherwise than well resented, that the 2nd Thursday of November aforesaid shall be set aside for that service." This proceeding was, on the whole, as the selectmen had hoped it would be, well resented among the Colchester people, but there was one household in which there was a rebellion at the mandate. In the great sanded kitchen of Deacon Esteem Elliott, pretty spoiled Prudence Ann was fairly raging over it. "I had my heart set on being married on Thanksgiving Day," she sobbed, "and here it won't be Thanksgiving Day at all. And as for putting off a wedding, everybody knows there is no surer way of bringing ill luck down than that. I say I won't have it put off, but we can't have any party with no molasses in town. Oh dear, I might as well be married in the back kitchen with a linsey gown on, as if I were the daughter of old Betty the pie woman. There!" Then the proud girl would break into fresh sobs and vow vengeance upon the selectmen of Colchester. She even sent her father to expostulate with them, but it was of no use. They had known all along that the Elliots did not want the festival day put off, but nobody in Colchester minded very much if the Elliots were a little crossed. Prudence Ann would not face the reality till after the Sabbath was past. On that day the expectant bridegroom managed to break his way through the drifts from Hebron, and he was truly grieved, as he should have been, at the very unhappy state of mind of his betrothed. He avowed himself, however, in a way which augured well for the young people's future, ready to do just what Prudence Ann and her family decided was best. On Monday morning Mistress Elliott sat down with her unreasonable daughter and had a serious talk with her. "Now, Prudence Ann," she began, "you must give up crying and fretting. If you are going to be married on Thursday, we have got a great deal of work to do between now and then. If you are going to wait till next week, I want to know it. Of course you can't have a large party if you choose to be married on the 4th, but we will ask John's folks and Aunt Susanna and Uncle Martin and Parson Camberley and his wife. We can bake enough for them with what's in the house. If you wait another week, you can probably have a better party. And now you have it all in a nutshell." Prudence Ann was hysterical even yet, but at last her terror of a postponed wedding overcame every other consideration. The day was set for the 4th, and the few guests were bidden accordingly. On the morning of the wedding, on a neat shelf in the back kitchen of the Elliott's residence, various delicacies were resting which had been baked for the banquet. Mistress Elliott's molasses had sufficed to make a vast cake and several pumpkin pies. These, hot from the oven, had been placed in the coolness of the back kitchen until they should be ready for eating. It so happened that Miss Hitty Belding's sharp eyes, as she passed Mistress Elliott's back door, bound on an errand to the house of the neighbor living just beyond, fell upon the rich golden brown of this wonderful cake. As such toothsome dainties were rare in Colchester at just this time, it is not strange that her childish soul coveted it, for Hitty was but 10 years old. As she walked on, she met Obed Ely. "I tell you what, Obed," said Miss Hitty, "you ought to see the great molasses cake which Mistress Elliott has made for Prudence Ann's wedding. It is in her back kitchen. I saw it right by the door. Mean old thing! She wouldn't lend my mother any molasses to make us a cake. I wish I had hers." "So do I," rejoined Obed, with watering lips. "I'm going to peek in and see it." Obed went and peeked, while Hitty sauntered slowly on. The contemplation of the cake under the circumstances was too much for even so well brought up a boy as Obed. Without stopping to really think what he was doing, he unwound from his neck a great woolen comforter, wrapped it hastily around the cake, and was walking with it beside Hitty in the lonely drifted country road 5 minutes later. The hearts of the two little conspirators, for they felt guilty enough, beat very hard, but they could not help thinking how good that cake would taste. A certain good Sir Canty's corn house stood near them in a clump of trees beside the road, and as the door was opened they crept in, gulped down great chunks of cake, distributed vast slices of what was left about their persons, Obed taking by far the lion's share, and then they parted, vowing eternal secrecy. Nobody had seen them, and something which happened just after they had left Mistress Elliott's back kitchen directed suspicion to an entirely different quarter. Not 2 minutes after Obed's comforter had been thrown around the great cake, a beautiful calf, the pride of Mistress Elliott's heart, and which was usually kept tied in the barn just beyond the back kitchen, somehow unfastened her rope and came strolling along past the open back door. The odor of the pumpkin pies naturally interested her, and she proceeded to lick up the delicious creamy filling of one after another with great zest. Just as she was finishing the very last one of the 4 or 5 which had stood there, Mistress Elliott appeared upon the scene, to find her precious dainties faded like the baseless fabric of a vision, leaving behind them only a few broken bits of pie crust. A series of short, sharp knocks, as described in the Mikado, then rent the air, summoning Prudence Ann and Delcy the maid to the scene of the calamity. Let us draw a veil over the succeeding 10 minutes. At the end of that time, Prudence Ann lay upon the sitting-room lounge, or settle, as they called it then, passing from one fainting fit into another, and Delcy was out in search of the doctor and such family friends as were likely to be of service in this unexpected dilemma. It was, of course, supposed that the calf had devoured the whole of the mighty cake as well as the pies. It was lucky for Obed and Hitty that the poor beast could not speak. As it was, nobody so much as thought of accusing them of the theft, though there were plenty of crumbs in their pockets, while the death of the innocent heifer was loudly demanded by the angry Prudence Ann. It was only by artifice and diplomacy that Mistress Elliott was able to preserve the life of her favorite, which, if it had really eaten the cake, must surely have perished. The wedding finally came off on the 4th, though there was a pouting bride, and nuts, apples, and cider were said to be the chief refreshments. Prudence Ann, however, probably secured the good luck for which she was so anxious, for there is no record nor tradition to the contrary in all Colchester. Nothing would probably ever have been known of the real fate of the famous cake if the tale had not been told by Mistress Hitty in her old age to her grandchildren, with appropriate warnings to them never to commit similar misdemeanors themselves. Little Obed Ely, the active agent in the theft, died not long after it. His tombstone, very black and crumbled, stands in one of the old burying grounds of the town, but nothing is carved upon it as to the cause of his early death. The story of the Colchester molasses famine and the consequent postponement of their Thanksgiving naturally spread throughout all the surrounding towns. It was said that in one of these a party of roguish boys loaded an old cannon with molasses and fired it in the direction of Colchester. How they did this has not been stated, and some irreverent disbelievers in the more uncommon of our grandfathers' stories have profanely declared it a myth. End of Mistress Esteem Elliott's Molasses Cake.
Section 5 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. The First Thanksgiving by Albert F. Blaisdell and Francis K. Ball. A story of the time long ago when the Pilgrims of Plymouth invited the Indian chief Mascot and his followers to share their feast. All through the first summer and the early part of autumn, the Pilgrims were busy and happy. They had planted and cared for their first fields of corn. They had found wild strawberries in the meadows, raspberries on the hillsides, and wild grapes in the woods. In the forest just back of the village, wild turkeys and deer were easily shot. In the shallow waters of the bay, there was plenty of fish, clams, and lobsters. The summer had been warm, with a good deal of rain and much sunshine, and so when the autumn came, there was a fine crop of corn. "Let us gather the fruits of our first labors and rejoice together," said Governor Bradford. "Yes," said Elder Brewster. "Let us take a day upon which we may thank God for all our blessings, and invite it to our Indian friends who have been so kind to us." The Pilgrims said that one day was not enough, so they planned to have a celebration for a whole week. This took place most likely in October. The great Indian chief Massasoit came with 90 of his bravest warriors, all gaily dressed in deerskins, feathers, and foxtails, with their faces smeared with red, white, and yellow paint. As a sign of rank, Massasoit wore round his neck a string of bones and a bag of tobacco. In his belt he carried a long knife. His face was painted red, and his hair was so daubed with oil that Governor Bradford said he looked greasily. Now there were only 11 buildings in the whole of Plymouth village, 4 log storehouses, and 7 little log dwelling houses, so the Indian guests ate and slept out of doors. This was no matter, for it was one of those warm weeks in the season we call Indian summer. To supply meat for the occasion, 4 men had already been sent out to hunt wild turkeys. They killed enough in one day to last the whole company almost a week. Massasoit helped the feast along by sending some of his best hunters into the woods. They killed 5 deer, which they gave to their pale-faced friends, that all might have enough to eat. Under the trees were built long, rude tables on which were piled baked clams, broiled fish, roast turkey, and deer meat. The young Pilgrim women helped serve the food to the hungry redskins. Let us remember 2 of the fair girls who waited on the tables. One was Mary Chilton, who leaped from the boat at Plymouth Rock. The other was Mary Allerton. She lived for 78 years after this first Thanksgiving, and of those who came over in the Mayflower, she was the last to die. What a merry time everybody had during that week! It may be they joked Governor Bradford about stepping into a deer trap set by the Indians and being jerked up by the leg. How the women must have laughed as they told about the first Monday morning at Cape Cod, when they all went ashore to wash their clothes. It must have been a big washing, for there had been no chance to do it at sea, so stormy had been the long voyage of 63 days. They little thought that Monday would afterward be kept as wash day. Then there was young John Howland, who in mid-ocean fell overboard, but was quick enough to catch hold of a trailing rope. Perhaps after dinner he invited Elizabeth Tilley, whom he afterward married, to sail over to Clark's Island and return by moonlight. With them, it may be, went John Alden and Priscilla Mullins, whose love story is so sweetly told by Longfellow. One proud mother, we may be sure, showed her bright-eyed boy, Peregrine White. And so the fun went on. In the daytime, the young men ran races, played games, and had a shooting match. Every night the Indians sang and danced for their friends, and to make things still more lively, they gave every now and then a shrill war whoop that made the woods echo in the still night air. The Indians had already learned to love and fear Captain Miles Standish. Some of them called him Boiling Water because he was easily made angry. Others called him Captain Shrimp on account of his small size. Every morning the shrewd captain put on his armor and paraded his little company of a dozen or more soldiers, and when he fired off the cannon on Burial Hill, the Indians must have felt that the English were men of might thus to harness up thunder and lightning. During this week of fun and frolic, it was a wonder if young Jack Billington did not play some prank on the Indians. He was the boy who fired off his father's gun one day, close to a keg of gunpowder, in the crowded cabin of the Mayflower. The third day came. Massasoit had been well treated, and no doubt would have liked to stay longer, but he had said he could stay only 3 days. So the pipe of peace was silently passed around. Then, taking their presents of glass beads and trinkets, the Indian king and his warriors said farewell to their English friends and began their long tramp through the woods to their wigwams on Mount Hope Bay. On the last day of this Thanksgiving party, the Pilgrims had a service of prayer and praise. Elder Brewster preached the first Thanksgiving sermon. After thanking God for all his goodness, he did not forget the many loved ones sleeping on the hillside. He spoke of noble John Carver, the first governor, who had died of worry and overwork. Nor was Rose Standish forgotten, the lovely young wife of Captain Miles Standish, whose death was caused by cold and lack of good food. And then there was gentle Dorothy, wife of Governor Bradford, who had fallen overboard from the Mayflower in Provincetown Harbor while her husband was coasting along the bleak shore in search of a place for a home. The first Thanksgiving took place nearly 300 years ago. Since that time, almost without interruption, Thanksgiving has been kept by the people of New England as the great family festival of the year. At this time, children and grandchildren return to the old home. The long table is spread, and brothers and sisters, separated often by many miles, again sit side by side. Today, Thanksgiving is observed in nearly all the states of the Union, a season of sweet and blessed memories. End of the first Thanksgiving. Recording by Bekaroo.
Section 6 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kyegrayson. Thanksgiving at Todd's Asylum by Winthrop Packard. Many a chuckle lies in wait for the reader in the pages of this story, and the humor is of the sweet, mellow sort that sometimes brings moisture to the eyes as well as laughter to the lips. People said that if it had not been for that annuity, F. Todd would have been at the poor farm himself instead of setting up a rival to it. But there was the annuity, and that was the beginning of Todd's Asylum. No matter who or what you were, if you were in hard luck, Todd's Asylum was open to you. The number 4 district schoolhouse clock was a sample. For 30 years, It had smiled from the wall upon successive generations of scholars until one day, bowed with years and infirmities, it had ceased to tick. It had been taken gently down, laid out on a desk in state for a day or two, and finally was in funeral procession to the rubbish heap when F. Todd appeared. "You're not going to throw that good old clock away?" F. had asked of the committeeman who acted as bearer. "Guess I'll have to," replied the other. "I've wound it up tight, put most a pint of kerosene in it, and shook it till I'm dizzy, and it won't tick a bit. Guess the old clock's done for." "Now see here," said F., "you just let me have a try at it. Let me take it home a spell." "Oh, for that matter, I'll give it to you," the committeeman replied. "We've bought another for the schoolhouse." A day or two after, the old clock ticked away as soberly as ever on the wall of the Todd kitchen. "Took it home and boiled it in potash," F. used to say, "and there it is, just as good as it was 30 years ago." This was true, with restrictions, for enough enamel was gone from the face to make the exact location of the hour an uncertain thing, and there were days, when the wind was in the east, when the hour hand needed periodical assistance. It wasn't much of a job, as F. said, to reach up once an hour and send the hand along one space, and Aunt Tildy had to have something to look forward to. Aunt Tildy was the first inmate at Todd's, and if F. had possessed no other recommendation to eternal beatitude, surely Aunt Tildy's prayers had been sufficient. She passed his house on her way to the poor farm on the very day that news of the legacy arrived, and F. had stopped the carriage and begged the overseer to leave her with him. "Are you sure you can take care of her?" asked the overseer, doubtfully. "Sure," echoed F. with delight. "Of course I am. Ain't I got $400 a year for the rest of my natural-born days?" "He's a good fellow, F. Todd," mused the overseer as he drove away, "but I never heard of his having any money." Next day the news of the legacy was common property, and Aunt Tildy had been an inmate at Todd's ever since. Her gratitude knew no bounds, and she really managed to keep the house after a fashion, her chief care being the clock. Then there was the heaven-born inventor. He had dissipated his substance in inventing an incubator that worked with wonderful success till the day the chickens were to come out, when it took fire and burned up, taking with it chickens, barn, house, and furniture, leaving the heaven-born inventor standing in the field, thinly clad, and with nothing left in the world but another incubator. With this he had shown up promptly at Todd's, and there he had dwelt thenceforth, using a pretty fair portion of the annuity in further incubator experiments. With excellent sagacity, for him, F. had obliged the heaven-born inventor to keep his machine in a little shed behind the barn, so that when this one burned up, there was time to get the horse and cow out before the barn burned, and the village fire department managed to save the house. Repairing this loss made quite a hole in the annuity, and all the heaven-born inventor had to show for it was Miltiades. He had put a single turkey's egg in with a previous hatch, and though he had raised nary chicken, and it was contrary to all rhyme and reason, the turkey's egg had hatched, and the chick had grown up to be Miltiades. Miltiades was a big gobbler now, and had a right to be named Ishmael, for his hand was against all men. He took care of himself, was never shut up nor handled, and led a wild, nomadic life. Last of all came Fisherman Jones. He was old now, and couldn't see very well, unable to go to the brook or pond to fish, but he still started out daily with the fine new rod and reel which the annuity had bought for him, and would sit out in the sun, joint his rod together, and fish in the dry pasture with perfect contentment. You would not think Fisherman Jones of much use, but it was he who caught Miltiades and made the Thanksgiving dinner possible. The new barn had exhausted the revenues completely, and there would be no more income until January 1st. But one must have a turkey for Thanksgiving, And there was Miltiades. To catch Miltiades became the household problem, and the heaven-born inventor set wonderful traps for him, which caught almost everything but Miltiades, who easily avoided them. F used to go out daily before breakfast and chase Miltiades, but he might as well have chased a government position. The turkey scorned him and grew only wilder and tougher, till he had a lean and hungry look that would have shamed Cassius. The day before Thanksgiving, it looked as if there would be no turkey dinner at Todd's, but here Fisherman Jones stepped into the breach. It was a beautiful Indian summer day, and he hobbled out into the field for an afternoon's fishing. Here he sat on a log and began to make casts in the open. Nearby, under a savin bush, lurked Miltiades, and viewed these actions with the scorn of long familiarity. By and by, Fisherman Jones kicked up a loose bit of bark and disclosed beneath it a fine, fat white grub, of the sort which blossoms into June beetles with the coming of spring. He was not so blind but that he saw this, and with a chuckle at the thoughts it called up, he baited his hook with it. A moment after, F. Todd, coming out of the new barn, heard the click of a reel, and was astonished to see Fisherman Jones standing almost erect, his eyes blazing with the old-time fire, his rod bent, his reel buzzing, while at the end of a good 40 feet of line was Miltiades rushing in frantic strides for the woods. "Good land," said F. "It's the turkey. Snub him," he yelled. "Don't let him get all the line on you. He's hooked. Snub him, snub him." The whir of the reel deadened now, and the stride of Miltiades was perceptibly lessened, and then became but a vigorous up-and-down hop, while the tense line sang in the gentle autumn breeze. "F. Todd," gasped Fisherman Jones, "this is the whoppingest old bass I ever hooked onto yet. Beeswax, how he does pull!" And with the words, Fisherman Jones went backward over the log, waving the pole and a pair of stiff legs in air. The turkey had suddenly slackened the line. "Give him the butt! Give him the butt!" roared F., rushing up. Even where he lay, the fisherman blood in Fisherman Jones responded to this stirring appeal, and as the rod bent in a tense half-circle, a race began such as no elderly fisherman was ever the center of before. Round and round went Miltiades, with the white grub in his crop, and the line above it gripped tightly in his strong beak, and round went F. Todd, his outstretched arms waving like the turkey's wings, and his big boots denting the soft pasture turf with the vigor of his gallop. In the center, Fisherman Jones, too near-sighted to see what he had hooked, had risen on one knee and revolved with the coursing bird, his soul wrapped in one idea, to keep the butt of his rod aimed at the whirling game. "Hang to him! Reel him in! We'll get him!" shouted F. And, with the word, he caught his toe and vanished into the prickly depths of the savin bush, just as the heaven-born inventor came over the hill. It would be interesting to know just what scheme the heaven-born inventor would have put in motion for the capture of Miltiades, but just then he stepped into one of his own extraordinary traps, set for the turkey, of course, and, with one foot held fast, began to flounder about with cries of rage and dismay. This brought F's head above the fringe of savin bush again, and now he beheld a wonderful sight. Fisherman Jones was again on his feet, staring in wild surprise at Miltiades, whom he sighted for the first time, within 10 feet of him. There was no pressure on the reel, and Miltiades was swallowing the line in big gulps, evidently determined to have not only the white grub, but all that went with it. Fisherman Jones's cry of dismay was almost as bitter as that of the heaven-born inventor, who still writhed in his own trap. "Oh, F, F," he whimpered, "he's eating up my tackle! He's eating up my tackle!" "Never mind," shouted F. "Don't be afraid.
I reckon he'll stop when he gets to the pole."
Those of us who knew Miltiades at his best have doubts as to this, but fortunately it was not put to the test. F scrambled out of his bush, and, taking up the chase once more, soon brought it to an end. For Fisherman Jones, his nerve completely gone, could only stand and mumble sadly to himself, "He's eating up my tackle! He's eating up my tackle!" And the line, wrapping about his motionless form, led F and the turkey in a brief spiral which ended in the conjunction of the three. It was not until the turkey was decapitated that F remembered the heaven-born inventor and hastened to his rescue. He was still in the trap, but he was quite content, for he was figuring out a plan for an automatic release from the same, something which should hold the captive so long and then let him go in the interests of humanity. He found the trap from the captive's point of view very interesting and instructive. The tenacity of Miltiades' makeup was further shown by the difficulty F and Fisherman Jones had in separating him from his feathers that evening. And Aunt Tildy was so interested in the project of the heaven-born inventor to raise featherless turkeys that she forgot the yeast cake she had put to soak until it had been boiling merrily for some time. Everything seemed to go wrong end to, and they all sat up so late that Mrs. Simpkins, across the way, was led to observe that either someone was dead over at Todd's, or else they were having a family party. And in a certain sense, she was right both ways. The crowning misadventure came next morning. F started for the village with his mind full of commissions from Aunt Tildy, some of which he was sure to forget, and in a great hurry lest he forget them all. He threw the harness hastily upon Dobbin, hitched him into the wagon which had stood out on the soft ground overnight, and with an eager "Get up there!" gave him a slap with the reins. Next moment there was a ripping sound, and the heaven-born inventor came to the door just in time to see the horse going out of the yard on a run, with F following, still clinging to the reins, and taking strides much like those of Baron Munchausen's courier. "Here, here!" called the inventor. "You forgot the wagon! Come back, F! You forgot the wagon!" "Jedediah Jodkins," said F, as he swung an eccentric curve about the gate-post. "Do you, suppose I'm such a, fool that I don't know that I'm not riding, in a, wagon?" And with this, F vanished up the street, in the wake of the galloping horse, still clinging valiantly to the reins. "I believe he did forget that wagon," said the heaven-born inventor. "He's perfectly capable of it." But when he reached the barn, he saw the trouble. The ground had frozen hard overnight, and the wagon wheels, sunken in it, were held as in a vise. F had started the horse suddenly, and the obedient animal had walked right out of the shafts, harness and all. A half-hour later, F was back with Dobbin, unharmed but a trifle weary. It took an hour more and all Aunt Tildy's hot water to thaw out the wheels, and when it was done, F was so confused that he drove to the village and back and forgot every one of his commissions. And in the midst of all this, the clock stopped. That settled the matter for Aunt Tildy. She neglected the pudding, she forgot the pies, and she let the turkey bake and bake in the overheated oven while she fretted about that clock. And when it was finally set going, after long and careful investigation by F, and frantic but successful attempts on the part of Aunt Tildy to keep the heaven-born inventor from ruining it forever, it was the dinner hour. Poor Aunt Tildy! That dinner was the crowning sorrow of her life. The vegetables were cooked to rags, the pies were charcoal shells, and the pudding had not been made. As for Miltiades, he was 10 times tougher than in life, and F's carving knife slipped from his form without making a dent. Aunt Tildy wept at this, and Fisherman Jones and the inventor looked blank enough, but there was no sorrow in the countenance of F. He cheered Aunt Tildy,
and he cracked jokes that made even Fisherman Jones laugh. "Why, bless you," he said, "ever since I was a boy I've been looking for a chance to make a Thanksgiving dinner out of bread and milk, and now I've got it. Why, I wouldn't have missed this for anything." And there came a knock at the door. Even F looked a trifle blank at this. If it should be company, "Come in," he called. The door was pushed aside, and a big steaming platter entered. It was upheld by a small boy, who stammered diffidently, My mother said she wanted you to try some of her nice turkey." "Well, well," said F. "Aunt Tildy has cooked a turkey for us today, and she's a main good cook." F did not appear to see the signs the heaven-born inventor was making to him. "But I've heard that your mother does things pretty well, too. We're greatly obliged." And F put the steaming platter on the table. "She says you can send the platter home tomorrow," stammered the boy, and, stammering himself out, he ran into another. The other held high a big dish of plum pudding, from which a spicy aroma filled the room. Again the heaven-born inventor made signs to F. "Our folks told me to ask if you wouldn't try this plum pudding," said the newcomer. "They made an extra one, and the cousins we expected didn't come, so we can spare it just as well as not." It seemed as if F hesitated a moment, and the inventor's face became a panorama. Then he took the boy by the hand, and there was an odd shake in his voice as he said, "I'm greatly obliged to you. We all are. Something happened to our plum pudding, and we didn't have any. Tell your ma we send our thanks." There was a sound of voices greeting in the hallway, and 2 young girls entered, each laden with a basket. "Oh, Mr. Todd," they both said at once, "we couldn't wait to knock. We want you to try some of our Thanksgiving. It was Mother's birthday, and we cooked extra for that, and we've got so much. We can't get all ours onto the table. She'll feel real hurt if you don't." Somehow F couldn't say a word, but there was nothing the matter with the heaven-born inventor. His speech of delighted acceptance was such a good one that before he was half done the girls had loaded the table with good things, and, with smiles and nods and good-byes, slipped out as rapidly and as gaily as they had come in. It was like a gust of wind from a summer garden. The table, but now so bare, fairly sagged and steamed with offerings of thanksgiving. Somehow the steam got into F's eyes and made them wet, till all he could do was to say whimsically, "There goes my last chance at a bread and milk Thanksgiving." But now Aunt Tildy had the floor, with her faded face all alight. "F, Todd," she said, "you needn't look so frustrated. It's nothing more than you deserve, and not half so much either. Ain't you the kindest man yourself that ever lived? Ain't you always doing something for everybody, and helping every one of these neighbors in all sorts of ways? I'd like to know what the whole place would do without you. And now, just because they remember you on Thanksgiving Day, you look like—" The steam had got into Aunt Tildy's eyes now, and she sat down again just as there came another knock at the door, a timid sort of knock this time. The heaven-born inventor's face widened in beatified smiles of expectation at this, but F looked him sternly in the eye. "Jedediah Jodkins," he said, "if that is any more people bringing things to eat to this house, they'll have to go away. We can't have it. We've got enough here now to feed a boarding school." The heaven-born inventor sprang eagerly to his feet. "Don't you do it, F," he said. "Don't you do it. I've just thought of a way to can it." A thinly clad man and woman stood at the door which F opened. Both looked pale and tired, and the woman shivered. "Can you tell me where I can get work?" asked the man doggedly, "so that I can earn a little something to eat? We are not beggars." He flushed a little through his pallor, But I have had no work lately, and we have eaten nothing since yesterday. We are looking—" The man stopped, and well he might, for Eph was dancing wildly about the two and hustling them into the house. "Come in," he shouted. "Come in, come in. You're the folks we are waiting for. Eat? Why, goodness gracious, we've got so much to eat we don't know what to do with it." He had them in chairs in a moment and was piling steaming roast turkey on their plates. "There," he said, "don't you say another word till you have filled up on that. Folks," and he returned to the others, "here's two friends that have come to stay a week with us and help eat turkey. Fall to. This is going to be the pleasantest Thanksgiving we've had yet." And thus 2 new inmates were added to Todd's asylum. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. How We Kept Thanksgiving at Oldtown. The old-time New England Thanksgiving has been described many times, but never better than by the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin in her less successful but more artistic novel, Oldtown Folks, from which book the following narrative has been adapted. When the apples were all gathered, and the cider was all made, and the yellow pumpkins were rolled in from many a hill in billows of gold, and the corn was husked, and the labors of the season were done, and the warm late days of Indian summer came in, dreamy and calm and still, with just frost enough to crisp the ground of a morning, but with warm trances of benignant sunny hours at noon, there came over the community a sort of genial repose of spirit, a sense of something accomplished, and of a new golden mark made in advance on the calendar of life, and the deacon began to say to the minister of a Sunday, "I suppose it's about time for the Thanksgiving proclamation." Conversation at this time began to turn on high and solemn culinary mysteries and receipts of wondrous power and virtue. New modes of elaborating squash pies and quince tarts were now oft-times carefully discussed at the evening firesides by Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah, and notes seriously compared with the experiences of certain other aunties of high repute in such matters. I noticed that on these occasions their voices often fell into mysterious whispers, and that receipts of especial power and sanctity were communicated in tones so low as entirely to escape the vulgar ear. I still remember the solemn shake of the head with which my Aunt Lois conveyed to Miss Mehitable Rossiter the critical properties of mace in relation to its powers of producing in corn fritters a suggestive resemblance to oysters. As ours was an oyster-getting district, and as that charming bivalve was perfectly easy to come at, the interest of such an imitation can be accounted for only by the fondness of the human mind for works of art. For as much as a week beforehand, we children were employed in chopping mince for pies to a most wearisome fineness, and in pounding cinnamon, allspice, and cloves in a great lignum vitae mortar, and the sound of this pounding and chopping re-echoed through all the rafters of the old house with a hearty and vigorous cheer most refreshing to our spirits. In those days there were none of the thousand ameliorations of the labors of housekeeping which have since arisen, no ground and prepared spices and sweet herbs. Everything came into our hands in the rough and in bulk, and the reducing of it into a state of use was deemed one of the appropriate labors of childhood. Even the very salt that we used in cooking was rock salt, which we were required to wash and dry and pound and sift before it became fit for use. At other times of the year we sometimes murmured at these labors, but those that were supposed to usher in the great Thanksgiving festival were always entered into with enthusiasm. There were signs of richness all around us, stoning of raisins, cutting of citron, slicing of candied orange peel. Yet all these were only dawnings and intimations of what was coming during the week of real preparation after the governor's proclamation had been read. The glories of that proclamation we knew beforehand the Sunday it was to be read, and walked to church with alacrity, filled with gorgeous and vague expectations. The cheering anticipation sustained us through what seemed to us the long waste of the sermon and prayers, and when at last the auspicious moment approached, when the last quaver of the last hymn had died out, the whole house rippled with the general movement of complacency, and the satisfied smile of pleased expectation might be seen gleaming on the faces of all the young people, like a ray of sunshine through a garden of flowers. Thanksgiving now was dawning. We children poked one another and fairly giggled with unreproved delight as we listened to the crackle of the slowly unfolding document. That great sheet of paper impressed us as something supernatural, by reason of its mighty size, and by the broad seal of the state affixed thereto, and when the minister read therefrom, "By His Excellency the Governor of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, a proclamation," our mirth was with difficulty repressed by admonitory glances from our sympathetic elders. Then, after a solemn enumeration of the benefits which the Commonwealth had that year received at the hands of divine Providence, came at last the naming of the eventful day, and at the end of all, the imposing heraldic words, "God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts." And then, as the congregation broke up and dispersed, all went their several ways with schemes of mirth and feasting in their heads. And now came on the week in earnest. In the very watches of the night preceding Monday morning, a preternatural stir below stairs, and the thunder of the pounding barrel announced that the washing was to be got out of the way before daylight, so as to give ample scope and room enough for the more pleasing duties of the season. The making of pies at this period assumed vast proportions that verged on the sublime. Pies were made by 40s and 50s and 100s, and made of everything on the earth and under the earth. The pie is an English institution, which, planted on American soil, forthwith ran rampant and burst forth into an untold variety of genera and species. Not merely the old traditional mince pie, but 1,000 strictly American seedlings from that main stock, evinced the power of American housewives to adapt the old institutions to new uses. Pumpkin pies, cranberry pies, huckleberry pies, cherry pies, green currant pies, peach, pear, and plum pies, custard pies, apple pies, Marlborough pudding pies, pies with top crusts and pies without, pies adorned with all sorts of fanciful flutings and architectural strips laid across and around, and otherwise varied, attested to the boundless fertility of the feminine mind when once let loose in a given direction. Fancy the heat and vigor of the great pan formation, when Aunt Lois and Aunt Keziah and my mother and grandmother, all in ecstasies of creative inspiration, ran, bustled, and hurried, mixing, rolling, tasting, consulting, alternately setting us children to work when anything could be made of us, and then chasing us all out of the kitchen when our misinformed childhood ventured to take too many liberties with sacred mysteries. Then out we would all fly at the kitchen door like sparks from a blacksmith's window. On these occasions, as there was a great looseness in the police department over us children, we usually found a ready refuge at Miss Mehetabel's with Tina, who, confident of the strength of her position with Polly, invited us into the kitchen, and with the air of a mistress led us around to view the proceedings there. A genius for entertaining was one of Tina's principal characteristics, and she did not fail to make free with raisins or citrons or whatever came to hand, in a spirit of hospitality at which Polly seriously demurred. That worthy woman occasionally felt the inconvenience of the state of subjugation to which the little elf had somehow or other reduced her, and sometimes rattled her chains fiercely, scolding with a vigor which rather alarmed us, but which Tina minded not a whit. Confident of her own powers, she would, in the very midst of her wrath, mimic her to her face with such irresistible drollery as to cause the torrent of reproof to end in a dissonant laugh, accompanied by a submissive cry for quarter. "I declare, Tina Percival," she said to her one day, "you're saucy enough to psych a hornbug. I never did see the beater of you. If Miss Mehitable don't keep you in better order, I don't see what's to become of any of us." "Why, what did come of you before I came?" was the undismayed reply. "You know, Polly, you and Auntie both were just as lonesome as you could be till I came here, and you never had such pleasant times in your life as you've had since I've been here. You're a couple of old beauties, both of you, and know just how to get along with me. But come, boys, let's take our raisins and go up into the garret and play Thanksgiving." In the corner of the great kitchen, during all these days, the jolly old oven roared and crackled in great volcanic billows of flame, snapping and gurgling as if the old fellow entered with joyful sympathy into the frolic of the hour, and then, his great heart being once warmed up, he brooded over successive generations of pies and cakes, which went in raw and came out cooked, till butteries and dressers and shelves and pantries were literally crowded with a jostling abundance. A great cold northern chamber, where the sun never shone, and where in winter the snow sifted in at the window cracks, and ice and frost reigned with undisputed sway, was fitted up to be the storehouse of these surplus treasures. There, frozen solid, and thus well preserved in their icy fetters, they formed a great repository for all the winter months, and the pies baked at Thanksgiving often came out fresh and good with the violets of April. During this eventful preparation week, all the female part of my grandmother's household, as I have before remarked, were at a height above any ordinary state of mind. They moved about the house wrapped in a species of prophetic frenzy. It seemed to be considered a necessary feature of such festivals that everybody should be in a hurry, and everything in the house should be turned bottom upwards with enthusiasm. So at least we children understood it, and we certainly did our part to keep the ball rolling. At this period, the constitutional activity of Uncle Flycombe increased to a degree that might fairly be called preternatural. Thanksgiving time was the time for errands of mercy and beneficence through the country, and Uncle Flycombe's immortal old rubber horse and rattling wagon were on the full jump in tours of investigation into everybody's affairs in the region around. On returning, he would fly through our kitchen like the wind, leaving open the doors, upsetting whatever came in his way, now a pan of milk and now a basin of mince, talking rapidly and forgetting only the point in every case that gave it significance, or enabled anyone to put it to any sort of use. When Aunt Lois checked his benevolent effusions by putting the test questions of practical efficiency, Uncle Flycombe always remembered that he'd forgotten to inquire about that, and skipping through the kitchen and springing into his old wagon, would rattle off again on a full tilt to correct and amend his investigations. Moreover, my grandmother's kitchen at this time began to be haunted by those occasional hangers-on and retainers of uncertain fortunes, whom a full experience of her bountiful habits led to expect something at her hand at this time of the year. All the poor loafing tribes, Indian and half-Indian, who at other times wandered, selling baskets and other light wares, were sure to come back to Oldtown a little before Thanksgiving time and report themselves in my grandmother's kitchen. The great hogshead of cider in the cellar, which my grandfather called the Indian hogshead, was on tap at all hours of the day, and many a mugful did I draw and dispense to the tribes that basked in the sunshine at our door. Aunt Lois never had a hearty conviction of the propriety of these arrangements, but my grandmother, who had a prodigious verbal memory, bore down upon her with such a string of quotations from the Old Testament that she was utterly routed. "Now," says my Aunt Lois, "I suppose we've got to have Betty Poganut and Sally Wansamug and old Obscure and his wife and the whole tribe down, roosting around our doors till we give 'em something. That's just Mother's way. She always keeps a whole generation at her heels. "How many times must I tell you, Lois, to read your Bible?" was my grandmother's rejoinder, and loud over the sound of pounding and chopping in the kitchen could be heard the voice of her quotations. "If there be among you a poor man in any of the gates of the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thy heart, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother. Thou shalt surely give him, and thy heart shall not be grieved when thou givest to him, because that for this thing the Lord thy God shall bless thee in all thy works, for the poor shall never cease from out of the land." These words seem to resound like a sort of heraldic proclamation to call around us all that softly shiftless class who, for some reason or other, are never to be found with anything in hand at the moment that it is wanted. "There, to be sure," said Aunt Lois, one day when our preparations were in full blast. "There comes Sam Lawson down the hill, limpsy as ever. Now he'll have his doleful story to tell, and mother'll give him one of the turkeys." And so, of course, it fell out. Sam came in with his usual air of plaintive assurance, and seated himself, a contemplative spectator, in the chimney corner, regardless of the looks and signs of unwelcome on the part of Aunt Lois. "Lordy, Massy, how prosperous everything does seem here," he said in musing tones, over his inevitable mug of cider. "So different from what 'tis to our house. There's Hepsy, she's all in a stew, and I've just been and got her 37 cents worth of nutmegs, yet she says she's sure she don't see how she's to keep Thanksgiving, and she's down on me about it, just as if 'twas my fault. You see, last winter our old gobbler got froze. You know, Miss Badger, that 'ere cold night we had last winter? Well, I was off with Jake Marshall that night. You see, Jake, he had to take old General Dearborn's corpse into Boston to the family vault, and Jake, he kind of hated to go alone. 'Twas a dreadful cold time, and he says to me, 'Sam, you just go 'long with me.' So I was sort of sorry for him, and I kind of thought I'd go 'long. Well, come 'long to old Josh Bissell's tavern, there at the halfway house, you know. 'Twas so swinging cold we stopped to take a little southern warming. We sort of sot over the fire till first we know we kind of got asleep, and when we woke up we found we'd left the old general hitched up to the post pretty much all night. Well, didn't hurt him none, poor man. 'Twas always a favorite spot of his'n. But taking one thing with another, I didn't get home till about noon next day, and I'll tell you, Hepsy, she was right down on me. She said the baby was sick, and there hadn't been no wood split, nor the barn fastened up, nor nothing. Lordy, Massy, I didn't mean no harm. I thought there was wood enough, and I thought likely Hepsy'd get out and fasten up the barn. But Hepsy, she was in one of her contrary streaks, and she wouldn't do a thing, and when I went out to look, why, sure enough, there was our old Tom turkey froze as stiff as a stake, his claws just a-sticking right straight up like this." Here Sam struck an expressive attitude and looked so much like a frozen turkey as to give a pathetic reality to the picture. "Well now, Sam, why you need be off one thing's that's none of your business," said the grandmother. "I've talked to you plainly about that a great many times, Sam," she continued in tones of severe admonition. "Hepsy is a hard-working woman, but she can't be expected to see everything, and you ought to have been at home that night to fasten up your own barn and look after your own critters." Sam took the rebuke all the more meekly as he perceived the stiff black legs of a turkey poking out from under grandmother's apron while she was delivering it. To be exhorted and told of his shortcomings, and then finished with a turkey at Thanksgiving, was a yearly part of his family program. In time he departed, not only with the turkey, but with us boys in procession after him, bearing a mince and a pumpkin pie for Hepsy's children. "Poor things," my grandmother remarked. "They ought to have something good to eat Thanksgiving Day. 'Tain't their fault they've got a shiftless father." Sam, in his turn, moralized to us children as we walked beside him. "A body'd think that Hepsy'd learned to trust in Providence," he said, "but she don't. She allers has Thanksgiving dinner provided, but that 'ere woman ain't grateful for it, by no manner o' means. Now she'll be just as cross as she can be, 'cause this 'ere ain't our turkey, and these ain't our pies. Folks does lose so much that has such dispositions. A multitude of similar dispensations during the course of the week materially reduced the great pile of chickens and turkeys which Black Caesar's efforts in slaughtering, picking, and dressing kept daily supplied. Great as the preparations were for the dinner, everything was so contrived that not a soul in the house should be kept from the morning service of Thanksgiving in the church, and from listening to the Thanksgiving sermon, in which the minister was expected to express his views freely concerning the politics of the country and the state of things in society generally, in a somewhat more secular vein of thought than was deemed exactly appropriate to the Lord's day. But it is to be confessed that when the good man got carried away by the enthusiasm of his subject to extend these exercises beyond a certain length, anxious glances exchanged between good wives sometimes indicated a weakness of the flesh, having a tender reference to the turkeys and chicken pies, which might possibly be overdoing in their ovens at home. But your old brick oven was a true Puritan institution, and backed up the devotional habits of good housewives by the capital care which he took of whatever was committed to his capacious bosom. A truly well-bred oven would have been ashamed of himself all his days, and blushed redder than his own fires, if a God-fearing house-matron, away at the temple of the Lord, should come home and find her pie-crust either burned or underdone by his over or under zeal. So the old fellow generally managed to bring things out exactly right. When the sermons and prayers were all over, we children rushed home to see the great feast of the year spread. What chitterings and chatterings there were all over the house, as all the aunties and uncles and cousins came pouring in, taking off their things, looking at one another's bonnets and dresses, and mingling their comments on the morning sermon with various opinions on the new millinery outfits, and with bits of home news and kindly neighborhood gossip. Uncle Bill, whom the Cambridge College authorities released, as they did all the other youngsters of the land, for Thanksgiving Day, made a breezy stir among them all, especially with the young cousins of the feminine gender. The best room on this occasion was thrown wide open, and its habitual coldness had been warmed by the burning down of a great stack of hickory logs, which had been heaped up unsparingly since morning. It takes some hours to get a room warm where a family never sits, and which therefore has not in its walls one particle of the genial vitality which comes from the indwelling of human beings. But on Thanksgiving Day, at least, every year this marvel was effected in our best room. Although all servile labor and vain recreation on this day were by law forbidden, according to the terms of the proclamation, it was not held to be a violation of the precept that all the nice old aunties should bring their knitting work and sit gently trotting their needles around the fire, nor that Uncle Bill should start a full-fledged romp among the girls and children while the dinner was being set on the long table in the neighboring kitchen. Certain of the good elderly female relatives, of serious and discreet demeanor, assisted at this operation. But who shall do justice to the dinner and describe the turkey and chickens and chicken pie, with all that endless variety of vegetables which the American soil and climate have contributed to the table, and which, without regard to the French doctrine of courses, were all piled together in jovial abundance upon the smoking board? There was much carving and laughing and talking and eating, and all showed that cheerful ability to dispatch the provisions which was the ruling spirit of the hour. After the meat came the plum puddings, and then the endless array of pies, till human nature was actually bewildered and overpowered by the tempting variety, and even we children turned from the profusion offered to us, and wondered what was the matter that we could eat no more. When all was over, my grandfather rose at the head of the table, and a fine venerable picture he made as he stood there, his silver hair flowing in curls down each side of his clean, calm face, while, in conformity to the old Puritan custom, he called their attention to a recital of the mercies of God in his dealings with their family. It was a sort of family history, going over and touching upon the various events which had happened. He spoke of my father's death, and gave a tribute to his memory, and closed all with the application of a time-honored text, expressing the hope that as years passed by we might, quote, so number our days as to apply our hearts unto wisdom, end quote. And then he gave out that psalm which in those days might be called the national hymn of the Puritans. Quote, "Let children hear the mighty deeds which God performed of old, which in our younger years we saw, and which our fathers told. He bids us make his glories known, his works of power and grace, and we'll convey his wonders down through every rising race. Our lips shall tell them to our sons, and they again to theirs, that generations yet unborn may teach them to their heirs. Thus shall they learn, in God alone their hope securely stands, that they may ne'er forget his works, but practice his commands." End quote. This we all united in singing to the venerable tune of St. Martin's, an air which, the reader will perceive, by its multiplicity of quavers and inflections, gave the greatest possible scope to the cracked and trembling voices of the ancients, who united in it with even more zeal than the younger part of the community. Uncle Flycom Sherrill, furbished up in a new crisp black suit, and with his spindle shanks trimly encased in the smoothest of black silk stockings, looked for all the world just like an alert and spirited black cricket, outdid himself on this occasion in singing counter in that high, weird voice that he must have learned from the wintry winds that usually piped around the corners of the old house. But anyone who looked at him, as he sat with his eyes closed, beating time with head and hand, and in short, with every limb of his body, must have perceived the exquisite satisfaction which he derived from this mode of expressing himself. I much regret to be obliged to state that my graceless Uncle Bill, taking advantage of the fact that the eyes of all his elders were devotionally closed, stationing himself a little in the rear of my Uncle Flarkin, performed an exact imitation of his counter with such a killing facility that all the younger part of the audience were nearly dead with suppressed laughter. Aunt Lois, who never shut her eyes a moment on any occasion, discerned this from a distant part of the room, and in vain endeavored to stop it by vigorously shaking her head at the offender. She might as well have shaken it at a bobolink tilting on a clover top. In fact, Uncle Bill was Aunt Lois's weak point, and the corners of her own mouth were observed to twitch in such a suspicious manner that the whole moral force of her admonition was destroyed. And now, the dinner being cleared away, we youngsters, already excited to a tumult of laughter, tumbled into the best room, under the supervision of Uncle Bill, to relieve ourselves with a game of blind man's bluff, while the elderly women washed up the dishes and got the house in order, and the men folks went out to the barn to look at the cattle, and walked over the farm and talked of the crops. In the evening the house was all open and lighted with the best of tallow candles, which Aunt Lois herself had made with especial care for this illumination. It was understood that they were to have a dance, and Black Caesar, full of turkey and pumpkin pie, and giggling in the very jollity of his heart, had that afternoon rosined his bow, and tuned his fiddle, and practised jigs and Virginia reels in a way that made us children think him a perfect Orpheus. You may imagine the astounding wassail among the young people. My Uncle Bill related the story of the Wry-Mouth family, with such twists and contortions and killing extremes of the ludicrous as perfectly overcame even the minister, and he was to be seen at one period of the evening with a face purple with laughter, and the tears actually rolling down over his well-formed cheeks, while some of the more excitable young people almost fell in trances and rolled on the floor in the extreme of their merriment. In fact, the assemblage was becoming so tumultuous that the scrape of Caesar's violin and the forming of sets for a dance seemed necessary to restore the peace. Uncle Bill would insist on leading out Aunt Lois, and the bright color rising to her thin cheeks brought back a fluttering image of what might have been beauty in some fresh early day. Ellery Davenport insisted upon leading forth Miss Deborah Kittery, notwithstanding her oft-repeated refusals and earnest protestations to the contrary. As to Uncle Flycom, he jumped and frisked and gyrated among the single sisters and maiden aunts, whirling them into the dance as if he had been the little black gentleman himself. With that true spirit of Christian charity which marked all his actions, he invariably chose out the homeliest and most neglected, and thus worthy Aunt Keziah, dear old soul, was for a time made quite prominent by his attentions. Grandmother's face was radiant with satisfaction as the wave of joyousness crept up higher and higher around her, till the elders, who stood keeping time with their heads and feet, began to tell one another how they had danced with their sweethearts in good old days gone by, and the elder women began to blush and bridle, and boast of steps that they could take in their youth, till the music finally subdued them, and into the dance they went. "Well, well," quoth my grandmother, "they're all at it so hearty, I don't see why I shouldn't try it myself." And into the Virginia reel she went, amid screams of laughter from all the younger members of the company. But I assure you my grandmother was not a woman to be laughed at, for whatever she once set foot, she put through with a sturdy energy befitting a daughter of the Puritans. "Why shouldn't I dance?" she said, when she arrived red and resplendent at the bottom of the set. "Didn't Mr. Despondency and Miss Much Afraid and Mr. Ready to Halt all dance together in the Pilgrim's Progress?" And the minister in his ample flowing wig, and my lady in her stiff brocade, gave to my grandmother a solemn twinkle of approbation. As 9 o'clock struck, the whole scene dissolved and melted. For what well-regulated village would think of carrying festivities beyond that hour? And so ended our Thanksgiving at Oldtown. End of How We Kept Thanksgiving at Oldtown by Harriet Beecher Stowe.
Section 8 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Justice. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Don Dickinson. Edited. Wishbone Valley by R.K. Munkittrick. A Thanksgiving ghost story about a boy who dined not wisely, but too well. The Thanksgiving feast had just ended, and only Donald and his little sister Grain remained at the table, looking drowsily at the plum pudding that they couldn't finish, but which they disliked to leave on their plates. When the plates had been removed, and the plum pudding taken to the kitchen and placed beside the well-carved gobbler, Donald and Grace were too tired to rise from their chairs to have their faces washed. They seemed lost in a roseate repose, until Grace finally thought of the wishbone that they intended to break after dinner. "Come now, Donald," she said, "let's break the old gobbler's wishbone." "All right," replied Donald, opening his eyes slowly and unwrapping the draperies of his sweet plum pudding dreams from about him. "Let's do it." So he held up the wishbone, and Grace took hold of the other end of it with a merry laugh. "Here, you must not take hold so far from the end, because I have a fine wish to make, and want to get the big half if possible." "So I have a nice wish to make," replied Grace, with a sigh, "and I also want the big end." And so they argued for a few minutes until the mother entered the room and told them that if they could not stop quarreling over the wishbone, she would take it from them and throw it into the fire. So they lost no time in taking it by the ends and snapping it asunder. "Hooray!" exclaimed Donald, observing Grace's expression of disappointment. "I've got it." "Well, I've made a wish, too," said Grace. "But it couldn't come true," replied Donald, "because you have the little end." And then Donald thought he would go out in the air and play, because his great dinner made him feel very uncomfortable. When he was out in the barnyard, it was growing dusk, and Donald, through his half-closed eyes, observed a gobbler strutting about. To his great surprise, the gobbler approached him instead of running away. "I thought we had you for dinner today," said Donald. "You did," replied the gobbler coldly, "and you had a fine old time, didn't you?" "Yes," said Donald, "you made a splendid dinner, and you ought to be pleased to think you made us all so happy. Your second joints were very sweet and juicy, and your drumsticks were like sticks of candy." "And you broke my poor old wishbone with your little sister, didn't you?" "I did." "And what did you wish?" asked the gobbler. "You mustn't ask me that," replied Donald, "because you know if I tell you the wish I made, it would not come true." "But it was my wishbone," persisted the gobbler, "and I think I ought to know something about it." "You have rights, I suppose, and your argument is not without force," replied Donald, with calm dignity. The gobbler was puzzled at so lofty a reply, and not understanding it, said, "I am only the ghost, or spirit, of the gobbler you ate today. But still I remember how one long day last summer you threw a pan of water on me, and alluded to my wattles as a red necktie, and called me Old Harvard. Now come along." "Where?" asked Donald. "To Wishbone Valley, where you will see the spirits of my ancestors eaten by your family." It was now dusk, and Donald didn't like the idea of going to such a place. He was a brave, courageous boy, on most occasions, but the idea of going to Wishbone Valley when the stars were appearing filled him with a dread that he didn't like to acknowledge even to the ghost of a gobbler. "I can't go with you now, Mr. Gobbler," he said, "because I have a lot of lessons to study for next Monday. Wait until tomorrow, and I will gladly go with you." "Come along," replied the gobbler, with a provoked air, "and let your lessons go until tomorrow, when you will have plenty of light." Thereupon the gobbler extended his wing and took Donald by the hand and started on a trot. "Not so fast," protested Donald. "Why not?" demanded the gobbler in surprise. "Because," replied Donald, with a groan, "I have just had my dinner, and I'm too full of you to run." So the gobbler kindly and considerately slackened his pace to a walk, and the two proceeded out of the barnyard and across a wide meadow to a little valley surrounded by a dense thicket. The moon was just rising, and the thicket was silvered by its light, while the dry leaves rustled weirdly in the cold, crisp air. "This," said the gobbler, "is Wishbone Valley. Look and see." Donald strained his eyes, and sure enough there were wishbones sticking out of the ground in every direction. He thought they looked like little croquet hoops, but he made no comments, for fear of offending the old gobbler. But he felt that he must say something to make the gobbler think that he was not frightened, so he remarked in an offhand way, "Let's break one and make a wish." The ghost of the old gobbler frowned, drew himself up, and uttered a ghostly whistle that seemed to cut the air. As he did so, the ghosts of the other turkeys, long since eaten, popped out of the thickets with a great flapping of wings, and each one perched upon a wishbone and gazed upon poor Donald, who was so frightened that his collar flew into a standing position, while he stood upon his toes, with his knees knocking together at a great rate. Every turkey fixed its eyes upon the trembling boy, who was beside himself with fear. "What shall we do with them, Grandpapa?" asked the gobbler of an ancient bird that could scarcely contain itself and remain on its wishbone. "I cannot think of anything terrible enough, Willie," replied the grandparent. "It almost makes my ghost ship boil when I think of the way in which he used to amuse himself by making me a target for his bean shooter. Often when I was asleep in the button ball, he would fetch me one on the side of the head that would give me an earache for a week. But now it is our turn." Here the other turkeys broke into a wild chorus of approval. "Take his bean shooter from his pocket," suggested another bird. "Let's have a shot at him." Donald was compelled to hand out his bean shooter, and the grandparent took it, lay on his back, and with the handle of the bean shooter in one claw and the missile end in the other, began to send pebbles at Donald at a great rate. He could hear them whistling past his ears, but could not see them to dodge. Fortunately, none struck him, and when the turkeys felt that they had had fun enough of that kind at his expense, the bean shooter was returned to him. "Now then," said the gobbler's Aunt Fanny, "he once gave me a string of yellow beads for corn." "What shall we do to him for that?" asked the gobbler. "Make him eat a lot of yellow beads," said the chorus. "But we have no beads," said the gobbler sadly. "Then let's poke him with a stick," suggested the gobbler's granduncle Sylvester. "He used to do that to us." So they all took up their wishbones and poked Donald until he was sore. Sometimes they would hit him in a ticklish spot and throw him into such a fit of laughter that they thought he was enjoying it all and chaffing them. So they stuck their wishbones into the ground and took their positions on them once more to take a needed rest, for the poor ghosts were greatly exhausted. There was one quiet turkey who had taken no part in the proceedings.
"Why don't you suggest something?"
demanded Uncle Sylvester.
"Because," replied the quiet turkey, "Donald never did anything to me, and I must treat him accordingly. I was raised and killed a long way from here, and canned. Donald's father bought me at a store. To be a ghost in good standing, I should be on the farm where I was killed, and really I don't know why I should be here." "Then you should be an impartial judge," said Aunt Fanny. "Now, what shall we do with him?"
"Tell them to let me go home," protested Donald,
"and I'll agree never to molest or eat turkey again. I will give them all the angleworms I can dig every day, and on Thanksgiving Day I'll ask my father to have roast beef."
"I think," replied the impartial canned ghost, "that as all boys delight in chasing turkeys with sticks, it would be eminently just and proper for us, with the exception of myself, to chase this boy and beat him with our wishbones, to let him learn by experience that which he could scarcely learn by observation."
"What could I do but eat turkey when it was put on the table?" protested Donald. "But you could help chasing us around with sticks," sang the chorus. They thereupon descended from the wishbones upon which they had been perching, and flying after him, they darted the wishbones, which they held in their beaks, into his back and neck as hard as they could. Donald ran up and down Wishbone Valley, calling upon them to stop, and declaring that if turkey ever be put on the table again, he would eat nothing but the stuffing. When Donald found the wishbones were sticking into his neck like so many hornet stings, he made up his mind that he would run for the house. Finally, the wishbone tattoo stopped, and when he looked around, the gobbler, who was 20 feet away, said, "When a Thanksgiving turkey dies, his ghost comes down here to Wishbone Valley to join his ancestors, and it never after leaves the valley. You will know why every spring the turkeys steal down here to hatch their little ones. As you are now over the boundary line, you are safe." "Thank you," said Donald gratefully.
"Goodbye," sang all the ghosts in chorus. There was then a great ghostly flapping and whistling, and the turkeys and wishbones all vanished from sight. Donald ran home as fast as his trembling legs could carry him, and he fancied that the surviving turkeys on the place made fun of him as he passed on his way. When he reached the house he was very happy, but made no allusion to his experience in Wishbone Valley, for fear of being laughed at. "Come, Donald," said his mother, shortly after his arrival. "It is almost bedtime. You had better eat that drumstick and retire." "I think I have had turkey enough for today," replied Donald, with a shudder. "And if it is just the same, I would rather have a nice thick piece of pumpkin pie." So the girl placed a large piece of pie before him, and while he was eating with the keen appetite given him by the crisp air of Wishbone Valley, he heard a great clattering of hoofs coming down the road. These sounds did not stop until the express wagon drew up in front of the house, and the driver brought in a large package for Donald.
"Hooray!"
shouted Donald, in a boundless glee.
"Uncle Arthur has sent me a nice bicycle. Wasn't it good of him?" "Didn't you wish for a bicycle today, when you got the big end of the wishbone?"
asked his little sister Grace.
"What makes you think so?"
asked Donald, with a laugh.
"Oh, I knew it all the time, and my wish came true, too." "How could your wish come true?"
asked Donald, with a puzzled look,
"when you got the little half of the wishbone?"
"I don't know," replied Grace,
"but my wish did come true."
"And what did you wish?"
"Why,"
said Grace, running up and kissing her little brother affectionately,
"I wished your wish would come true, of course."
End of section 8.
Section 9 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. Patham's Salmagundi by E.S. Brooks. New York boys especially will enjoy this tale of the doings of a group of Dutch schoolboys in old New Amsterdam. Little Patham Onderdonk meant mischief. There was a snap in his eyes and a look on his face that were certain proof of this. I am bound to say, however, that there was nothing new or strange in this, for little Patham Onderdonk generally did mean mischief. Whenever anyone's cow was found astray beyond the limits, or anyone's bark gutter laid askew so that the roof water dripped on the passer's head, or whenever the dominie's dog ran howling down the hearing graft with a battered pipkin cover tied to his suffering tail, the good vrouws in the neighborhood did not stop to wonder who could have done it. They simply raised both hands in a sort of injured resignation, and exclaimed, "Ach, so, what's gone of Patham's Elisha Metz Patham?" So you see, little Patham Onderdonk was generally at the bottom of whatever mischief was afoot in those last Dutch days of New Amsterdam on the island of Manhattan. But this time he was conjuring a more serious bit of mischief than even he usually attempted. This was plain from the appearance of the startled but deeply interested faces of the half-dozen boys gathered around him on the bridge. "But I say, Patham," queried young Tunie Vanderbreets, who was always ready to second any of Patham's plans, "how can we come it over the dominie as you would have us?" "So then, Tunie," cried Patham in his highest key of contempt, "did your wits blow away with your hat out of Heer Snedeker's nut tree yesterday? Do not you know that the Heer Governor is at royal odds with Dominie Curtius, because the skinflint old dominie will not pay the taxes due the town? Why, lad, the Heer Governor will back us up." "And why will he not pay the taxes, Patham?" asked Jan Hoogland, the tanner's son. "Because he's a skinflint, I tell you," asserted Patham. "Though I do believe he says that he was brought here from Holland as one of the company's men, and ought not therefore pay taxes to the company. That's what I did hear them say at the Stadhuis this morning. And Heer Vanderveer, the Schepen, said there too that Dominie Curtius was not worth one of the 500 guilders which he doth receive for our teaching. And sure, if the Burgomaster and Schepens will have none of the old dominie, why then no more will we, who know how stupid are his lessons, and how his switch doth sting. So hoy, lads, let's turn him out." And with that, little Patham Onderdonk gave Tunie Vanderbreet's broad back a sounding slap with his battered horn-book, and crying, "Come on, lads," headed his mutinous companions on a race for the rickety little schoolhouse near the fort. It was hard lines for Dominie Curtius all that day at school. The boys had never been so unruly, the girls never so inattentive. Rebellion seemed in the air, and the dominie, never a patient or gentle-mannered man, grew harsher and more exacting as the session advanced. His reign as master of the Latin school of New Amsterdam had not been a successful one, and his dispute with the town officers as to his payment of taxes had so angered him that, as Patham declared, he seemed moved to avenge himself upon the town's children. This being the state of affairs, Dominie Curtius's mood this day was not a pleasant one, and the school exercises had more to do with the whipping horse and the birch twigs than with the horn-book and the Latin conjugations. The boys, I regret to say, were hardened to this, because of much practice, but when the dominie, enraged at some fresh breach of rigid discipline, glared savagely over his big spectacles, and then swooped down upon pretty little Auntie Andrianzi, who had done nothing whatever, the whole school broke into open rebellion. Horn-books, and every possible missile that the boys had at hand, went flying at the master's head, and the young rebels, led on by Patem and Tuny, charged down upon the unprepared Dominie, rescued trembling little Auntie from his clutch, and then, one and all, rushed pell-mell from the school, with shouts of triumph and derision. But when their first flush of victory was over, the boys realized that they had done a very daring and risky thing. It was no small matter in those days of stern authority and strict home government for girls and boys to resist the commands of their elders, and to run away from school was one of the greatest of crimes. So they all looked at Patem in much anxiety. "Well," cried several of the boys, almost in a breath, "and now what shall we do, Patem? You have us in a pretty fix." Patem waved his hand like a young Napoleon. "Ach, ye are all cowards," he cried shrilly. "What will we do? Why, then we will but do as if we were burgomasters and schepens, as we will be some day. We will to the Herr Governor straight, and lay our demands before him." Well, well, this was bold talk. The Herr Governor! Not a boy in all New Amsterdam but would sooner face a grey wolf in the Sapocanican woods than the Herr Governor Stuyvesant. "So then, Patem Onderdonk," they cried, "you may do it yourself, for good faith we will not." "Why," said Jan Hoogland, "why, Patem, the Herr Governor will have us rated soundly over the ears for daring such a thing, and we will all catch more of it when we get home. Demand of the Herr Governor, indeed! Why, boy, you must be crazy." But Patem was not crazy. He was simply determined, and at last, by threats and arguments and coaxing words, he gradually won over a half-dozen of the boldest spirits to his side, and without more ado started with them to interview the Herr Governor. But quickly as they acted, the schoolmaster was still more prompt in action. Defeated and deserted by his scholars, Dominie Curtius had raged about the schoolroom for a while, spluttering angrily in mingled Dutch and Polish, and then, clapping his broad black hat upon his head, marched straight to the fort to lay his grievance before the Herr Governor. The Herr Petrus Stuyvesant, Director General for the Dutch West India Company in their colony of New Netherlands, walked up and down the governor's chamber in the fort at New Amsterdam, woefully perplexed. The Herr Governor was not a patient man, and a combination of annoyances was hedging him about and making his government of his island province anything but pleasant work. The malignant English of the Massachusetts and Hartford colonies were pressing their claim to the ownership of the New Netherlands, just as to the south the settlers on Lord Delaware's patent were also doing. The people called Quakers, whom the Herr Governor had publicly whipped for heresy and sent a-packing, were spreading their pernicious doctrine through Long Island and other outer edges of the colony, and the Indians around Esopus, the little settlement which the province had planted midway on the Hudson between New Amsterdam and Beaverwick, now Albany, were growing restless and defiant. Thump, 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 across the floor went the wooden leg with its silver bands, and with every thump the Herr Governor grew still more puzzled and angered, for the Herr Governor could not bear to have things go wrong. Suddenly, with scant ceremony, and but the apology of a request for admittance, there came into the Herr Governor's presence the Dominie Dr. Alexander Carolus Curtius, master of the Latin school. "Here is a pretty pass, Herr Governor," he cried excitedly. "My pupils of the Latin school have turned upon me in revolt, and have deserted me in a body." "Ach, then you are rightly served for a craven and a miser, sir," burst out the angry governor, turning savagely upon the surprised schoolmaster. This was a most unexpected reception for Dr. and Dominie Curtius. But as it happened, the Herr Governor Stuyvesant was just now particularly vexed with the objectionable Dominie. At much trouble, and after much solicitation on his part, the Herr Governor had prevailed upon his superiors and the proprietors of the province, the Dutch West India Company, to send from Holland a schoolmaster or rector for the children of their town of New Amsterdam, and the company had sent over Domini Curtius. The Herr Governor had entertained great hopes of what the new schoolmaster was to do, and now to find him a subject of complaint from both the parents of the scholars and the officials of the town made the hasty governor doubly dissatisfied. The Dominie's intrusion, therefore, at just this stage of all his perplexities, gave the Herr Governor a most convenient person on whom to vent his bad feelings. "Yes, sirrah, a craven and a miser," continued the angry governor, stamping upon the floor with both wooden leg and massive cane. "You, who can neither govern our children nor pay your just dues to the town, can be no fit master for our youth. No words, sirrah, no words," he added, as the poor Dominie tried to put in a word in his defence. "No words, sir. You are discharged from further labour in this province. I will see that one who can ride wisely and pay his just dues shall be placed here in your stead." Protests and appeals, explanations and arguments were of no avail. When the Herr Governor Stuyvesant said a thing, he meant it, and it was useless for anyone to hope for a change. The unpopular Domini Curtius must go, and go he did. But as he left, the delegation of boys, headed by young Patam Onderdonk, came into the fort, and sought to interview the Herr Governor. The sentry at the door would have sent them off without further ado, but, hearing their noise, the Herr Governor came to the door. "So, young rapscallions," he cried, "you too must needs disturb the peace, and push yourself forward into public quarrels. Get you gone. I will have none of your words. Is it not enough that I must needs send the schoolmaster a-packing, without being worried by graceless young varlets as you?" "And hath Domini Curtius gone, indeed, Herr Governor?" Patam dared to ask. Hath he, boy?" echoed the governor, turning upon his audacious young questioner with uplifted cane. "Said I not so? And will you dare doubt my word, rascal? Begone from the fort, all of you, ere I do put you all in limbo, or send word to your good folk to give you the floggings you do no doubt all so richly deserve." Discretion is the better part of valour, and the boyish delegation hastily withdrew. But when once they were safely out of hearing of the Herr Governor, beyond the land gate at the broad way, they took breath and indulged in a succession of boyish shouts. "And that doth mean no school, too," cried young Patam Onderdonk, flinging his cap in the air. "Huzzoy for that, lads! Huzzoy for that!" And the huzzoys came with right good will from every boy in the group. Within less than a week, the whole complexion of affairs in that little island city was entirely changed. Both the Massachusetts and the Maryland claimants ceased, for a time at least, their unfounded demands. A treaty at Hartford settled the disputed question of the boundary lines, and the Maryland governor declared that he had not intended to meddle with the government of Manhattan. Added to this, Sewakanommo, chief of the Esopus Indians, came to the fort at New Amsterdam and gave the right hand of friendship to the Herr Governor, and by the interchange of presents a treaty of peace was ratified. So, one by one, the troubles of the Herr Governor melted away, his brow became clear, and, partaking of the universal satisfaction, so says the historian, he proclaimed a day of general thanksgiving. Thanksgiving in the colonies was a matter of almost yearly occurrence. Since the first Thanksgiving Day on American shores, when in 1621 the Massachusetts colony, at the request of Governor Bradford, rejoiced after a special manner after we had gathered the fruit of our labors, the observance of days of thanksgiving for mercies and benefits had been frequent. But the day itself dates still further back. The states of Holland, after establishing their freedom from Spain, had, in the year 1609, celebrated their deliverance from tyranny by thanksgiving and hearty prayers, and had thus really first instituted the custom of an official thanksgiving. And the Dutch colonists in America followed the customs of the fatherland quite as piously and fervently as did the English colonists. So when the proclamation of the Herr Governor Stuyvesant for a day of thanksgiving was made known in this year of mercies, 1659, all the townsfolk of New Amsterdam made ready to keep it. But young people are often apt to think that the world moves for them alone. The boys of this little Dutch town at the mouth of the Hudson were no different from other boys, and cared less for treaties and Indians and boundary questions than for their own matters. They therefore concluded that the Herr Governor had proclaimed a thanksgiving, because, as young Potem Onderdonk declared, he had gotten well rid of Domini Curtius, and would have no more schoolmasters in the colony. "And so, lads," cried the exuberant young Knickerbocker, "let us wisely celebrate the Thanksgiving. I will even ask the mother to make for me a rare salmagundi, which we lads, who were so rated by the Herr Governor, will ourselves give to him as our Thanksgiving offering, for the Herr Governor, so folk do say, doth rarely like the salmagundi." Now the salmagundi was, to some palates, a most appetizing mixture, compounded of salted mackerel, or sometimes of chopped meat, seasoned with oil and vinegar, pepper and raw onions. Not an altogether attractive dish to read of, but welcome to and dearly loved by many an old Knickerbocker, even up to a recent date. Its name, too, as most of you bright boys and girls doubtless know, furnished the title for one of the works of Washington Irving, the best loved of all the Knickerbockers. Thanksgiving Day came around, and so did Potem's salmagundi, as highly seasoned and appetizing a one as the good Vrouw Onderdonk could make. The lengthy prayers and lengthier sermon of good Domini Megapolensis in the Fort Church were over, and the Thanksgiving dinners were very nearly ready, when up to the Herr Governor's house came a half-dozen boys, with Potem Onderdonk at their head, bearing a neatly covered dish. Potem had well considered and formed in his mind what he deemed just the speech of presentation to please the Herr Governor. But when the time came to face that awful personage, his valour and his eloquence alike began to ooze away. And, it must be confessed, the Herr Governor Stuyvesant did not understand boys, nor did he particularly favour them. He was hasty and overbearing, though high-minded, loyal, and brave, but he never could get on with the ways and pranks of boys. And as for the boys themselves, when once they stood in the presence of the greatest dignitary in the province, Potem's ready tongue seemed to cleave to the roof of his mouth, and he hummed and hawed and hesitated, until the worthy Herr Governor lost patience and broke in. "Well, well, boys, what is the stir? Speak quick, if at all, for when a man's dinner waiteth, he hath scant time for stammering boys." Then Potem spoke up. "Herr Governor," he said, "the boys hereabout, remembering your goodness in sending away our most pestilential master, the Domini Curtius, and in proclaiming a thanksgiving for his departure and for the ending of our schooling." "What? What, boy?" cried the Herr Governor. "Art crazy, then? Or would you seek to make sport of me, your governor? A thanksgiving for the breaking up of school? Out on you for a set of malapert young knaves! Do you think the world goeth but for your pleasures alone? Why, this is ribald talk. I made no thanksgiving for your convenience, rascals, but because that the Lord in his grace hath relieved the town from danger." "Of which, Herr Governor," broke in the most impolitic Patem, "we did think that the Domini Curtius and his school were part. And so we have brought to you this salmagundi as our thanksgiving offering to you for thus freeing us of a pest and a sorrow." How now, sirrah?" again came the interruption from the scandalized Herr Governor, when he could recover from his surprise. "Do you then dare call your schooling a pest and a sorrow? Why, you graceless young varlets, I do not seek to free you from schooling. I do even now seek to bring you speedily the teaching you do so much stand in need of. Even now, within the week forthcoming, the good Domini Loik, the tutor of mine own household, will see to the training and teaching of this town, and so I will warrant to the flogging, too, of all you sad young rapscallions, who even now by this your wicked talk do show your need both of teaching and of flogging." And then, forgetful of the boys' thanksgiving offering, and in high displeasure at what he deemed their wilful and deliberate ignorance, the Herr Governor turned the delegation into the street, and hastened back to his waiting dinner. "Ach, so!" cried young Tunny Vanderbreets, as the disgusted and disconsolate six gathered in the roadway and looked at one another ruefully. "Here's a fine mix-up! A regular Salmagundi, Patam Onderdonk, and no question. And you did say that this Thanksgiving was all our work. Out upon you, say I. Here we are to be saddled with a worse master than before. Hermanus Smeeman did tell me that Nick Stuyvesant did tell him that Dominie Loik is a most hard and worryful master." There was a universal groan of disappointment and disgust, and then Patem said philosophically, "Well, lads, what's done is done, and what is to be will be. Let us eat the Salmagundi anyhow, and cry confusion to Dominie Loik." And they did eat it, then and there, for indigestion has no terror to those lads of hearty stomachs. But as for the toast of confusion to Dominie Loik, that came to naught. For Dominie Aegidius Loik proved a most efficient and skilful teacher. Under his rule, the Latin school of New Amsterdam became famous throughout the colonies, so that scholars came to it for instruction from Beaverwick and South River, and even from distant Virginia. So the Thanksgiving of the boys of New Amsterdam became a day of mourning, and Potem's influence as a leader and an oracle suffered sadly for a while. 5 years after, on a sad Monday morning in September 1664, the little city was lost to the Dutch West India Company, and in spite of the efforts and protests of its sturdy governor, the red, white, and blue banner of the Netherlands gave place to the flag of England. And when that day came, the young fellows, who then saw the defeat and disappointment of the Herr Governor Stuyvesant, were not so certain that Potem Onderdonk was wrong, when he claimed that it was all a just and righteous judgment on the Herr Governor for his refusal of the boys' request for no school, and for his treatment of them on that sad Thanksgiving Day, when he so harshly rebuked their display of gratitude, and lost forever his chance to partake of Potem's Salmagundi. End of Potem's Salmagundi.
Chapter 10 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nancy Klein. Good Cheer Stories, edited by Asa Dawn Dickinson. Chapter 10, Mrs. November's Dinner Party, by Agnes Carr. An amusing allegorical fantasy in which all the most interesting days, grandchildren of Mother Year, came to Mrs. November's dinner party to honor the birthday of her daughter, Thanksgiving. The widow November was very busy indeed this year. What with elections and harvest homes, her hands were full to overflowing, for she takes great interest in politics, besides being a social body, without whom no apple bee or corn husking is complete. Still, worn out as she was, when her 30 sons and daughters clustered round and begged that they might have their usual family dinner on Thanksgiving Day, she could not find it in her hospitable heart to refuse, and immediately invitations were sent to her 11 brothers and sisters, Old Father Time and Mother Year, to come with all their families and celebrate the great American holiday. Then what a busy time ensued! What a slaughter of unhappy barnyard families, turkeys, ducks, and chickens! What a chopping of apples and boiling of doughnuts! What a picking of raisins and rolling of pie crust, until every nook and corner of the immense storeroom was stocked with savory mince and toothsome pumpkin pies, while so great was the confusion that even the stolid, red-hued servant Indian summer, lost his head, and smoked so continually he always appeared surrounded by a blue mist as he piled logs upon the great bonfires in the yard until they lighted up the whole country for miles around. But at length all was ready. The happy day at last came, and all the little Novembers, in their best bib and tucker, were seated in a row, awaiting the arrival of their uncles, aunts, and cousins, while their mother, in russet brown silk trimmed with misty lace, looked them over, straightening Guy Hawk's collar, tying Thanksgiving's neck ribbon, and settling a dispute between two little presidential candidates as to which should sit at the head of the table. Soon a merry clashing of bells, blowing of horns, and mingling of voices were heard outside. Sleighs and carriages dashed up to the door, and in came, just in season, Grandpa Time and Grandma Year, leaning on his arm, followed by all their children and grandchildren, and were warmly welcomed by the hostess and her family. "Oh, how glad I am we could all come today," said Mr. January, in his crisp, clear tones, throwing off his great fur coat and rushing to the blazing fire. "There is nothing like the happy returns of these days." "Nothing indeed," simpered Mrs. February, the poetess. "If I had had time, I should have composed some verses for the occasion. But my son Valentine has brought a sugar heart with a sweet sentiment on it to his cousin Thanksgiving. I, too, have taken the liberty of bringing a sort of adopted child of mine, young Leap Year, who makes us a visit every 4 years." "He's very welcome, I am sure," said Mrs. November, patting Leap Year kindly on the head. "And Sister March, how have you been since we last met?" "Oh, we've had the north, south, east, and west winds all at our house, and they have kept things breezy, I assure you. But I really feared we should not get here today, for when we came to dress, I found nearly everything we had was lent, so that must account for our shabby appearance." "He, he, he," tittered little April Fool, "what a sell!" And he shook until the bells on his cap rang, at which his father ceased for a moment showering kisses on his nieces and nephews, and boxed his ears for his rudeness. "Oh, Aunt May, do tell us a story," clamored the younger children, and dragging her into a corner, she was soon deep in such a moving tale that they were all melted to tears, especially the little Aprils, who cry very easily. Meanwhile, Mrs. June, assisted by her youngest daughter, a sweet girl graduate just from school, was engaged in decking the apartment with roses and lilies and other fragrant flowers that she had brought from her extensive gardens and conservatories, until the room was a perfect bower of sweetness and beauty, while Mr. July draped the walls with flags and banners, lighted the candles, and showed off the tricks of his pet eagle, Yankee Doodle, to the great delight of the little ones. Madame Auguste, who suffers a great deal from the heat, found a seat on a comfortable sofa, as far from the fire as possible, and waved a huge feather fan back and forth, while her 31 boys and girls, led by the 2 oldest, Holiday and Vacation, ran riot through the long rooms, picking at their Aunt June's flowers and playing all sorts of pranks, regardless of tumbled hair and torn clothes, while they shouted, "Hurrah for fun!" and behaved like a pack of wild colts let loose in a green pasture, until their Uncle September called them together with his own children into the library and persuaded them to read some of the books with which the shelves were filled, or play quietly with the game of authors and the dissected maps. "For," said Mr. September to Mrs. October, "I think Sister August lets her children romp too much. I always like improving games for mine, although I have great trouble to make Equinox toe the line as he should." "That is because you are a schoolmaster," laughed Mrs. October, shaking her head adorned with a wreath of gaily tinted leaves. "But where is my baby?" At that moment a cry was heard without, and Indian Summer came running in to say that little All Hallows had fallen into a tub of water while trying to catch an apple that was floating on top, and Mrs. October, rushing off to the kitchen, returned with her youngest in a very wet and dripping condition, and screaming at the top of his lusty little lungs, and could only be consoled by a handful of chestnuts, which his nurse, Miss Frost, cracked open for him. The little Novembers, meanwhile, were having a charming time with their favorite cousins, the Decembers, who were always so gay and jolly and had such a delightful papa. He came with his pockets stuffed full of toys and sugar plums, which he drew out from time to time and gave to his best-loved child, Merry Christmas, to distribute amongst the children, who gathered eagerly around their little cousin, singing, "Christmas comes but once a year, but when she comes she brings good cheer." At which Mary laughed gaily and tossed her golden curls, in which were twined sprays of holly and clusters of brilliant scarlet berries. At last the great folding doors were thrown open, Indian Summer announced that dinner was served, and a long progression of old and young being quickly formed, led by Mrs. November and her daughter Thanksgiving, whose birthday it was. They filed into the spacious dining room, where stood the long table groaning beneath its weight of good things, while 4 servants ran continually in and out, bringing more substantials and delicacies to grace the board and please the appetite. Winter staggered beneath great trenchers of meat and poultry, pies and puddings. Spring brought the earliest and freshest vegetables, summer the richest creams and ices, while autumn served the guests with fruit and poured the sparkling wine. All were gay and jolly, and many a joke was cracked, as the contents of each plate and dish melted away like snow before the sun, and the great fires roared in the wide chimneys as though singing a glad Thanksgiving song. New Year drank everybody's health and wished them many happy returns of the day, while Twelfth Night ate so much cake he made himself quite ill and had to be put to bed. Valentine sent mottos to all the little girls and praised their bright eyes and glossy curls. "For," said his mother, "he is a sad flatterer, and not nearly so truthful, I'm sorry to say, as his brother George Washington, who never told a lie." At which Grandfather Time gave George a quarter and said he should always remember what a good boy he was. After dinner, the fun increased, all trying to do something for the general amusement. Mrs. March persuaded her son, St. Patrick, to dance an Irish jig, which he did to the tune of "The Wearin' o' the Green," which his brothers, Windy and Gusty, blew and whistled on their fingers. Easter sang a beautiful song. The little Mays tripped the light fantastic toe in a pretty fancied dance, while the Junes sat by, so smiling and sweet it was a pleasure to look at them. Independence, the 4th child of Mr. July, who was a bold little fellow and a fine speaker, gave them an oration he had learned at school, and the Augusts suggested games of tag and blind man's buff, which they all enjoyed heartily. Mr. September tried to read an instructive story aloud, but was interrupted by Equinox, April Fool, and little All Hallows, who pinned streamers to his coat tails covered him with flour, and would not let him get through a line, at which Mrs. October hugged her tricksy baby and laughed until she cried, and Mr. September retired in disgust. "That is almost too bad," said Mrs. November, as she shook the popper vigorously in which the corn was popping and snapping merrily. "But Thanksgiving, you must not forget to thank your cousins for all they have done to honor your birthday." At which the demure little maiden went round to each one and returned her thanks in such a charming way it was quite captivating. Grandmother Year at last began to nod over her teacup in the chimney corner. "It is growing late," said Grandpa Time. "But we must have a Virginia reel before we go," said Mr. December. "Oh, yes, yes, yes," cried all the children. Merry Christmas played a lively air on the piano, and old and young took their positions on the polished floor with Grandpa and Grandma at the head. Midsummer danced with Happy New Year, June's commencement with August's holiday, leap year with May Day, and all went merry as a marriage bell. The fun was at its height when suddenly the clock in the corner struck 12. Grandma Year motioned all to stop, and Grandfather Time, bowing his head, said softly, "Hark, my children, Thanksgiving Day is ended." End of Chapter 10. Recorded by Nancy Klein, Kona, July 27th, 2015.
Section 11 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crystal Rogers. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. The Visit, A Story of the Children of the Tower by Maud Lindsay. The children went back to spend Thanksgiving at Grandfather's farm. They got into some trouble and were afraid that they would miss their dinner. Early one morning, Grandmother Gray got up, opened the windows and doors of the farmhouse, and soon everybody on the place was stirring. The cook hurried breakfast, and no sooner was it over than Grandfather Gray went out to the barn and hitched the 2 horses to the wagon. "Get up, Robin and Dobbin," he said as he drove through the big gate. "If you knew who were coming back in this wagon, you would not be stepping so slowly." The old horses pricked up their ears when they heard this and trotted away as fast as they could down the country road until they came to town. Just as they got to the railway station, the train came whizzing in. "All off!" cried the conductor as the train stopped, and out came a group of children who were, every one of them, Grandfather and Grandmother Gray's grandchildren. They had come to spend Thanksgiving Day on the farm. There was John, who was named for Grandfather and looked just like him, and the twins, Teddy and Pat, who looked like nobody but each other. Their papa was Grandfather's oldest son. Then there was Louisa, who had a baby sister at home, and then Mary Virginia Martin, who was her mama's only child. "I tell you," said Grandfather as he helped them into the wagon, "your grandmother will be glad to see you." And so she was. She was watching at the window for them as they drove up, and when the children spied her, they could scarcely wait for Grandfather to stop the wagon before they scrambled out. Dear me," said Grandmother as they all tried to kiss her at the same time. "How you've grown." "I am in the 1st grade," said John, hugging her with all his might. "So am I," cried Louisa. "We are going to be," chimed the twins, and then they all talked at once till Grandmother could not hear herself speak. Then, after they had told her all about their mamas and papas and homes and cats and dogs, they wanted to go and say, "How do you do?" to everything on the place. "Take care of yourselves," called Grandmother, "for I don't want to send any broken bones home to your mothers." "I can take care of myself," said John. "So can we," said the rest, and off they ran. First they went to the kitchen where Mammy Rio was getting ready to cook for Thanksgiving dinner. Then out to the barnyard where there were 2 new red calves and 5 little puppies belonging to Juno, the dog, for them to see. Then they climbed the barnyard fence and made haste to the pasture where Grandfather kept his woolly sheep. "Baa!" said the sheep when they saw the children. But then, they always said that, no matter what happened. There were cows in the pasture, too, and Mary Virginia was afraid of them, even though she knew that they were the mothers of the calves she had seen in the barnyard. "Silly Mary Virginia," said John, and Mary Virginia began to cry. "Don't cry," said Louisa. "Let's go to the hickory nut tree." This pleased them all, and they hurried off. But on the way they came to the big shed where Grandfather kept his plows and reaper and threshing machine and all his garden tools. The shed had a long, wide roof, and there was a ladder leaning against it. When John saw that, he thought he must go up on the roof, and then, of course, the twins went too. Then Louisa and Mary Virginia wanted to go, and although John insisted that girls could not climb, they managed to scramble up the ladder to where the boys were. And there they all sat in a row on the roof. "Grandmother doesn't know how well we can take care of ourselves," said John. "But I am such a big boy that I can do anything. I can ride a bicycle and I go on errands. So can I," said Louisa. "We can ride on the trolley," said the twins. "Mama and I go anywhere by ourselves," said Mary Virginia. "Moo," said something down below, and when they looked down, there was one of the cows rubbing her head against the ladder. "Don't be afraid, Mary Virginia," said Louisa. "Cows can't climb ladders." "Don't be afraid, Mary Virginia," said John. "I'll drive her away." So he kicked his feet against the shed roof and called, "Go away, go away." The twins kicked their feet too and called, "Go away, go away." And somebody, I don't know who, kicked the ladder and it fell down and lay in the dry grass. And the cow walked peacefully on, thinking about her little calf. "There now," exclaimed Louisa. "How shall we ever get down?" "Oh, that's nothing," said John. "All I have to do is stand up on the roof and call Grandfather. Just watch me do it." So he stood up and called, "Grandfather, Grandfather, Grandfather," till he was tired, but no Grandfather answered. Then the twins called, "Grandfather, Grandmother." "Ah," said the sheep, as if beginning to think that somebody ought to answer all that calling. Then they all called together, "Grandfather, Grandfather, Grandfather." And when nobody heard that, they began to feel frightened and lonely. "I want to go home to my mother. I wish I hadn't come," wailed Mary Virginia. "It's Thanksgiving dinner time, too," said John, "and there's turkey for dinner, for I saw it in the oven." "Pie, too," said Louisa. "Dear, dear," cried the twins. And then they all called together once more, but this time with such a weak little cry that not even the sheep heard it. The sun grew warmer and the shadows straighter as they sat there, and Grandmother's house seemed miles away when John stood up to look at it. "They've eaten dinner by this time, I know," he said as he sat down again, "and Grandfather and Grandmother have forgotten all about us." But Grandfather and Grandmother had not forgotten them, for just about then Grandmother was saying to Grandfather, "You had better see where the children are, for Thanksgiving dinner will soon be ready, and I know that they are hungry." So Grandfather went out to look for them. He did not find them in the kitchen nor the barnyard, so he called, "Johnny, Johnny!" And when nobody answered, he made haste to the pasture. The children saw him coming, and before he had reached the gate, they began to call with all their might. This time Grandfather answered, "I'm coming," and I cannot tell you how glad they were. In another minute he had set the ladder up again, and they all came down. Mary Virginia came first because she was the youngest girl, and John came last because he was the biggest boy. Grandfather put his arms around each one as he helped them down and carried Mary Virginia home on his back. When they got to the house, dinner was ready. The turkey was brown, the potatoes were sweet, the sauce was so spicy the biscuits were beat. The great pumpkin pie was as yellow as gold, and the apples were red as the roses, I'm told. It was such a good dinner that I had to tell you about it in a rhyme. And I'm sure you'll agree with the children and me that there's never a visit so pleasant to pay as a visit to Grandma on Thanksgiving Day. End of the visit. Recording by Crystal Rogers. Section 12 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Crystal Rogers. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. The Story of Ruth and Naomi, adapted from the Bible by C.S. Bailey and C.M. Lewis. Ruth's story is one of the most beautiful ones to be found in the Old Book. As a tale of the harvest, it deserves to be included in this collection. Now it came to pass many hundreds of years ago that there was a good woman named Naomi who lived in the land of the Moabites. She had once been very rich and happy, but now her husband was dead and her 2 sons also, and she had left only Orpah and Ruth, the wives of her sons. There was a famine in the land. Naomi could find no grain in the fields to beat into flour. She and Orpah and Ruth were lonely and sad and very hungry. But Naomi heard there was a land where the Lord had visited his people and given them bread. So she went forth from the place where she was, and her 2 daughters with her, to the land called Judah. It was a long, hard way to go. There were rough roads to travel and steep hills to climb. Their feet grew so weary they could scarcely walk, and at last Naomi said, "Go, return each to your father's house. The Lord deal kindly with you as you have dealt with me. The Lord grant you that you may find rest." Then she kissed them, and Orpah kissed her and left her, but Ruth would not leave Naomi. And Naomi said to Ruth, "Behold, thy sister is gone back unto her own people. Return thou." But Ruth clung to Naomi more closely as she said, "Entreat me not to leave thee, or to return from following after thee. For whither thou goest, there will I go, and where thou lodgest, there will I lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God." When Naomi saw that Ruth loved her so much, she forgot how tired and hungry she was, and the 2 journeyed on together until they came to Bethlehem in Judah in the beginning of the barley harvest. There was no famine in Bethlehem. The fields were full of waving grain, and busy servants were reaping it and gathering it up to bind into sheaves. Above all were the fields of the rich man Boaz, shining with barley and corn. Naomi and Ruth came to the edge of the fields and watched the busy reapers. They saw that after each sheaf was bound and each pile of corn was stacked, a little grain fell, unnoticed, to the ground. Ruth said to Naomi, "Let me go to the field and glean the ears of corn after them." And Naomi said to her, "Go, my daughter." And she went and came and gleaned in the field after the reapers. And Boaz came from Bethlehem and said to his reapers, "Whose damsel is this?" For he saw how very beautiful Ruth was, and how busily she was gleaning. The reapers said, "It is the damsel that came back with Naomi out of the land of the Moabites." And Ruth ran up to Boaz, crying, "I pray you, let me glean and gather after the reapers among the sheaves." And Boaz, who was good and kind, said to Ruth, "Hearest thou not, my daughter? Go not to glean in any other field, but abide here." Then Ruth bowed herself to the ground and said, "Why have I found such favor in thine eyes, seeing I am a stranger?" And Boaz answered her, "It hath been showed me all that thou hast done to thy mother." So all day Ruth gleaned in Boaz's fields. At noon she ate bread and parched corn with the others. Boaz commanded his reapers to let fall large handfuls of grain as they worked for Ruth to gather, and at night she took it all home to Naomi. "Where hast thou gleaned today?" asked Naomi when she saw the food that Ruth had brought to her. "The man's name with whom I wrought today is Boaz," said Ruth. And Naomi said, "Blessed be he of the Lord, the man is near of kin unto us." So Ruth gleaned daily, and at the end of the barley harvest the good man Boaz took Ruth and Naomi to live with him in his own house forever. End of The Story of Ruth and Naomi. Recording by Crystal Rogers.
Section 13 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Georgianne Fennell, Sun City West, Arizona. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. Bert's Thanksgiving by J.T. Trowbridge. Bert is a manly, generous, warm-hearted fellow. Other boys will like to learn how good luck began to come his way on a certain memorable Thanksgiving Day. At noon, on a dreary November day, a lonesome little fellow, looking very red about the ears and very blue about the mouth, stood kicking his heels at the door of a cheap eating-house in Boston, and offering a solitary copy of a morning paper for sale to the people passing. But there were really not many people passing, for it was Thanksgiving Day, and the shops were shut, and everybody who had a home to go to and a dinner to eat seemed to have gone home to eat that dinner, while Bert Hampton, the newsboy, stood trying in vain to sell the last extry left on his hands by the dull business of the morning. An old man with a face that looked pinched, and who was dressed in a seedy black coat and a much battered stovepipe hat, stopped at the same doorway, and with one hand on the latch appeared to hesitate between hunger and a sense of poverty before going in. It was possible, however, that he was considering whether he could afford himself the indulgence of a morning paper, seeing it was Thanksgiving Day. So at least Bert thought, and accosted him accordingly. "Buy a paper, sir? All about the fire in East Boston, and arrest of safe burglars in Springfield. Only 2 cents." The little old man looked at the boy with keen gray eyes, which seemed to light up the pinched and skinny face, and answered in a shrill voice that whistled through white front teeth. "You ought to come down in your price this time of day. You can't expect to sell a morning paper at 12 o'clock for full price." "Well, give me a cent then," said Bert. "That's less than cost, but never mind, I'm bound to sell out anyhow." "You look cold," said the old man. "Cold," replied Bert. "I'm froze, and I want my dinner, and I'm going to have a big dinner, too, seeing it's Thanksgiving Day." "Ah, lucky for you, my boy," said the old man. "You've a home to go to, and friends, too, I hope." "No, sir, nary home and nary friend, only my mother." Bert hesitated and grew serious, then suddenly changed his tone. "And Hop Houghton, I told him to meet me here, and we'd have a first-rate Thanksgiving dinner together, for it's no fun to be eating alone Thanksgiving Day. It sets a fellow thinking of everything, if he ever had a home and then hain't got a home any more." "It's more lonesome not to eat at all," said the old man, his gray eyes twinkling. "And what can a boy like you have to think of? Here, I guess I can find 1 cent for you, though there's nothing in the paper, I know." The old man spoke with some feeling, his fingers trembled, and somehow he dropped 2 cents instead of 1 into Bert's hand. "Here, you've made a mistake," cried Bert. "A bargain's a bargain. You've given me a cent too much." "No, I didn't. I never give anybody a cent too much." "But see here," and Bert showed the 2 cents, offering to return 1. "No matter," said the old man. "It will be so much less for my dinner, that's all." Bert instinctively pocketed the pennies when, on a moment's reflection, his sympathies were excited. "Poor old man," he thought. "He's seen better days, I guess. Perhaps he's no home. A boy like me can stand it, but I guess it must be hard for him. He meant to give me the odd cent all the while, and I don't believe he has had a decent dinner for many a day." All this, which I have been obliged to write out slowly in words, went through Bert's mind like a flash. He was a generous little fellow, and any kindness shown him, no matter how trifling, made his heart overflow. "Look here!" he cried. "Where are you going to get your dinner today?" I can get a bite here as well as anywhere. It don't matter much to me," replied the old man. "Dine with me," said Bert, laughing. "I'd like to have you." "I'm afraid I couldn't afford to dine as you are going to," said the man with a smile, his eyes twinkling again and his white front teeth shining. "I'll pay for your dinner," Bert exclaimed. "Come, we don't have a Thanksgiving but once a year, and a fellow wants a good time then." "But you're waiting for another boy." "Oh, Hop Houghton, he won't come now. It's so late. He's gone to a place down in North Street, I guess, a place I don't like. There's so much tobacco smoked and so much beer drank there." Bert cast a final glance up the street. "No, he won't come. So much the worse for him. He likes the men down there. I don't." "Ah," said the man, taking off his hat and giving it a brush with his elbow as they entered the restaurant, as if trying to appear as respectable as he could in the eyes of a newsboy of such fastidious tastes. To make him feel quite comfortable in his mind on that point, Bert hastened to say, I mean rowdies and such. Poor people, if they behave themselves, are just as respectable to me as rich folks. I ain't the least bit aristocratic." "Ah, indeed," and the old man smiled again and seemed to look relieved. "I'm very glad to hear it." He placed his hat on the floor and took a seat opposite Bert at a little table which they had all to themselves. Bert offered him the bill of fare. "No, I must ask you to choose for me, but nothing very extravagant, you know. I'm used to plain fare." "So am I, but I'm going to have a good dinner for once in my life, and so shall you," cried Bert generously. "What do you say to chicken soup, and then wind up with a thumping big piece of squash pie? How's that for a Thanksgiving dinner?" "Sumptuous," said the old man, appearing to glow with the warmth of the room and the prospect of a good dinner. "But won't it cost you too much?" "Too much? No, sir," laughed Bert. "Chicken soup, 15 cents. Pie, they give tremendous pieces here. Thick, I tell you. 10 cents. That's 25 cents. Half a dollar for two. Of course, I don't do this way every day in the year, but mother's glad to have me once in a while. Here, waiter." And Bert gave his princely order as if it were no very great thing for a liberal young fellow like him after all. "Where is your mother? Why don't you dine with her?" the little man asked. Bert's face grew somber in a moment. "That's the question. Why don't I? I'll tell you why I don't. I've got the best mother in the world. What I'm trying to do is to make a home for her so we can live together and eat our Thanksgiving dinners together sometime. Some boys want one thing, some another. There's one goes in for good times, another's in such a hurry to get rich he don't care much how he does it. But what I want most of anything is to be with my mother and my two sisters again, and I ain't ashamed to say so." Bert's eyes grew tender, and he went on, while his companion across the table watched him with a very gentle, searching look. "I haven't been with her now for 2 years, hardly at all since father died. When his business was settled up, he kept a little grocery store on Hanover Street. It was found he hadn't left us anything. We'd lived pretty well up to that time, and I and my two sisters had been to school. But then mother had to do something, and her friends got her places to go out nursing, and she's a nurse now. Everybody likes her, and she has enough to do. We couldn't be with her, of course. She got us boarded at a good place, but I saw how hard it was going to be for her to support us, so I said, 'I'm a boy. I can do something for myself. You just pay their board and keep 'em in school, and I'll go to work and maybe help you a little besides taking care of myself.' 'What could you do?' said the little old man. "That's it. I was only 11 years old, and what could I? What I should have liked would have been some nice place where I could do light work and stand a chance of learning a good business. but beggars mustn't be choosers. I couldn't find such a place, and I wasn't going to be loafing about the streets, so I went to selling newspapers. I've sold newspapers ever since, and I shall be 12 years old next month." "You like it?" said the old man. "I like to get my own living," replied Bert proudly. "But what I want is to learn some trade or regular business and settle down and make a home for but there's no use talking about that. Make the best of things, that's my motto. Don't this soup smell good? And don't it taste good, too? They haven't put so much chicken in yours as they have in mine. If you don't mind my having tasted it, we'll change." The old man declined this liberal offer, took Bert's advice to help himself freely to bread, which didn't cost anything, and ate his soup with prodigious relish, as it seemed to Bert, who grew more and more hospitable and patronizing as the repast proceeded. "Come now, won't you have something between the soup and the pie? Don't be afraid, I'll pay for it. Thanksgiving don't come but once a year. You won't? A cup of tea, then, to go with your pie?" "I think I will have a cup of tea. You are so kind," said the old man. "All right. Here, waiter! 2 pieces of your fattest and biggest squash pie, and a cup of tea strong for this gentleman." "I've told you about myself," added Bert. "Suppose now you tell me something." "About myself?" "Yes, I think that would go pretty well with the pie." But the man shook his head. "I could go back and tell about my plans and hopes when I was a lad of your age, but it would be too much like your own story over again. Life isn't what we think it will be when we are young. You'll find that out soon enough. I am all alone in the world now, and I am 67 years old." "Have some cheese with your pie, won't you? It must be so lonely at your age. What do you do for a living?" "I have a little place in Devonshire Street. My name is Crooker. You'll find me up 2 flights of stairs, back room at the right. Come and see me, and I'll tell you all about my business, and perhaps help you to such a place as you want, for I know several business men. Now don't fail." And Mr. Crooker wrote his address with a little stub of a pencil on a corner of the newspaper which had led to their acquaintance, tore it off carefully, and gave it to Bert. Thereupon the latter took a card from his pocket, not a very clean one, I must say. I'm speaking of the card, though the remark will apply equally well to the pocket, and handed it across the table to his new friend. "Herbert Hampton, dealer in newspapers," the old man read with his sharp gray eyes, which glanced up funnily at Bert, seeming to say, "Isn't this rather aristocratic for a 12-year-old newsboy?" Bert blushed and explained. "Got up for me by a printer's boy I know. I'd done some favors for him, so he made me a few cards. Handy to have sometimes, you know." "Well, Herbert," said the little old man, "I'm glad to have made your acquaintance. The pie was excellent. Not any more, thank you, and I hope you'll come and see me. You'll find me in very humble quarters, but you are not aristocratic, you say. Now won't you let me pay for my dinner? I believe I have money enough. Let me see." Bert would not hear of such a thing, but walked up to the desk and settled the bill with the air of a person who did not regard a trifling expense. When he looked around again, the little old man was gone. "Never mind, I'll go and see him the first chance I have," said Bert, as he looked at the penciled strip of newspaper margin again before putting it into his pocket. He then went round to his miserable quarters in the top of a cheap lodging house, where he made himself ready, by means of soap and water and a broken comb, to walk 5 miles into the suburbs and get a sight, if only for 5 minutes, of his mother. On the following Monday, Bert, having a leisure hour, went to call on his new acquaintance in Devonshire Street. Having climbed the 2 flights, he found the door of the back room at the right ajar, and looking in, saw Mr. Crooker at a desk in the act of receiving a roll of money from a well-dressed visitor. Bert entered unnoticed and waited till the money was counted and a receipt signed. Then, as the visitor departed, old Mr. Crooker looked round and saw Bert. He offered him a chair, then turned to lock up the money in the safe. "So, is this your place of business?" said Bert, glancing about the plain office room. "What do you do here?" "I buy real estate, sometimes sell, rent, and so forth." "Who for?" asked Bert. "For myself," said little old Mr. Crooker with a smile. Bert stared, perfectly aghast at the situation. This, then, was the man whom he had invited to dinner and treated so patronizingly the preceding Thursday. I thought you was a poor man." "I am a poor man," said Mr. Crooker, locking his safe. "Money doesn't make a man rich. I've money enough. I own houses in the city. They give me something to think of, and to keep me alive. I had truer riches once, but I lost them long ago." From the way the old man's voice trembled and eyes glistened, Bert thought he must have meant by these riches friends he had lost, wife and children perhaps. "To think of me inviting you to dinner!" the boy cried, abashed and ashamed. It was odd, and Mr. Crooker showed his white front teeth with a smile. "But it may turn out to have been a lucky circumstance for both of us. I like you. I believe in you, and I've an offer to make you. I want a trusty, bright boy in this office, somebody I can bring up to my business and leave it with, as I get too old to attend to it myself. What do you say?" What could Bert say? Again that afternoon he walked, or rather ran, to his mother, and after consulting with her, joyfully accepted Mr. Crooker's offer. Interviews between his mother and his employer soon followed, resulting in something for which at first the boy had not dared to hope. The lonely, childless old man, who owned so many houses, wanted a home, and one of these houses he offered to Mrs. Hampton, with ample support for herself and her children, if she would also make it a home for him. Of course this proposition was accepted, and Bert soon had the satisfaction of seeing the great ambition of his youth accomplished. He had employment which promised to become a profitable business, as indeed it did in a few years. He and the old man proved so useful to each other. And more than that, he was united once more with his mother and sisters in a happy home where he has since had a good many Thanksgiving dinners. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kyegrayson. A Thanksgiving Story by Miss L.B. Pingree. A 3-minute story for the littlest boys and girls. It was nearly time for Thanksgiving Day. The rosy apples and golden pumpkins were ripe, and the farmers were bringing them into the markets. One day, when 2 little children, named John and Minnie, were going to school, they saw the turkeys and chickens and pumpkins in the window of a market, and they exclaimed, "Oh, Thanksgiving Day! Oh, Thanksgiving Day!" After school was over, they ran home to their mother and asked her when Thanksgiving Day would be. She told them in about 2 weeks. Then they began to talk about what they wanted for dinner and asked their mother a great many questions. She told them she hoped they would have turkey and even the pumpkin pie they wanted so much, but that Thanksgiving Day was not given us so that we might have a good dinner, but that God had been a great many days and weeks preparing for Thanksgiving. He had sent the sunshine and the rain and caused the grains and fruits and vegetables to grow. And Thanksgiving Day was for glad and happy thoughts about God, as well as for good things to eat. Not long after, when John and Minnie were playing, John said to Minnie, "I wish I could do something to tell God how glad I am about Thanksgiving." "I wish so too," said Minnie. Just then some little birds came flying down to the ground, and Minnie said, "Oh, I know." Then she told John, but they agreed to keep it a secret till the day came. Now what do you think they did? Well, I will tell you. They saved their pennies and bought some corn, and early Thanksgiving Day, before they had their dinner, they went out into the street near their home and scattered corn in a great many places. What for? Why, for the birds. While they were doing it, John said, "I know, Minnie, why you thought of the birds, because they do not have any papas and mammas after they are grown up to get a dinner for them on Thanksgiving Day." "Yes, that is why," said Minnie. By and by the birds came and found such a feast, and perhaps they knew something about Thanksgiving Day, and must have sung and chirped happily all day. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. John Inglefield's Thanksgiving by Nathaniel Hawthorne. A sad Thanksgiving story is a rarity indeed, but the one which follows reminds us that the Puritans, although they originated our Thanksgiving festival, were, after all, a sombre people, seldom free from a realizing sense of the imminence of sin. Nathaniel Hawthorne, a genuine product of Puritanism, inherited a full share of his forefathers' constitutional melancholy and preoccupation with the darker aspects of life, as this story bears witness. On the evening of Thanksgiving Day, John Inglefield, the blacksmith, sat in his elbow chair among those who had been keeping festival at his board. Being the central figure of the domestic circle, the fire threw its strongest light on his massive and sturdy frame, reddening his rough visage so that it looked like the head of an iron statue, all aglow, from his own forge, and with its features rudely fashioned on his own anvil. At John Inglefield's right hand was an empty chair. The other places round the hearth were filled by the members of the family, who all sat quietly, while, with a semblance of fantastic merriment, their shadows danced on the wall behind them. One of the group was John Inglefield's son, who had been bred at college, and was now a student of theology at Andover. There was also a daughter of 16, whom nobody could look at without thinking of a rosebud almost blossomed. The only other person at the fireside was Robert Moore, formerly an apprentice of the blacksmith, but now his journeyman, who seemed more like an own son of John Inglefield than did the pale and slender student. Only these four had kept New England's festival beneath that roof. The vacant chair at John Inglefield's right hand was in memory of his wife, whom death had snatched from him since the previous Thanksgiving. With a feeling that few would have looked for in his rough nature, the bereaved husband had himself set the chair in its place next his own, and often did his eye glance hitherward, as if he deemed it possible that the cold grave might send back its tenant to the cheerful fireside, at least for that one evening. Thus did he cherish the grief that was dear to him,
But there was another grief which he would fain have torn from his heart, or, since that could never be, have buried it too deep for others to behold, or for his own remembrance. Within the past year another member of his household had gone from him, but not to the grave. Yet they kept no vacant chair for her. While John Inglefield and his family were sitting round the hearth with the shadows dancing behind them on the wall, the outer door was opened, and a light footstep came along the passage. The latch of the inner door was lifted by some familiar hand, and a young girl came in, wearing a cloak and hood which she took off and laid on the table beneath the looking-glass. Then, after gazing a moment at the fireside circle, she approached, and took the seat at John Inglefield's right hand, as if it had been reserved on purpose for her. "Here I am at last, father," said she. "You ate your Thanksgiving dinner without me, but I have come back to spend the evening with you." Yes, it was Prudence Inglefield. She wore the same neat and maidenly attire which she had been accustomed to put on when the household work was over for the day, and her hair was parted from her brow in the simple and modest fashion that became her best of all. If her cheek might otherwise have been pale, yet the glow of the fire suffused it with a healthful bloom. If she had spent the many months of her absence in guilt and infamy, yet they seemed to have left no traces on her gentle aspect. She could not have looked less altered had she merely stepped away from her father's fireside for half an hour, and returned while the blaze was quivering upward from the same brands that were burning at her departure. And to John Inglefield she was the very image of his buried wife, such as he remembered on the first Thanksgiving which they had passed under their own roof. Therefore, though naturally a stern and rugged man, he could not speak unkindly to his sinful child, nor yet could he take her to his bosom. "You are welcome home, Prudence," said he, glancing sideways at her, and his voice faltered. "Your mother would have rejoiced to see you, but she has been gone from us these 4 months." "I know, father, I know it," replied Prudence quickly, "and yet, when I first came in, my eyes were so dazzled by the firelight that she seemed to be sitting in this very chair." By this time the other members of the family had begun to recover from their surprise, and became sensible that it was no ghost from the grave, nor vision of their vivid recollections, but Prudence, her own self. Her brother was the next that greeted her. He advanced and held out his hand affectionately, as a brother should, yet not entirely like a brother, for, with all his kindness, he was still a clergyman, and speaking to a child of sin. "Sister Prudence," said he, earnestly, "I rejoice that a merciful Providence hath turned your steps homeward in time for me to bid you a last farewell. In a few weeks, sister, I am to sail as a missionary to the far islands of the Pacific. There is not one of these beloved faces that I shall ever hope to behold again on this earth. Oh, may I see all of them, yours and all, beyond the grave." A shadow flitted across the girl's countenance. "A grave is very dark, brother," answered she, withdrawing her hand somewhat hastily from his grasp. "You must look at me by the light of this fire." While this was passing, the twin girl, the rosebud that had grown on the same stem with the castaway, stood gazing at her sister, longing to fling herself upon her bosom, so that the tendrils of their hearts might intertwine again. At first she was restrained by mingled grief and shame, and by a dread that Prudence was too much changed to respond to her affection, or that her own purity would be felt as a reproach by the lost one. But as she listened to the familiar voice, while the face grew more and more familiar, she forgot everything save that Prudence had come back. Springing forward, she would have clasped her in a close embrace. At that very instant, however, Prudence started from her chair and held out both her hands with a warning gesture. "No, Mary, my sister," cried she, "do not touch me. Your bosom must not be pressed to mine." Mary shuddered and stood still, for she felt that something darker than the grave was between Prudence and herself, though they seemed so near each other in the light of their father's hearth, where they had grown up together. Meanwhile Prudence threw her eyes around the room in search of one who had not yet bidden her welcome. He had withdrawn from his seat by the fireside, and was standing near the door, with his face averted so that his features could be discerned only by the flickering shadow of the profile upon the wall. But Prudence called to him in a cheerful and kindly tone. "Come, Robert," she said, "won't you shake hands with your old friend?" Robert Moore held back for a moment, but affection struggled powerfully and overcame his pride and resentment. He rushed toward Prudence, seized her hand, and pressed it to his bosom. "There, there, Robert," she said, smiling sadly, as she withdrew her hand. "You must not give me too warm a welcome." And now, having exchanged greetings with each member of the family, Prudence again seated herself in the chair at John Inglefield's right hand. She was naturally a girl of quick and tender sensibilities, gladsome in her general mood, but with a bewitching pathos interfused among her merriest words and deeds. It was remarked of her, too, that she had a faculty, even from childhood, of throwing her own feelings like a spell over her companions. Such as she had been in her days of innocence, so did she appear this evening. Her friends, in the surprise and bewilderment of her return, almost forgot that she had ever left them, or that she had forfeited any of her claims to their affection. In the morning, perhaps, they might have looked at her with altered eyes, but by the Thanksgiving fireside they felt only that their own Prudence had come back to them, and were thankful. John Inglefield's rough visage brightened with the glow of his heart, and it grew warm and merry within him. Once or twice even he laughed till the room rang again, yet seemed startled by the echo of his own mirth. The brave young minister became as frolicsome as a schoolboy. Mary, too, the rosebud, forgot that her twin blossom had ever been torn from the stem and trampled in the dust. And as for Robert Moore, he gazed at Prudence with the bashful earnestness of love new born, while she, with sweet maiden coquetry, half smiled upon and half discouraged him. In short, it was one of those intervals when sorrow vanishes in its own depth of shadow, and joy starts forth in transitory brightness. When the clock struck 8, Prudence poured out her father's customary draught of herb tea, which had been steeping by the fireside ever since twilight. "God bless you, child," said John Inglefield, as he took the cup from her hand. "You have made your old father happy again. But we miss your mother sadly, Prudence, sadly. It seems as if she ought to be here now." "Now, father, or never," replied Prudence. It was now the hour for domestic worship, but while the family were making preparations for this duty, they suddenly perceived that Prudence had put on her cloak and hood, and was lifting the latch of the door. "Prudence, Prudence, where are you going?" cried they all with one voice. As Prudence passed out of the door, she turned toward them and flung back her hand with a gesture of farewell. But her face was so changed that they hardly recognized it. Sin and evil passions glowed through its comeliness and wrought a horrible deformity. A smile gleamed in her eyes, as of triumphant mockery at their purpose, at their surprise and grief. "Daughter," cried John Inglefield, between wrath and sorrow, "stay and be your father's blessing, or take this curse with you." For an instant Prudence lingered and looked back into the fire-lighted room, while her countenance wore almost the expression as if she were struggling with a friend, who had power to seize his victim even within the hallowed precincts of her father's hearth. The friend prevailed, and Prudence vanished into the outer darkness. When the family rushed to the door they could see nothing, but heard the sound of wheels rattling over the frozen ground. That same night, among the painted beauties at the theatre of a neighbouring city, there was one whose dissolute mirth seemed inconsistent with any sympathy for pure affections, and for the joys and griefs which are hallowed by them. Yet this was Prudence Inglefield, her visit to the Thanksgiving fireside was the realization of one of those waking dreams in which the guilty soul will sometimes stray back to its innocence. But sin, alas, is careful of her bond-slaves. They hear her voice, perhaps, at the holiest moment, and are constrained to go whither she summons them. The same dark power that drew Prudence Inglefield from her father's hearth, the same in its nature, though heightened then to a dreadful necessity, would snatch a guilty soul from the gate of heaven, and make its sin and its punishment alike eternal. End of John Inglefield's Thanksgiving, by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Section 16 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janet Ketch. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dickinson. How Obadiah Brought About a Thanksgiving by Emily Hewitt Leland. The Waddle family had very bad luck on their farm in the West, and they certainly were homesick, but Obadiah and his uncle, between them, found means to mend matters. That an innocent and helpless baby should be named Obadiah Waddle was an outrage which the infant unceasingly resented from the time he got old enough to realize the awful gulf that lay between his name and those of his more fortunate mates. The experiences of his first day at school were branded into his soul, and although he made friends by his bright face and kind and honest nature, scarcely a day passed during his 6 years of village schooling without his absurd name flying out at him from some unsuspected ambush and making him wince. It was bad enough when the guying came from a boy, but when a girl took to punning, jeering, or giggling at him, it seemed as if his burden was greater than he could bear. Then he would go home through the woods and fields to avoid human beings, so hurt and unhappy that nothing but his mother's greeting and the smell of a good supper could cheer him. At home he had no trouble. His mother and his baby sister called him Obie, and sweet was the name on their lips. But father, who had objected to Obadiah from the first, called him Bub or Bubby. But one can bear almost any name when it comes with a loving smile or a pat on the shoulder, which was Mr. Waddle's way of addressing his only son. Very early in life it had been explained to Obadiah that he was named for his mother's favorite brother, who went to California to live, after hanging a silver dollar on a black silk cord round the neck of his little namesake. Obadiah often looked at this dollar, which was kept in a little box with a broken earring, a hair chain, a glass breastpin, and an ancient copper. And sometimes on circus days or on the 4th of July, he wished there was no hole in it, that he might expend it on sideshows and lemonade, or on monstrous firecrackers. But he knew that his mother valued it highly because Uncle Obie gave it to him, and because there were little dents in it made by his vigorous first teeth. So he always returned it to the box with a sigh of resignation, and made the most of the 25 cents given him by his father on the great days of the year. When he was 11 years old, the Waddle family moved west, and the last thing Obadiah heard as the train pulled away from the little station of his native town was this verse, lustily shouted from a group of schoolmates assembled to bid him goodbye. "Oh, Obadiah, you're going west, where the prairie winds don't have no rest. You'll have to waddle your level best. Goodbye, my lover, goodbye." Ill fortune attended the Waddles in their western home. To be sure, they had their rich, broad acres, with never a stone or a stump to hinder the smooth-cutting plow, but a frightful midsummer storm in the second year literally wiped out crops and cattle, and left them with their bare lives in their lowly sod house. "Drought first year, tornadoes second. If next year's a failure, we'll go back, if we can raise money enough to go with. 3 times and then out," said Mr. Waddle. Mrs. Waddle broke down and wept. It scared the children to learn that their mother could cry. Their mother, who was always so bright and cheerful, and who always laughed away their griefs. Mr. Waddle was scared, too. He bent down and patted her shoulder, his favorite way of soothing beast or human being. "Now, Mary, Mary, don't you go back on us. We can stand everything as long as you are all right. Don't feel bad. We'll pick up again. There's time enough yet to grow turnips and fodder corn." "But what will we fodder it to?" wailed Mrs. Waddle. Mr. Waddle could not answer, thinking of his splendid horses and of his pure Jersey cows that would never answer to his call again. "Well, I am ashamed of myself," said Mrs. Waddle after a few moments, bravely drying her eyes. "And I'm wicked, too. I've just wished that something would happen so that we'd have to go back east. And it's happened, and we might have all been killed. And I'm going to stop just where I am, and I don't care where we live, or how we live, so long as we are all together, and, well, and there's a crust in the house, and water to drink." Rising, she seized the broom and began vigorously to sweep together the leaves and grass which the cyclone had cast in through the open door. "I declare, Mary," said Mr. Waddle, "do you mean to say you've been homesick all this time?" "I'd give more for the north side of one of those old Vermont hills than I would for the whole prairie," was the emphatic reply. "But I'm not going to say another single word." Mr. Waddle felt a thrill of comfort in knowing he was not alone in his yearning for the old home. It was singular that these two, who loved each other so truly, could so hide their inmost feelings. Each had feared to appear weak to the other. Mr. Waddle looked at his wife with almost a radiant smile. "Well, Mary, we'll go back in the fall, if we can sell. I guess we can hire the Deacon Elbridge place. I see by last week's paper it's still for sale or rent, and carpenter work in Old Hartbridge is about as profitable for me as farming out west." "I'm glad you wouldn't mind going back, Homer," said Mrs. Waddle, and they looked at each other as in the days of their courtship. But selling the farm was not easy, and October found the Waddles in painful straits. "What will we have for Thanksgiving, Ma?" asked Obadiah. "Oh, a pair of nice prairie chickens, mashed turnips, hot biscuits, and melted sugar," cheerfully replied Mrs. Waddle. "That sounds pretty good," said Obadiah. But when he got out of doors he said to himself that you could not shoot prairie chickens without ammunition, and that he had no bait even if he tried to use his quail traps. He also reflected that his mother looked thin and pale, that Sister Ellie needed shoes, and that plum pudding and mince pie used to be on Thanksgiving tables. But this was the day for his story paper, Post Office Day, which seemed to cheer things up somehow. When he went to town for the mail, he would see if his father, who was at work carpentering on a barn, could not spare a dime for a little powder and shot, so the boy trudged away on his long walk with his empty gun on his shoulder and the hope of youth in his heart. His father, busy at work, greeted him cheerily, but had no dime for powder and shot. Pay for the work was not to be had until the 1st of December, and meanwhile every penny must be saved for coal and for Ellie's shoes. "It leaves Thanksgiving out in the cold, doesn't it, Bub? But we'll make it up at Christmas, maybe," said Mr. Waddle, as Obadiah turned to go. "Here's 3 cents for a bite of candy for Sis, and take good care of Mother. I'll be home day after tomorrow, likely." Obadiah jingled the 3 pennies in his pocket as he walked to the combined store and post office. 3 cents! They would buy a charge or 2 of powder and shot, and he still had a few caps. And candy was not good for people anyhow. He wished he had asked his father if he might buy ammunition instead. "But I'll not bother him again," he decided, "and Sis will be glad enough of the candy." He would not buy rashly. He looked over the jars of striped sticks, peppermint drops, chocolate mice, and mixed varieties. Then he sat down on a nail keg to await the distribution of the mail. He watched the people standing by for the opening of the delivery window. It was a rare thing for his family to get a letter, but then they seldom sent one. Once in a while a newspaper came from Uncle Obadiah, but only 1 letter in 2 years. Perhaps if he knew what hard luck they were having, he would write oftener. The boy had heard his mother say only the week before that she wanted to write to Brother Obie, but was no hand at letters, especially when there was no good news to write. A thought now came to young Obadiah. He would write to his uncle tomorrow, and his brain began fairly to hum with what he would say. When his time came, he invested 1 cent in a clean white stick of candy, and the remaining 2 in a postage stamp. "I'll pay 2 cents back to Pa as soon as I get the answer," he said confidently to his questioning conscience. His walk home abounded in exasperations. Never had game appeared so plentiful. 3 separate flocks of prairie chickens flew directly over his head. A rabbit scurried across his path, and in the stubble of the ruined grain fields rose and fell little clouds of quail. "They just know it ain't loaded," grumbled Obadiah, trudging with his empty gun. That night, after Sis had gone to sleep, and his mother had lain down beside her, cheerfully remarking that bed was cheaper than fire, and that she was glad there was a good wood lot on the Elbridge place, Obadiah, behind the sheltering canvas partition that separated the kitchen from the bedrooms, wrote the following letter. "Dear Uncle, last year our crops were burned up by the drought, and this year they were swept away by a cyclone, and all the stock was killed, and Father will not get his pay for carpenter work until December. If there was no hole in the dollar you gave me when I was a baby, I would take it and buy something for Thanksgiving. I wish you would send me $1 without a hole in it as soon as you can, and I will send you the one with a hole in it. I would send it now, but I have not got stamps enough. I hope you are well. We are all well, only Ma is homesick. Your sincere nephew, Obadiah Waddle. P.S. Please send your answer right to me, because I want to surprise Ma with some things for Thanksgiving." The next morning he set off to look at his most distant quail traps, found them empty, and circled round to the village, where he posted his letter. The days crept slowly by, and times grew more and more uncomfortable in the little sod house. Often when Obadiah was doing his sums, his pencil would shy off to a corner of his slate and scribble a list of items, something like this. 2 cents to Pa, that's 2 cents. Stamps and paper to send the D, that's 6 cents. Powder and shot, that's 10 cents. Tea and sugar for Ma, that's 30 cents. 1 pound of raisins, that's 15 cents. 6 eggs, that's 8 cents. 1 pound of butter, that's 20 cents. That adds up to 91 cents. More powder, 9 cents. That adds up to $1. Sometimes he would set down 1/2 pound of raisins and add candy for Sis at 5 cents, but this was in his reckless moments. Sober second thoughts always convinced him that raisins would bring the greatest good to the greatest number about Thanksgiving time. He casually asked his mother how long it took people to go to California. "Well, Uncle Obie's newspapers always get here about 4 or 5 days after they are printed. Dear me, I must write to your Uncle Obie just as soon as we can spare the money for paper and stamps. He'll be glad to know we are all alive and well, and that's about all I can tell him." Obadiah smiled broadly behind his geography and began reckoning the days. The answer might arrive about the 18th, but he heroically waited until the 21st before going to ask for it. He reached the village long before mail time, but saw so many things to consider in the grocery and provision line that he was almost surprised when the rattle of the mail rig and an ingathering of people told that the important time had arrived. The Waddles had given up their box, so he could not expect to see his letter until it should be handed out to him from the General W. pile. He waited patiently. The fortunate owners of lock boxes took out their letters with a proud air while the distributing was still going on. Others, who had mere open boxes, drew close and tried to read inverted superscriptions with poor success. Others, who never had either letters or papers, but who came in at this hour from force of habit, stood near the stove or leaned on the counters and spoke of the weather and swapped feeble jokes. Finally, the small wooden window was flung open. The little group got its papers and letters and gradually retired. "Any letter for me?" cried Obadiah, his heart jumping. "Nope. Your pa got your papers last Saturday." "But ain't there a letter for me?" The man hastily ran over the half-dozen W missives. "Nope." Obadiah's heart was heavy as lead now. He went out into the sleety weather and faced the long walk home. His eyes were so blurred with tears he could hardly see, and his feet came near slipping. A derisive shout came from across the street. "Hello! Pretty bad waddling this weather." Obadiah pulled his hat over his eyes and tramped on in scornful silence. And now another voice called out to him, a voice from the rear. "Oh, say, Waddle, come back here. Package for you." Obadiah hastily went back, his heart leaping. "Registered package," explained the postmaster. "Most forgot it. Sign your name on that line. Odd name you've got. No danger your mail going to some other fellow." Obadiah laughed and said he guessed not, and hardly believing his senses, again started for home, and soon struck out upon the far-stretching road. In the privacy of the great prairie he looked at the package again. How heavy it was for such a small one, and how important looked the long row of stamps, and there was Uncle Obadiah's name in one corner, proving that it was truly the answer. There must be a jackknife in it, or something besides the dollar. He cut the stout twine, removed the wrapper, and lifted the cover of a strong paper box. There was something wrapped in neat white paper and feeling very solid. Obadiah removed the paper, and a heavy, handsome, and very fat leather purse slipped into his hand. He opened it. It had several compartments, and in each one were 3 or more hard, flat, round objects, wrapped in more white paper to keep them from jingling, very likely. Obadiah unwrapped one of these round, flat objects, and even in the dull light of the drizzling and fading November day, he could see that it was a bright, clean, shining silver dollar, and had no hole in it. With hands fairly shaking with joy, he returned the purse to the box and sped homeward. He ran all the way, only slowing up for breath now and then, but it was dark, and the poor little supper was waiting when he reached the house. The small lamp did not shed a very brilliant light, but a mother does not need an electric glare in order to read her child's face. "Well, Obie, what's happened?" asked his mother as soon as he was inside the door. "Have you caught a whole flock of quails?" "Something better'n quails. Guess again, Ma." "3 nice fat prairie hens, then?" "Something better'n prairie hens." And then Obie could wait no longer. He pulled the package from under his coat and tossed it down beside the poor old teapot, which had known little but hot water these many weeks. "Why, it's from Brother Obie, to you!" exclaimed his mother, while his father drew near and said, "Well, well." "And look inside. I haven't half looked yet," said Obie. "But you look, Ma. I just want you to look." Ma opened the box, and then the purse, and then the 14 round objects wrapped in white paper, and they made a fine glitter on the red tablecloth. "Well, well," repeated Mr. Waddle. "And here's something written," said Mrs. Waddle, taking a paper from a pocket at the back of the purse. "Read it, Ma, out loud. I don't care," said Obie generously. So Ma read it in a voice that trembled a little. "My dear nephew, if I count rightly, it is 13 years since your good mother labeled you Obadiah. I'm not near enough to give you 13 slaps. I wish I were, so I send you $13 and one to grow on. Never mind returning the dollar with the hole in it. Keep it for your grandchildren to cut their teeth on. Give my love to your parents and little sister, and if you look the purse through closely, I think you will find something of interest to your mother. It is about time she paid our old Vermont a visit. Be a good boy. Your affectionate uncle, Obadiah Brown." "Oh, that blessed brother!" cried Mrs. Waddle, wiping her eyes with her apron. Obie seized the purse and examined it on all sides. It was a very wizard of a purse, for another little flat pocket was found in its inmost center, and from it Obie drew out another bit of folded paper and opened it. "Why, it's a check!" shouted Mr. Waddle. "A check for you, Mary, for $200. My! There's a brother for you." "Oh, not 200. It must be 20. It can't be," faltered Mrs. Waddle, wiping her eyes to look at the paper. Then she gave a little cry and fell to hugging all her family. "We can all go back. We can go next week." And she almost danced up and down on the unresponsive clay floor. "I owe you 2 cents, Pa, and I'll pay it back to you just as soon as I can get a dollar changed," said Obadiah proudly, fingering the shining coins. "How's that, Bubby?" Then Obadiah explained. "Oh, I hope you didn't complain, Obie," said his mother, her happy face clouding. "Well, I told him about the drought and the cyclone. I guess if I was a near relation, I wouldn't call that complaining. And then I asked him if he wouldn't swap dollars with me, so I could have one without a hole in it to get something for Mr. Waddle broke in with a shout of laughter, and Mrs. Waddle kissed her son once more and laughed too, although her eyes were full of tears. And then Obadiah knew everything was all right. "We can have Thanksgiving now, can't we, Ma?" he asked. "It's so near, and I'm going to get all the things. We'll have chicken pie, tame chicken pie, and plum pudding, and butter, and cream for the coffee, and cranberries, and lump sugar, and pumpkin pie, and—" "Oh, me want supper!" exclaimed Sis, and then they laughed again, and fell upon the cooling cornbread and molasses, and melancholy bits of fried pork, and the thin ghost of tea, as if they were already engaged in a feast of Thanksgiving. And so they were. End of How Obadiah Brought About a Thanksgiving. Recording by Jana Ketch.
Section 17 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. The White Turkey's Wing by Sophie Sweat. Priscilla, the big white hen turkey, deserved a better fate than to be eaten on Thanksgiving Day, and Minty and Jason contrived to save her. Mary Ellen was coming home from her school teaching at the Falls, and Nahum from tending in Blodgett's store at Edom Four Corners, and Uncle and Aunt Piper, with Mirandy and Augustus and the twins, were coming from Juniper Hill, and there was every prospect of as merry a Thanksgiving as one could wish to see. And Thanksgivings were always merry at the Kittredge farm on Red Hill. Uncle Kittredge might be a trifle over-thrifty, a little nigh, his neighbours called him, but there was no stinting at Thanksgiving, and when a boy is accustomed to perpetual cornbread and sausages, he knows how to appreciate unlimited turkey and plum pudding. And when he is used to gloomy evenings, in which Uncle Kittredge holds the one feeble kerosene lamp between himself and a newspaper, Aunt Kittredge knits in silent meditation on blue yarn stockings, he knows how good it is to have the house filled with lights and people, jolly games going on in the parlor, and candy pulling in the kitchen. All these delights were directly before Jason Kittredge, as he dangled his legs from the stone wall, and whittled away at the skewers, which Clorinda, the hired girl, had demanded of him. And yet his heart was as heavy as lead. He did not even look up when his sister Minty came up the hill toward him. He knew it was Minty, because she was hop-skipping and humming, and he knew that Aunt Kittredge had sent her to Mrs. Deacon Preble's to get a recipe for snow pudding. She had said she must have something real stylish, because she had invited the new minister and his daughter to dinner. "Oh, Jason, don't you wish it was always going to be Thanksgiving Day after tomorrow?" Minty continued her hop-skipping. She went to and fro before the dejected figure on the wall. Minty was tall for 12, and she had a very high forehead, which made Aunt Kittredge think that she was going to be smart. Aunt Kittredge made her comb her hair straight back from the high forehead and fasten it with a round comb. Not a vestige of hair showed under Minty's blue hood, and her forehead looked bleak and cold, and her pale blue eyes were watery, and her new teeth were large and overlapped each other. But Aunt Kittredge said it was no matter if only she was good and smart. "Why, Jason, is anything the matter?" Minty stopped breathless, and the joy faded out of her face. Jason continued to whittle in gloomy silence. His hands were almost purple with cold, and the wind flapped his large pantaloons. They were Uncle Kittredge's old ones, and Aunt Kittredge never thought it worth the while to consider the fit if they were turned up so that he could walk in them. "You don't care because the new minister and his daughter are coming?" pursued Minty. Jason's tastes, as she well knew, did not incline to ministers and schoolmasters as companions in merrymaking. "She's a big girl, almost 16, so she will go with Mary Ellen, and we shall have Mirandy and Augustus and the twins, and the Sedgell girls and Nehemiah Ham are coming in the evening, and we shall have such fun and such lots to eat." "That's just like you. You're frivolous. You don't know what an awful hard world it is. You haven't got a realizing sense," said Jason crushingly. This last accusation was one with which Aunt Kittredge was accustomed to overwhelm Clorinda when she burned the pies, or wore her best bonnet to evening meeting. Minty's face grew so long that it looked like the reflection of a face in a spoon, and the tears came into her eyes. It must be a hard world, since Jason found it so. He was much stouter-hearted than she. His round, snub-nosed, freckled face was generally as cheerful as the sunshine. Jason had his troubles, Minty well knew what they were, but he bore them manfully. He didn't like to have Clorinda use his hen's eggs when he was saving them to sell, and perhaps it was even more trying to be at school when the eggs-man came around, and have Aunt Kittredge sell his eggs and put the money into her pocket. Jason wished to go into business for himself, and he had a high opinion of the poultry business for a beginning. Cyrus, their hired man, had once lived with a man at North Edom who made fabulous sums by raising poultry, but Aunt Kittredge's peculiar views of the rights of boys interfered with his accumulation of the necessary capital. All these troubles Jason bore bravely. It must be some great misfortune that caused him to look so utterly despairing, and to accuse her of such dreadful things, thought poor Minty. Jason took pity on her woeful face. "Perhaps you're not so much to blame, Mint. You don't know," he said in a somewhat softened tone. "It's Aunt Kittredge." Minty heaved a long, long sigh. It generally was Aunt Kittredge. "She's told Cyrus to kill the white turkey," continued Jason, with almost a break in his voice. "To kill Priscilla!" gasped Minty. "She couldn't. She wouldn't. Oh, Jason, Cyrus won't do it, will he?" "Hasn't he got to if she says so?" demanded Jason grimly. "But Priscilla is yours," said Minty stoutly. "She says she only let me call her mine. Just as if I didn't save her out of that weak brood when all the rest were killed by the thunderstorm, and brought her up in cotton behind the kitchen stove, no matter how much Clorinda scolded, and found her nest with 31 eggs in it in the old pine stump. And she knows me and follows me round." "I shouldn't think Aunt Kittredge would want to," said Minty reflectively. "She wants a big turkey because the minister and his daughter are coming to dinner, and she doesn't want to have one of the young ones killed because she's too stingy. I wouldn't care if I were you. After all, Priscilla is only a turkey," said Minty, attempting to be cheerful. But this well-meant effort at consolation aroused Jason's wrath. "That's just like a girl," he cried. "What do you care if only you have blue beads and lots of candy?" Poor Minty's face lengthened again, and her jaw fell. "There's my $2.30, Jason," she said anxiously. Jason started. A ray of hope flushed his freckled face. "We can buy a big turkey over at Jonas Hicks's for all that money," continued Minty. And then she drew nearer to Jason and added a thrilling whisper, "And we can hide Priscilla." Jason stared at her in amazement. He had never expected Minty to come to the front in an emergency. Perhaps that high forehead meant something after all. "She'll be after you about the money, you know," he said, with a significant nod toward the house. "It's my own. I earned it, picking berries and weeding old Mrs. Jackman's garden. It's in my bank, and the bank won't open till there's $5 in it." Jason's face darkened. "But we can smash it," said Minty calmly. Certainly the high forehead meant something. Priscilla was hidden. The smashing was done in extreme privacy behind the stone wall of the pasture. Cyrus was bound over to secrecy, as was also Jonas Hicks, who, after some haggling, sold them his finest turkey for $2.30. "Cyrus is getting real handy and accommodating," said Clorinda the next morning, when they were all in the kitchen, and Jason, ignobly arrayed in Clorinda's kitchen belle apron, was chopping, and Minty was seeding raisins. "I expected nothing but what I'd got to pick the white turkey, and he's fetched her in all picked and drawed." "She don't weigh quite so much as I expected," said Uncle Kittredge, as he suspended the turkey on the hook of the old steelyards. Jason and Minty slyly exchanged anxious glances. Neither of them had looked at the turkey, and Minty's face was suffused with red, even to the roots of her tow-colored hair. Mary Ellen and Nahum came that night, and bright and early on the morning of Thanksgiving Day came Uncle and Aunt Piper, with Mirandy and Augustus and the twins, and the house was full of noise and jollity. Jason was obliged to go to church in the morning with the grown people, but Minty stayed at home to help Clorinda, and after much manoeuvring she found an opportunity to run down to the shanty in the logging road and feed the white turkey. The new minister and his daughter came to dinner, and Jason and Minty were glad that the children had seats at the far end of the table. The minister's daughter was 16 and looked very stylish, and Aunt Kittredge said she was glad enough that they had the snow pudding and that she had asked Aunt Piper to bring her sauce dishes. It had begun to be very merry at the far end of the table in a quiet way, for Aunt Kittredge's stern eye wandered constantly in that direction, and Jason and Minty had almost forgotten that there were trials and difficulties in life, when suddenly Aunt Piper's loud voice sounded across the table, striking terror to their souls. "You don't say that this is the white turkey? It seems kind of a pity to kill her, she was so handsome, but she eats real well. Now, you mustn't forget to let me take a wing home to Sabrini. You know you always promised her a wing for her hat when the white turkey was killed." Sabrini was Aunt Piper's niece, who had been left at home to keep house. "Sure enough I did," said Aunt Kittredge. "Jason, you go out to the barn and get Cyrus to give you one of the white turkey's wings. And Minty, you wrap it up nice, so it will be handy for your aunt to carry. Go as soon as you've ate your dinner, so's to have it ready, for Uncle Piper has got to get home before sundown." "Yes'm," answered Jason hoarsely, without lifting his eyes from his plate. He could scarcely eat another mouthful, and Minty found it unexpectedly easy to obey Aunt Kittredge's injunction to decline snow pudding, lest there should not be enough to go round. "What are you going to do?" asked Minty, overtaking Jason as he walked dejectedly through the woodshed as soon as dinner was over. "I don't know. Run away, and be a cowboy, like Hiram Trickey, I guess." Minty's heart gave a great throb. Hiram Trickey had sent home a photograph, which showed him to have become very like the picture of a pirate in Cyrus's old book, with pistols and a dirk at his belt. "Jason, the new minister's daughter has got a white gull's wing on her hat, and it's up in the spare chamber on the bed. And I don't think Sabrini would ever know the difference." Jason stared in wild-eyed, speechless wonder. Minty had never shown herself a leading spirit before. "It will be dark before the minister's daughter goes, and there's a veil over the hat, and if we put a little something white on it, I'm sure she won't notice, and when she does notice, she won't know what became of it. And we can save up and buy her another gull's wing." "Sabrini'll know," said Jason, but there was an accent of hope in his voice. "They don't have turkeys, and they know that Priscilla wasn't a common turkey. Perhaps they won't know the difference," said Minty. "Anyway, it will give us time to get Priscilla out of the way. If Aunt Kittredge finds out, she will have her killed right away." "You go and get that wing off the minister's daughter's hat, Mint," directed Jason firmly. Minty worked with trembling fingers in the chilly seclusion of the spare chamber, but she made a neat package, and she stuck onto the hat, in place of the wing, some feathers from the white rooster. There was an awful moment as Uncle and Aunt Piper were leaving. "Just let me see whether he's got a real handsome wing," said Aunt Kittredge, taking the package which Minty had put into Aunt Piper's hand. "Malachi is in considerable of a hurry, and they've done it up so nice," said Aunt Piper. "There, I most forgot my sauce dishes, and Sabrini's going to have company tomorrow." Minty drew a long breath of relief as the carriage disappeared down the lane, and Jason privately confided to her his opinion that she was an awful smart girl. There was another dreadful moment when the minister's daughter went home. They had played games until a very late hour for Corinna, and she dressed so hurriedly that she did not observe that anything had happened to her hat. But as she went down the garden walk, Jason and Minty saw in the moonlight the rooster's feathers blowing from it. The next morning, in the privacy afforded by the great wood-pile, to which Jason had gone to chop his daily stint, the children debated the advisability of committing the white turkey to the care of Lot Rankin, who lived with his widowed mother on the edge of the woods. "It's hard to get a chance to feed her," said Jason, "and she may squawk." "Lot Rankin may tell," suggested Minty. And she heaved a great sigh. Conspiracy came hard to Minty. Just then the voice of the new minister's daughter came to their ears. She was talking with Aunt Kittredge on the other side of the woodpile. "There was a high wind last night when I went home, and I suppose it blew away. I am very sorry to lose it, because it was so pretty, and it was a present, too," she said. "Maybe the children have found it. They're round here everywhere," said Aunt Kittredge, and then she called shrilly to Jason. Minty shrank down in a little heap behind a huge log as Jason stepped bravely out from behind the woodpile and answered promptly that he had not seen the gull's wing. That was literally true, but how she was going to answer Minty did not know. It was so great a relief that tears sprang to Minty's eyes when, after a little more conversation, the minister's daughter went away. Aunt Kittredge had taken it for granted that, as she remarked, if one of them young uns didn't know anything about it, the other one didn't. Minty felt her burden of guilt to be greater than she could bear, and there was no way in which she could earn enough money to buy the minister's daughter a new feather until the berries were ripe and the weeds grew in old Mrs. Jackman's garden. Minty racked her brains to think of something she could give the minister's daughter to ease her troubled conscience. There was her Bunker Hill monument, made of shells, her most precious treasure. She would gladly have parted with even that, but it stood upon the table in the parlor, and Aunt Kittredge would discover so soon that it had gone, and Aunt Kittredge was quite capable of asking the minister's daughter to return it. Minty felt despairingly that this atonement was impossible. But suddenly a bright idea struck her. The feather on her summer Sunday hat. It was blue. It had been white originally, but Aunt Kittredge had thriftily dyed it when it became soiled. Blue would be very becoming to the minister's daughter, and perhaps she would like it as well as her gull's wing. There was another sly visit to the chilly spare chamber. Minty took her summer Sunday hat from its bandbox in the closet, and carefully abstracted the blue feather. It was slightly faded, and there were some traces of the wetting it had received in a thunderstorm, in spite of the handkerchief which Aunt Kittredge carefully pinned over it. But Minty thought it still a very beautiful feather. She put it into a little pasteboard box, wrote the minister's daughter's name on it, placed it on her doorstep at dusk, rang the bell, and ran away. It was nearly a week before she could find this opportunity to present the feather, for Aunt Kittredge didn't allow her to go out after dark, and in all that time they had not been able to negotiate with Lot Rankin, for Lot had the mumps on both sides at once and could not be seen. But the very next day after the minister's daughter received her feather, as if things were all coming right, thought Minty hopefully, Uncle Kittredge sent her down to Lot Rankin's to find out when he would be strong enough to help Cyrus in the logging camp, and Jason gave her many charges concerning the contract she was to make with Lot. But as she was going out of the house, there stood the minister's daughter in the doorway, talking with Aunt Kittredge. "I shouldn't have known where it came from if Miss Plimpton, the milliner, hadn't happened to come in," the young girl was saying. "She said at once it's Minty Kittredge's feather. I had it dyed for her last summer, and there's the little tag from the dye house on it now. I can't think why she sent it to me." Aunt Kittredge turned to the shrinking figure behind her, holding the blue feather accusingly in her hand. "Araminta Kittredge, what does this mean?" she demanded sternly. She felt so bad about her gull's wing, and... A rising sob fairly choked Minty. "Please don't scold her. I'm sure she can explain," pleaded the minister's daughter. "It's my duty to find out just what this means," said Aunt Kittredge severely. "I never heard of a child doing such a high-handed thing. You can do your errand now because your uncle wants you to, but when you come back I shall have a settlement with you." Poor Minty. She ran fast, never looking back, although the minister's daughter called to her in kindliest tones. There was no hope of keeping a secret from Aunt Kittredge when once she had discovered that there was one. The only chance of saving Priscilla's life lay in persuading Lot Rankin to care for and conceal her. But, alas, she found that Lot was not to be persuaded. He was going into the woods to work, and his mother was set against turkeys. Moreover, she was so lonesome most of the time that when folks did come along she told 'em all she knew. Jason, who had been very anxious, met her at the corner. Perhaps it was not to be wondered at that Jason was somewhat cross and unreasonable. He said only a girl would be so foolish as to send that feather to the minister's daughter. Girls were all silly, even those who had high foreheads, and he would never trust one again. He hoped she was going to have sense enough not to tell, no matter what Aunt Kittredge did. Poor Minty felt herself to be quite unequal to resisting Aunt Kittredge, but she swallowed a lump in her throat and said firmly that she would try to have sense enough. As they passed the blacksmith shop, Lifflet, Uncle Piper's man, called out to them, "Maybe I shan't have time to go up to your house. The blacksmith is sick, so I had to come over here to get the mare shod. I wish you'd tell your aunt that Sabrini says it 'tweren't no turkey's wing that she sent her. 'Twas some kind of sea-bird's wing, and it come off of somebody's bonnet, and she's a-going to fetch it back." Minty and Jason answered not a word, but as they went on they looked at each other despairingly. "We should have been found out anyway," said Minty. Her pitifully white face seemed to touch Jason and arouse a spark of manly courage in his bosom. "I'll stand by you, Mint, feather and all. You can't help being a girl," he said magnanimously, "and I won't run away to be a cowboy like Hiram Tricky." Minty gave him a little grateful glance, but she could not speak. It did not seem so dreadful now about Hiram Tricky. She wished that a girl could run away to be a cowboy. As they slowly and dejectedly drew near the house, they saw a horse and a farm wagon at the door, and through the window they discovered that Uncle and Aunt Kittredge, Clorinda, and Cyrus were all in the kitchen. There was a visitor. Here was at least a slight reprieve. They went around through the woodshed. It seemed advisable to approach Aunt Kittredge with caution, even in the presence of a visitor. "Well, I must say I'm considerable disappointed," the visitor was saying as they softly opened the door. He was a bluff, burly man who sat with his tall whip between his knees. "I ought to 'a' stopped when I see her out there top of the stone wall the last time I come by. The handsomest turkey creetur I ever did see, and I been in the poultry business this 20 years. I knew in a minute she belonged to that breed that old Miss Joskins had. She fetched 'em from York State. She moved away before I knew it, and carried 'em all with her. I bought some eggs of her, and most all of 'em hatched, but that white turkey was the only one that lived," said Aunt Kittredge. "I declare if I'd known she was anything more than common, and worthy of having her picture in a book." "You ought to 'a' known it, Maria," said Uncle Kittredge testily. I wasn't for having her killed, and you ought to have heard to me. I was calculating to have her picture right in the front of my new poultry book, continued the visitor, whom the children now recognized as the distinguished poultry dealer of North Edom for whom Cyrus had once worked. And I was going to have printed under it, from the farm of Abner Kittredge, Esquire, Corinna. Be kind of a boon for you and Corinna, too, see? And if you didn't want to sell her right out, I was calculating to make you a handsome offer for all the eggs she laid. There, now you see what you've done, Maria. I declare I wouldn't grudge giving a $20 bill to fetch that white turkey back, exclaimed Uncle Kittredge. Oh, Uncle Kittredge! Minty broke away from Jason, who would have held her back, not feeling sure that it was quite time to speak. She rushed into the room. You needn't give $20. Priscilla is down in the little shanty in the logging wood. We saved her, Jason and I, and we bought a turkey from Jonas Hicks instead. I paid with my own money, Aunt Kittredge, and then I took the gull's wing off the minister's daughter's hat to send to Sabrini, and so that's why I sent her the blue feather, and Sabrini's going to send the gull's wing back. Jason, you go and fetch that turkey home, said Uncle Kittredge. And Maria, don't you blame them children, one mite. I never heard such high-handed doin's, gasped Aunt Kittredge. I expect I shall have to send you children each a copy of my book with the picture of that turkey in it, said the poultry dealer. And maybe the boy and I can make a kind of contract about eggs and chickens. The minister's daughter wore her gull's wing to church next Sunday, and she privately confided to Minty that she didn't blame her one bit. Aunt Kittredge looked at Minty somewhat severely for several days, but only as she looked at her when she turned around in church or fidgeted in the long prayer. And after the poultry book came out, with Priscilla's photograph as the frontispiece, and people began to make pilgrimages to the Red Hill farm to see the poultry, she was heard to say several times that it was wonderful to see how a smart boy like Jason could make turkey-raising pay, and that as for Minty, she always knew that high forehead of hers wasn't for nothing. End of The White Turkey's Wing.
Section 18 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Coos. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. The Thanksgiving Goose by Fanny Wilder Brown. How a Little Boy Learned to Be Thankful. A charming story, even though it has a moral. But I don't like roast goose, said Guy, pouting. I'd rather have turkey. Turkey is best for Thanksgiving anyways. Goose is for Christmas. Guy's mother did not answer. He watched her while she carefully wrote GTW on the corner of a pretty new red-bordered handkerchief. 5 others, all alike, and all marked alike, lay beside it. The initials were his own. Why didn't you buy some blue ones? I'd rather have them different, he said. Mrs. Wright smiled a queer little smile, but did not answer. She lighted a large lamp and held the marked corner of one of the handkerchiefs against the hot chimney. The heat made the indelible ink turn dark. Although the writing had been so faint, Guy hardly could see it before. "Oh, dear," he cried, "there's a little blot at the top of that T. I don't want to carry a handkerchief that has a blot on it." "Very well," said his mother. "I'll put them away, and you may carry your old ones until you ask me to let you carry this one. I don't care to furnish new things for a boy who doesn't appreciate them." "I don't like old—" "That'll do, Guy. Never mind the rest of the things that you don't like. I want you to take this $1 down to Mrs. Burns. Tell her that I shall have a day's work for her on Friday, and I thought she might like to have part of the pay in advance to help make Thanksgiving with. Please go now." "But $1 won't help much. She won't like that. She always acts just as if she was as happy as anybody. I don't want to go there on such an errand as that." Mrs. Wright smiled again, but her tone was very grave. "Mrs. Burns is as happy as anybody. Guy and she has the best behaved children in the neighborhood. The little ones almost never cry, and I never have seen the older ones quarrel. But there are 8 children, and Mr. Burns has only 1 arm, so he can't earn much money. Mrs. Burns has to turn her hands to all sorts of things to keep the children clothed and fed. She'll be thankful to get the $1. You see if she isn't. And tell her if she is making mince pies to sell this year, I'll take 3. Guy walked very slowly down the street until he came to the little house where the Burns family lived. "I'd hate to live here," he thought. "I don't see where they'll sleep. My room isn't big enough, but I don't believe there's a room in this house as big as mine. I shouldn't have a bit of fun ever if I lived here. And I'd hate to have my mother make pies and send me about to sell them." Then he knocked on the front door, for there was no bell. No one came. He could hear people talking in the distance, so he knew some of the family were at home. Someone always was at home here to look after the little children. He walked around to the kitchen door. It stood open. The children were talking so fast they did not hear his knock. They were very busy. Katie, the 11-year-old, and Malcolm, 10, Guy's age, were cutting citron into long, thin strips, piling it on a big blue plate. Mary and James, the 8-year-old twins, were paring apples with a paring machine. The long, curling skins fell in a large stone jar standing on a clean paper spread on the floor. Charlie, who was only 4 years old, was watching to see that none of the parings fell over the edge of the jar. Susan, who was 7, was putting raisins, a few at a time, into a meat chopper, screwed down on the kitchen table. George, 3 years old, was turning the handle of the chopper to grind the raisins. Baby Joe was creeping about the floor after a kitten. Mrs. Burns was taking a great piece of meat from a steaming kettle on the back of the stove. Everyone was working except the baby and the kitten, but all seemed to be having a glorious time. What they were saying seemed so funny, it was some time before Guy could understand it. At last he was sure it was some kind of game. "Mice?" asked Susan. Mary squealed, and they all laughed. "Because they're small," said Mary. "Snakes?" "They can't climb trees," Mrs. Burns called out from the pantry. The children fairly roared at that. "A pantry with no window in it?" "Oh, we've had that before," Katie answered. "I know what you say. It's a good place to ripen pears in when Mrs. Wright gives us some." Guy knocked very loudly at that. He had not thought he was listening. The children started, but did not leave their work. They looked at their mother. "Jamie," she said. Then Jamie came to meet Guy and invited him in to walk in. "What game is it?" asked Guy, forgetting his errand. "Making mince pies," said Jamie. "It's lots of fun. Don't you want to play? I'll let you turn the paring machine if you'd like that best." Guy said thank you, and began to turn the parer eagerly. "But I don't mean what you're doing," said Guy. "I knew that was mince pies. I thought that was work. I meant what you were saying. It sounds so funny. I never heard it before." "Mama made it up," explained Malcolm. "It's great fun. We always play it at Thanksgiving time. You think of something that people don't like, and the one who can think first tells what he is thankful for about it. We call it Thanksgiving." Guy stayed for an hour and played both games. Then, quite to his surprise, the 12 o'clock whistles blew, and he had to go home. But he remembered his errands and did them, to the great pleasure of the whole Burns family. In the afternoon, Guy spent some time writing a note to his mother. It was badly written, but it made his mother happy. It read, Dear Mother, I'm thankful the blot isn't any bigger. I'm thankful the handkerchiefs is sent black on the borders. I would like that one with the blot on to put in my pocket when you read this. But my old ones are nice. The Burnses don't have things to be thankful for, but they are thankful just the same. I am thankful for the goose we are going to have. The best is I am thankful I am not a goose myself, for if I was, I wouldn't know enough to be thankful. Respectfully yours, Guy Theodore Wright. End of The Thanksgiving Goose by Fanny Wilder Brown. Recording by John Coos.
Section 19 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. An English Dinner of Thanksgiving by George Elliott. Americans are not the only people who hold a feast each year after the crops are gathered into the barns. In older boys and girls who wish to know more of the jolly English farmer, Martin Poyser, and his household, will enjoy reading about them in George Eliot's great novel, Adam Bede. It was a goodly sight, that table, with Martin Poyser's round good-humoured face and large person at the head of it, helping his servants to the fragrant roast beef, and pleased when the empty plates came again. Martin, though usually blessed with a good appetite, really forgot to finish his own beef tonight. It was so pleasant to him to look on in the intervals of carving and see how the others enjoyed their supper. For were they not men who, on all the days of the year except Christmas Day and Sundays, ate their cold dinner in a makeshift manner under the hedgerows, and drank their beer out of wooden bottles, with relish certainly, but with their mouths towards the zenith, after a fashion more endurable to ducks than to human bipeds? Martin Poyser had some faint conception of the flavour such men must find in hot roast beef and fresh-drawn ale. He held his head on one side, and screwed up his mouth as he nudged Bartle Massey, and watched half-witted Tom Tholer, known as Tom Saft, receiving his second plateful of beef. A grin of delight broke over Tom's face as the plate was set down before him, between his knife and fork, which he held erect as if they had been sacred tapers. But the delight was too strong to continue smouldering in a grin. It burst out the next moment in a long-drawn haw-haw, followed by a sudden collapse into utter gravity as the knife and fork darted down on the prey. Martin Poyser's large person shook with his silent, unctuous laugh. He turned towards Mrs. Poyser to see if she too had been observant of Tom, and the eyes of husband and wife met in a glance of good-natured amusement. But now the roast beef was finished, and the cloth was drawn, leaving a fair large deal table for the bright drinking cans, and the foaming brown jugs, and the bright brass candlesticks, pleasant to behold. Now the great ceremony of the evening was to begin, the harvest song, in which every man must join. He might be in tune if he liked to be singular, but he must not sit with closed lips. The movement was obliged to be in triple time, the rest was ad libitum. As to the origin of this song, whether it came in its actual state from the brain of a single rhapsodist, or was gradually perfected by a school or succession of rhapsodists, I am ignorant. There is a stamp of unity, of individual genius upon it, which inclines me to the former hypothesis, though I am not blind to the consideration that this unity may rather have arisen from that consensus of many minds which was a condition of primitive thought foreign to our modern consciousness. Some will perhaps think that they detect in the first quatrain an indication of a lost line, which later rhapsodists, failing in imaginative vigour, have supplied by the feeble device of iteration. Others, however, may rather maintain that this very iteration is an original felicity to which none but the most prosaic minds can be insensible. The ceremony connected with the song was a drinking ceremony. That is perhaps a painful fact, but then, you know, we cannot reform our forefathers. During the first and second quatrain, sung decidedly forte, no can was filled. Here's a health unto our master, the founder of the feast. Here's a health unto our master and to our mistress. And may his doings prosper, whate'er he takes in hand, for we are all his servants and are at his command. But now, immediately before the third quatrain or chorus, sung fortissimo, with emphatic raps on the table, which gave the effect of cymbals and drum together, Alec's can was filled, and he was bound to empty it before the chorus ceased. Then drink, boys, drink, and see ye do not spill, for if ye do, ye shall drink too, for 'tis our master's will. When Alec had gone successfully through this test of steady-handed manliness, it was the turn of old Kester at his right hand, and so on, till every man had drunk his initiatory pint under the stimulus of the chorus. Tom Saft, the rogue, took care to spill a little by accident, but Mrs. Poyser, too officiously Tom thought, interfered to prevent the exaction of the penalty. To any listener outside the door, it would have been the reverse of obvious why the "drink, boys, drink" should have such an immediate and often repeated encore. But once entered, he would have seen that all faces were at present sober, and most of them serious. It was the regular and respectable thing for those excellent farm labourers to do, as much as for elegant ladies and gentlemen to smirk and bow over their wine-glasses. Bartle Massey, whose ears were rather sensitive, had gone out to see what sort of evening it was at an early stage in the ceremony, and had not finished his contemplation until a silence of 5 minutes declared that "drink, boys, drink" was not likely to begin again for the next 12-month. Much to the regret of the boys and Totty, on them the stillness fell rather flat, after that glorious thumping of the table, towards which Totty, seated on her father's knee, contributed with her small might and small fist. When Bartle re-entered, however, there appeared to be a general desire for solo music after the choral. Nancy declared that Tim the waggoner knew a song, and was always singing like a lark in the stable, whereupon Mr. Poyser said encouragingly, "Come, Tim, lad, let's hear it." Tim looked sheepish, tucked down his head, and said he couldn't sing, but this encouraging invitation of the master's was echoed all round the table. It was a conversational opportunity. Everybody would say, "Come, Tim," except Alec, who never relaxed into the frivolity of unnecessary speech. At last, Tim's next neighbour, Ben Tholoway, began to give emphasis to his speech by nudges, at which Tim, growing rather savage, said, "Let me alone, will ye, or else I may sing ye a tune ye won't like." A good-tempered waggoner's patience has limits, and Tim was not to be urged further. "Well then, David, you're the lad to sing," said Ben, willing to show that he was not discomfited by this check. "Sing 'My love's a rose without a thorn.'" The amatory David was a young man of an unconscious abstracted expression, which was due probably to a squint of superior intensity rather than to any mental characteristic, for he was not indifferent to Ben's invitation, but blushed and laughed and rubbed his sleeve over his mouth in a way that was regarded as a symptom of yielding. And for some time the company appeared to be much in earnest about the desire to hear David's song, but in vain. The lyricism of the evening was in the cellar at present, and was not to be drawn from that retreat just yet. From Chapter 53 of Adam Bede, by George Elliott. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lydia. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. A Novel Postman by Alice W. Wilden. A little country girl made known her wants in a decidedly original way. A small boy in the city did his best to satisfy them. This is at once a story of Thanksgiving and of Christmas. "Oh, Mother, what do you suppose Ellen found in the turkey? You never could guess. It's a letter, yes, a real letter just stuffed inside. See?" And Freddie held before his mother's wondering eyes a soiled and crumpled envelope which seemed to contain a letter. Freddie had been in the kitchen all the morning watching the various operations for the Thanksgiving dinner which was to come off the next day, when all the sisters, cousins, and aunts of the family were to assemble, as was their custom each year,
and great was the commotion in the kitchen, and much was there for Master Fred to inspect. When Ellen put her hand into the turkey to arrange him for the stuffing, great was her astonishment at finding a piece of paper. Drawing it quickly out, she called, "Freddie, Freddie, see here! See what I've found in the turkey! I declare, if he isn't a new kind of postman, for as sure as you're born, this is a letter come from somewhere in the turkey. My, who ever heard of such a thing?" Freddie, standing with eyes and mouth wide open, finally said, "Why, Ellen, do you believe it is a letter?" "Why, of course it is. Don't you see it's in an envelope and all sealed and everything?" "Yes, but it hasn't any stamp, and how could a turkey bring it? How did it get in him?" "Oh," laughed Ellen, "that's the question. You'd better take it right up to your mother and get her to read it to you, and perhaps it will tell." So Freddie, all excitement, rushed upstairs and into his mother's room, shouting as we have read. His mother took the letter from him. "Where did you get this, Freddie? What do you mean by finding it in the turkey?" "Why, Ellen found it in the turkey when she was fixing him, and I don't see how it got there." Mrs. Page turned the envelope and slowly read, "To the lady who buys this turkey," written with a pencil and in rather crooked letters on the outside. Then, opening the envelope, she found, surely enough, a letter within, also written in pencil, in rather uncertain letters, some large, some quite small, some in the line, others above or below, but all bearing sufficient relation to one another for her finally to decipher the following: November 20th, Mad River Village, N.H. Dear lady, I do want a doll for Christmas awful, and mother says that Santa Claus is so busy in the city that she guesses he forgets the country, and for me to write to the city lady who buys our turkey and ask her if she will please to ask Santa Claus if he could send a doll way up here in the country to me. I will hang my stocking in the chimney, and he cannot mistake the house because it is the only house that is black in the whole place. I have prayed to him lots of times to give me a doll, but I guess he does not mind prayers much from a little girl so far away, so will you please to ask him for me and oblige, Lucy Tillage. P.S. I hope the turkey will be good to eat. He is our very best one, and I was sorry to have him killed, but I never had a doll. Freddie listened very much interested, sometimes helping to make out the letters while his mother read this remarkable letter. At its conclusion he dropped upon a chair in deep thought, while in his imagination he saw a small black house surrounded by turkeys, running wildly about, while a little girl tried to catch the largest. "Oh, mother," at length he sighed, "only think of a girl who never had a doll, and Beth has so many she don't know what to do with them all. Shall you ask Santa Claus to send her one?" "Well," said Mrs. Page, who also had been in deep thought, "do you think we'd better ask Santa Claus to send her one, or send her one ourselves? You and Beth might send her one for a Christmas present." At once Freddie became fired with the desire to rush to a store, purchase a doll, and send it off to the little black house. He seemed to think the house was little because the girl was little. "No, no, Freddie, not so fast," said Mrs. Page. "I think we'd better wait till Papa comes home, and then we will ask his advice about it. First, if he knows of a town in New Hampshire of this name, and then if he thinks there may really be a little girl there who has such an odd name. I shouldn't be surprised if Papa could find out all about her." Freddie thought it was hard to wait until his father came home before something was done about securing a doll. Still, he knew his mother was right and tried to be patient, wishing Beth would come home, wondering how the little girl looked, and if she had any brothers who wanted something, and 50 other things, till he heard his father's key in the front door. Then down he rushed, flourishing the open sheet in his hand, and gave him a most bewildering and rapid account of the letter, and the finding it in the turkey, ending with, "Now, Papa, do you know of any such town, and did you ever hear of Lucy Tillage before, or of anybody's turkey having a letter sent in him? And don't you think we might send her the doll right away, so she might have it for Christmas, sure? Don't you, Papa? And if we can't get a new one, won't you tell Beth to send one of hers? I know she won't want so many, and—" "Oh, stop, my boy," said Mr. Page, laughing heartily. "Wait a moment, Fred, I don't half understand what this is all about. A letter and a turkey, and a little girl with a doll and a turkey, in a black house. Now, Papa, you're getting it all mixed up. You read the letter yourself, please." So Mr. Page read the letter, and heard about finding it in the turkey, and then talked it over with his wife and Freddie and Beth, who had come in from her play, and it was decided that he should write to the postmaster and minister in Mad River Village, asking them if they knew of any family in the place of the name of Tillage, and if they did, whether they were a poor family, and how many children they had, and anything else they might know of them. There was no time to lose if the doll was to be sent for Christmas, so both letters were written that very evening, and Freddie begged to put them in the post-box, himself, so that there might be no mistake in that. Then came a long time of waiting for Master Fred. At first he thought one day would be enough for the letter to find its way to Mad River Village, but upon a solemn consultation with the cousins and aunts who came to the Thanksgiving party, it was decided that 3 days at least ought to be allowed for a letter to reach a place that none of them had ever heard of, and perhaps there was not such a village anywhere after all, but Freddie had made up his mind that there was somewhere. And so each morning found him watching for the postman, and each night he went to bed disappointed, saying, "Oh, I hope there is truly a Mad Village." Beth was almost as much excited as Fred about Lucy's letter, but still she laughed at him, as older sisters sometimes seem to take pleasure in doing, saying, "I guess it's a delicious kind of Wonderland kind of letter, and that the people up there are mad people to be sending letters and turkeys." "Well, you just wait, Beth, and see if they are," answered Fred. And sure enough, after 10 days of waiting, Freddie was rewarded by receiving from the postman a yellow envelope with Mad River Village printed in large clear letters right side of the stamp. He ran as fast as he could with it to his father, shouting to Beth by the way to "come and see if there isn't a Mad Village in a Lucy Tillage." Mr. Page was never given so short a time before to open a letter and adjust his glasses, but then a letter had never before been received under such circumstances. It proved to be from the postmaster at Mad River Village, and ran as follows: Mad River Village, N.H. Mr. Page of Boston, I received your letter a day or two since, and hasten to answer it right away, as you wish, by this morning's mail, which I must put up pretty soon, so this letter must be short. Yes, sir, I do know of a family in this town by the name of Tillage, and they're a good respectable family, too. They live a mile or two out of the village on a farm his father left him, and I guess they have a pretty hard time making both ends meet. There ain't much sale up here for farm things, you know, and it costs a heap to send them to Boston, but they do say that he's raised lots of chickens and turkeys to send to Boston for Thanksgiving. Last year he and his wife started in on taking summer boarders, and I guess they done first rate. They're young folks, got 3 children, a little girl, a small boy, and a baby, and I guess they'll do as well as anyone can on that farm. It's a likely place, but his father ain't been dead long, and Joe didn't have no show while the old man was alive. He buys his flour and groceries of me, and I call him an honest fellow, and I guess you'd like to board with them if you want to try them next summer. I don't think of anything more to say, so we'll close. Yours respectfully, Josiah Safford. P.S. His name and address are George Tillage, Interval Farm, Mad River Village, N.H. This was a highly satisfactory letter, especially to Master Fred, who had shouted gleefully to Beth, "I told you so. I do know of a family of the name of Tillage." And when his father read 3 children, a little girl, etc., he nearly turned a somersault in his excitement, dancing about and saying, "That's Lucy! That's Lucy!" Mr. Page turned smilingly to his wife, saying, "Well, my dear, this does not sound so much like a fairy tale after all, and I really think you and the children must play Santa Claus and send Lucy a doll." "Oh, yes, Papa, of course we must." "Yes, do, Mamma," shouted both children at once. "It'll be such fun, and she won't know where it comes from." Mrs. Page was only too willing, so she promised, only adding that she hoped the minister would give an equally good account. The children, however, were quite satisfied with the postmaster's letter, and began preparations the very next morning to secure the doll for her, and her "fit-out," as Beth called it. First, Beth's dolls were looked at to see if one of them would do to take a trip into the country, but although there were quite a number of them, none of them seemed to just suit their ideas of what Lucy's doll should be. So Mamma was appealed to, and in consequence a visit was paid to Partridge's store by Mrs. Page, accompanied by Beth and Master Fred. Here such a bewildering array of dolls was presented to the children that it was with difficulty they finally decided upon one with blue eyes and short golden hair, and real hair that curled bewitchingly. Then came the selection of the fit-out. Freddie thought she should have skates, and a watch, and bracelets, and one of the cunning waterproof cloaks, and a trunk, in fact everything that could be bought for a doll, and in these days that means all articles of apparel, whether for use or ornament, that could be bought for a real person. But Mrs. Page explained that she would not need so many things in Mad River Village, so he was contented with a trunk which he selected himself, while his mother and Beth bought a little hat and cloak, shoes, stockings, and a pretty sunshade. The dresses and underclothing Beth thought she could make with the aid of her mother's seamstress, and she was very ambitious to try. Freddie thought the small boy and the baby ought to have presents sent to them also, so he was allowed to select a drum, which he was sure the boy would like best of anything, and a pretty rattle and a rubber cow for the baby. It was a very busy season of the year for the Pages as well for other people, and Beth had many presents to think about, but she kept the little dresses and clothes for Lucy's doll in mind, and worked and planned with a will all the time she could spare for them, and Mary the seamstress sewed and sewed, and as she knew how to cut dresses as well as make them, in about 2 weeks they had, as Beth said, a lovely fit-out. Even to a tiny muffin collar made from some bits of fur Mamma had, and a sweet little hood made just like Beth's own. Then Miss Doll was dressed in her travelling suit, muff and all, her other dresses and clothing packed in the little trunk, and she herself carefully tucked in on top. Then Beth shut the cover and locked it, tying the key to one of the buckles of the side strap. A box had been procured, and into it was packed the trunk, the drum, and the presents for the baby, supplemented by Freddie with a ball which he had found among his own playthings, and 2 cornucopias of candy which he had purchased himself, saying that Christmas won't be Christmas if they don't have some candy. Mrs. Page filled in the nooks and corners just to steady the whole, as she modestly said, with a pair of strong warm mittens for Mr. Tillage, some magazines and books, several pairs of long thick stockings which Freddie had outgrown but not worn out, and over the whole a beautiful warm shawl. Then Beth and Fred composed a letter together which Beth wrote and they both signed. Dear Lucy Tillage, the turkey brought the letter safely to us, and we wanted to be Santa Claus ourselves, and so send the doll and the other things for a Christmas present to you and your brother and the baby. We wish you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Beth Page. Fred Page. This they neatly folded, put in an envelope addressed to Miss Lucy Tillage, Mad River Village, and placed on the shawl where it might be seen the moment the box was opened. They felt very proud and happy when the box was finally nailed up and directed in clear printed letters to George Tillage, Intervale Farm, Mad River Village, New Hampshire. Freddie insisted that Lucy's name ought to be put on too, as she was the one who had written the letter and to whom the box was really sent, so "For Lucy" was printed across one corner and underlined, that her father might see it was sent particularly to her. It all seemed so mysterious, sending presents to people they did not know, and so delightful that they thought this the best Christmas they had ever known, and only wished that they could be in the little black house when the box was opened, to see Lucy's face as she caught sight of the cunning trunk and then the doll which she had so longed for. The very day the box was sent on is way there came a letter from a minister in the town in which Mad River Village was located, saying that he did not know of any family of the name of Tillage, but upon inquiry he had found there was a family of that name living on the other side of the river, but as they did not go to his church, he was not acquainted with them, he was sorry, etc., etc. But the children cared little for this letter. Their faith in Lucy was not shaken, and they were very happy that they had answered her letter. End of A Novel Postman.
Section 21 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. Ezra's Thanksgiving Out West by Eugene Field. A Kansas settler's recollections of an old-time Thanksgiving in western Massachusetts. Older boys and girls will best appreciate the tender sentiment of the picture which Eugene Field has painted so vividly by his masterly use of homely dialect. Ezra had written a letter to the home folks, and in it he had complained that never before had he spent such a weary, lonesome day as this Thanksgiving Day had been. Having finished this letter, he sat for a long time gazing idly into the open fire that snapped cinders all over the hearthstone and sent its red forks dancing up the chimney to join the winds that frolicked and gamboled across the Kansas prairies that raw November night. It had rained hard all day and was cold, and although the open fire made every honest effort to be cheerful, as he sat in front of it in the wooden rocker and looked down into the glowing embers, experienced a dreadful feeling of loneliness and homesickness. "I'm sick of Kansas," said Ezra to himself. "Here I've been in this plaguey country for going on a year, and yes, I'm sick of it, powerful sick of it. What a miserable Thanksgiving this has been. They don't know what Thanksgiving is out this way. I wish I was back in old Massachusetts. That's the country for me, and they have the kind of Thanksgiving I like." Musing in this strain, and while the rain went patter-patter on the window panes, Ezra saw a strange sight in the fireplace. Yes, right among the embers and the crackling flames, Ezra saw a strange, beautiful picture unfold and spread itself out like a panorama. "How very wonderful," murmured the young man, yet he did not take his eyes away, for the picture soothed him, and he loved to look upon it. "It is a picture of long ago," said Ezra softly. "I had like to forgot it, but now it comes back to me as natural-like as an old friend, and I seem to be a part of it, and the feeling of that time comes back with the picture, too." Ezra did not stir. His head rested upon his hand, and his eyes were fixed upon the shadows in the firelight. "It's a picture of the old home," said Ezra to himself. "I am back there in Belchertown, with the Holyoke Hills up north, and the Berkshire Mountains illumined up gray and misty-like in the western horizon. Seems as if it was early morning. Everything is still, and it is so cold when we boys crawl out of bed that if it wasn't Thanksgiving morning we'd crawl back again and wait for Mother to call us. But it is Thanksgiving morning, and we're going skating down on the pond. The squealing of the pigs has told us it is 5 o'clock. And we must hurry. We're going to call by for the Dickinson boys and Hiram Peabody, and we've got to hyper. Brother Amos gets on about half of my clothes, and I get on about half of his, but it's all the same. They are stout, warm clothes, and they're big enough to fit any of us boys. Mother looked out for that when she made 'em. When we go downstairs, we find the girls there, all bundled up nice and warm, Mary and Helen and Cousin Irene. They're going with us, and we all start out tiptoe and quiet like so's not to wake up the old folks. The ground is frozen hard. We stub our toes on the frozen ruts in the road. When we come to the minister's house, Laura is standing on the front stoop a-waiting for us. Laura is the minister's daughter. She's a friend of Sister Helen's, pretty as a daguerreotype, and gentle-like and tender. Laura lets me carry her skates, and I'm glad of it, although I have my hands full already with the lantern, the hockeys, and the rest. Hiram Peabody keeps us waiting, for he has overslept himself, and when he comes trotting out at last the girls make fun of him, all except Sister Mary, and she sort of sticks up for Hiram, and we're all so cute. We kind of calculate we know the reason why. "And now," said Ezra softly, "the picture changes. Seems as if I could see the pond. The ice is like a black looking-glass, and Hiram Peabody slips up the first thing, and down he comes lickety-split, and we all laugh, except Sister Mary, and she says it's very impolite to laugh at other folks' misfortunes. Ooh, how cold it is, and how my fingers ache with the frost when I take off my mittens to strap on Laura's skates. But oh, how my cheeks burn, and how careful I am not to hurt Laura, and how I ask her if that's tight enough, and how she tells me just a little tighter, and how we two keep fooling along till the others have gone and we're left alone. And how quick I get my own skates strapped on, none of your new-fangled skates with springs and plates and clamps and such, but honest, old-fashioned wooden ones with steel runners that curl up over my toes and have a bright brass button on the end. How I strap 'em and lash 'em and buckle 'em on, and Laura waits for me and tells me to be sure to get 'em on tight enough. Why, bless me, after I once got 'em strapped on, if them skates had come off, the feet would have come with 'em. And now away we go, Laura and me, around the bend, near the meadow where Cy Barker's dog killed a woodchuck last summer. We meet the rest. We forget all about the cold. We run races and play snap the whip, and cut all sorts of didos, and we never mind the pickerel weed that is froze in on the ice and trips us up every time we cut the outside edge. And then we boys jump over the air holes, and the girls stand by and scream and tell us they know we are going to drown ourselves. So the hours go, and it is sun-up at last, and Sister Helen says we must be getting home. When we take our skates off, our feet feel as if they were wood. Laura has lost her tippet. I lend her mine, and she kind of blushes. The old pond seems glad to have us go, and the fire-hangbird's nest in the willow tree waves us good-bye. Laura promises to come over to our house in the evening, and so we break up. Seems now, continued Ezra musingly, seems now as if I could see us all at breakfast. The race on the pond has made us hungry, and Mother says she never knew anybody else's boys that had such capacities as hers. It is the Yankee Thanksgiving breakfast, sausages and fried potatoes and buckwheat cakes and syrup, maple syrup, mind you, for Father has his own sugar bush, and there was a big run of sap last season. Mother says, "Ezra and Amos, won't you never get through eating? We want to clear off the table, for there's pies to make and nuts to crack, and laws sakes alive, the turkey's got to be stuffed yet." Then how we all fly around. Mother sends Helen up into the attic to get a squash while Mary's making the pie crust. Amos and I crack the walnuts. They call 'em hickory nuts out in this pesky country of sagebrush and pasture land. The walnuts are hard, and it's all we can do to crack 'em. Every once in a while one of 'em slips out of our fingers and goes dancing over the floor, or flies into the pan Helen is squeezing pumpkin into through the colander. Helen says we're shiftless and good for nothing but frivolin', but Mother tells us how to crack the walnuts so's not to let 'em fly all over the room, and so's not to be all jammed to pieces like the walnuts was down at the party at the Peasleys last winter. And now here comes Tryphena Foster with her gingham gown and muslin apron on. Her folks have gone up to Amherst for Thanksgiving, and Tryphena has come over to help our folks get dinner. She thinks a great deal of Mother, 'cause Mother teaches her Sunday school class and says Tryphena ought to marry a missionary. There's bustle everywhere. The rattle of pans and the clatter of dishes, and the new kitchen stove begins to warm up and get red, till Helen loses her wits and is flustered and says she never could get the hang of that stove's dampers. "And now," muttered Ezra gently, as the tone of deeper reverence crept into his voice, "I can see Father sitting all by himself in the parlor. Father's hair is very gray, and there are wrinkles on his honest old face. He's looking through the window at the Holyoke Hills over yonder, and I can guess he's thinking of the time when he was a boy like me and Amos, and used to climb over them hills and kill rattlesnakes and hunt partridges. Or doesn't his eyes quite reach the Holyoke Hills? Do they fall kind of lovingly but sadly on the little burying ground just beyond the village? Ah, Father knows that spot, and he loves it too, for there are treasures there whose memory he wouldn't swap for all the world could give. So, while there is a kind of mist in Father's eyes, I can see he is dreaming like of sweet and tender things, and a communion with memory, hearing voices I never heard, and feeling the touch of hands I never pressed. And seeing Father's peaceful face, I find it hard to think of a Thanksgiving sweeter than Father's is." "The picture in the firelight changes now," said Ezra, "and seems as if I was in the old frame meeting house. The meeting house is on the hill, and meeting begins at 10:30. Our pew is well up in front. Seems as if I could see it now. It has a long red cushion on the seat, and in the hymn book rack there is a Bible and a couple of psalmodies. We walk up the aisle slow, and Mother goes in first, then comes Mary, then me, then Helen, then Amos, and then Father. Father thinks it is just as well to have one of the girls set in between me and Amos. The meeting house is full, for everybody goes to meeting Thanksgiving Day. The minister reads the proclamation and makes a prayer, and then he gives out a psalm, and we all stand up and turn round and join the choir. Sam Merritt has come up from Palmer to spend Thanksgiving with the old folks, and he is singing tenor today in his old place in the choir. Some folks say he sings wonderful well, but I don't like Sam's voice. Laura sings soprano in the choir, and Sam stands next to her and holds the book. Seems as if I could hear the minister's voice, full of earnestness and melody, coming from way up in his little round pulpit. He is telling us why we should be thankful, and as he quotes Scripture and Dr. Watts, we boys wonder how anybody can remember so much of the Bible. Then I get nervous and worried. Seems to me the minister was never coming till lastly, and I find myself wondering whether Laura is listening to what the preaching is about, or is writing notes to Sam Merritt in the back of the tune book. I get thirsty, too, and I fidget about till Father looks at me, and Mother nudges Helen, and Helen passes it along to me, with interest. And then, continues Ezra in his reverie, when the last hymn is given out and we stand up again and join the choir, I am glad to see that Laura is singing out of the book with Miss Hubbard, the alto. And going out a meeting, I kind of edge up to Laura and ask her if I can have the pleasure of seeing her home. And now we boys all go out on the common to play ball. The Enfield boys have come over, and, as all the Hampshire country folks know, they are tough fellers to beat. Gorham Polly keeps tally because he's got the newest jackknife. Oh, how slick it whittles the old broom handle Gorham picked up in Packard's store and brought along just to keep tally on. It is a great game of ball. The bats are broad and light, and the ball is small and soft. But the Enfield boys beat us at last. Leastwise, they make 70 tallies to our 58 when Heman Fitz knocks the ball over into Aunt Dorcas Eastman's yard, and Aunt Dorcas comes out and picks up the ball and takes it into the house, and we have to stop playing. Then Phineas Owen allows he can flop any boy in Belchertown, and Moses Baker takes him up, and they wrestle like two Tartars, till at last Moses tuckers Phineas out and downs him as slick as a whistle. Then we all go home, for Thanksgiving dinner is ready. 2 long tables have been made into one, and one of the big tablecloths Grandma had when she set up housekeeping is spread over 'em both. We all sit round, Father, Mother, Aunt Lydia Holbrook, Uncle Jason, Mary, Helen, Tryphena Foster, Amos, and me. How big and brown the turkey is, and how good it smells! There are bounteous dishes of mashed potatoes, turnip, and squash, and the celery is very white and cold, the biscuits are light and hot, and the stewed cranberries are red as Laura's cheeks. Amos and I get the drumsticks. Mary wants the wishbone to put over the door for Hiram, but Helen gets it. Poor Mary, she always did have to give up to Russian Helen, as we call her. The pies, oh, what pies Mother makes! No dyspepsia in 'em, but good nature and good health and hospitality. Pumpkin pies, mince and apple too, and then a big dish of pippins and russets and bellflowers, and last of all, walnuts with cider from the Sabrina Dickinson farm. I tell you, there's a Thanksgiving dinner for you. That's what we get in old Belchertown, and that's the kind of living that makes the Yankees so all-fired good and smart. But best of all, said Ezra very softly to himself, oh yes, the best scene in all the pictures when evening comes, when all the lamps are lit in the parlor, when the neighbors come in, and when there is music and singing and games. And it's this part of the picture that makes me homesick now, and fills my heart with a longing I never had before, and yet it sort of mellows and comforts me too. Miss Serena Cadwell, whose beau was killed in the war, plays on the melodeon, and we all sing, all on us, men, women folks, and children. Sam Merritt is there, and he sings a tenor song about love. The women sort of whisper round that he's going to be married to a Palmer lady next spring, and I think to myself I never heard better singing than Sam's. Then we play games, proverbs, buzz, clap in, clap out, Copenhagen, fox and geese, button, button, who's got the button, spin the platter, go to Jerusalem, my ship's come in, and all the rest. The old folks play with the young folks just as natural as can be, and we all laugh when Deacon Jose Cowles has to measure 6 yards of love ribbon with Miss Hepsy Newton and cut each yard with a kiss, for the deacon has been sort of purring around Miss Hepsy for going on 2 years. Then, after a while, when Mary and Helen bring in the cookies, nut cakes, cider, and apples, Mother says, I don't believe we're going to have enough apples to go round. Ezry, I guess I'll have to get you to go down cellar for some more. Then I says, all right, Mother, I'll go, providing someone'll go along and hold the candle. And when I say this, I look right at Laura, and she blushes. Then Helen, just for meanness, says, Ezra, I suppose you ain't willing to have your favorite sister go down cellar with you and catch her death of cold. But Mary, who has been showing Hiram Peabody the photograph album for more than an hour, comes to the rescue and makes Laura take the candle, and she shows Laura how to hold it so it won't go out. The cellar is warm and dark. There are cobwebs all between the rafters and everywhere else except on the shelves where Mother keeps the butter and eggs and other things that would freeze in the buttery upstairs. The apples are in barrels up against the wall near the potato bin. How fresh and sweet they smell! Laura thinks she sees a mouse, and she trembles and wants to jump up on the pork barrel, but I tell her that there shan't no mouse hurt her while I'm around, and I mean it too, for the sight of Laura a-trembling makes me as strong as one of Father's steers. "What kind of apples do you like best, Esri?" asks Laura. "Russets, or green uns, or cow eggs, or bellflowers, or Baldwins, or Pippins?" "I like the Baldwins best," says I, "'cause they got red cheeks just like yours." "Why, Esri Thompson, how you talk," says Laura. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself." But when I get the dish filled up with apples, there ain't a Baldwin in all the lot that can compare with the bright red of Laura's cheeks. And Laura knows it, too, and she sees the mouse again, and screams, and then the candle goes out, and we are in a dreadful stew. But I, being almost a man, contrive to bear up under it, and knowing she is an orphan, I comfort and encourage Laura the best I know how, and we are almost upstairs when Mother comes to the door and wants to know what has kept us so long. Just as if Mother doesn't know. Of course she does, and when Mother kisses Laura good-bye that night, there is in the act a tenderness that speaks more sweetly than even Mother's words. "It is so like Mother," mused Ezra, "so like her with her gentleness and clinging love. Hers is the sweetest picture of all, and hers the best love." Dream on, Ezra. Dream of the old home with its dear ones, its holy influences, and its precious inspiration. Mother. Dream on in the faraway firelight, and as the angel hand of memory unfolds these sacred visions, with thee and them shall abide, like a divine comforter, the spirit of thanksgiving. From A Little Book of Profitable Tales, copyright 1889, published by Charles Scribner's Sons. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claudia Barrett. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Dawn Dickinson. Chip's Thanksgiving by Annie Hamilton Donnell. Chip had plenty of nuts on Thanksgiving Day. The little lady called Heart's Delight saw to that. Can you guess who Chip was? They got way through, as Terry said to the nuts. It had been a beautiful Thanksgiving dinner so far. Grandmother's sweet face beamed down the length of the great table over all the little crinkly grandheads at Grandfather's face. Everybody felt very thankful. I wish all the children this side of the North Pole had some turkey too, and squash, and cranberry, and things, said Silence quietly. Silence was always wishing beautiful things like that. And some nuts, added Terry, setting his small white teeth into the meat of a big fat walnut. It wouldn't seem Thanksgiving without nuts. I know somebody who would be thankful with just nuts, smiled Grandfather. Indeed, I think he'd rather have them for all the courses of his Thanksgiving dinner. Just nuts? No turkey, no pudding, no anything? The crinkly grandheads all bobbed up from their plates and nut pickers in amazement. Just nuts? Yes, guess who he is? Grandfather's laughing eyes twinkled up the long table at Grandmother. I'll give you 3 guesses apiece, beginning with Heart's Delight. Guess number 1, Heart's Delight. Chip. Gravely, Heart's Delight has guessed it, the very first guess. Chip! Laughed all the little grandgirls and boys. Why, of course, Chip. He would rather have just nuts for Thanksgiving dinner. I wish he had some of mine, cried Silence. And mine, cried Terry. And all the others wished he had some of theirs. What a Thanksgiving dinner little Chip would have had. He's got plenty, Thank you." It was the shy little voice of Heart's Delight. A soft pink color had come into her round cheeks. Everybody looked at her inquiringly, for how did Heart's Delight know Chip had plenty of nuts? Then Terry remembered something. "Oh, that's where her nuts went to!" he cried. "Heart's Delight's gave 'em to Chip. We couldn't think what she'd done with them all." The pink color was growing pinker, very pink indeed. "Yes, that's where," said Silence, leaning over to squeeze one of Heart's Delight's little hands. And sure enough, it was. In the beautiful nut month of October, when the children went after their winter supply of nuts, little Heart's Delight had left all her little rounded heap just where bright-eyed, nut-loving squirrel Chip would be sure to find them and hurry them away to his winter hole. And Chip had found them, she was sure, for not one was left when she went back to see the next day. "Why, maybe this very minute right now, Chip's cracking his Thanksgiving dinner," Terry laughed. "Same as we are. Maybe he's got the nut Oh, they're all nut courses. But maybe he's sitting up to his table with the rest of the folks, Thanksgiving to Heart's Delight," Silence said. Heart's Delight's little shy face nearly hid itself over her plate. This was dreadful. It was necessary to change the subject at once, and a dear little thought came to her aid. "But I'm afraid he hasn't got any grandfather and grandmother to his Thanksgiving," she said softly. "I shouldn't think anybody could Thanksgive without a grandmother and grandfather." End of Chip's Thanksgiving. Recording by Claudia Barrett.
Section 23 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maria Casper. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Asa Don Dickinson. The Master of the Harvest by Mrs. Alfred Gatty. A good old-fashioned story for the older boys and girls to read on the Sunday before Thanksgiving Day. The Master of the Harvest walked by the side of his cornfields in the early year, and a cloud was over his face, for there had been no rain for several weeks, and the earth was hard from the parching of the cold east winds, and the young wheat had not been able to spring up. So as he looked over the long ridges that lay stretched in rows before him, he was vexed, and began to grumble, and say, "The harvest would be backward, and all things would go wrong." At the mere thought of which he frowned more and more, and uttered words of complaint against the heavens, because there was no rain, against the earth, because it was so dry and unyielding, against the corn, because it had not sprung up. And the man's discontent was whispered all over the field, and all along the long ridges where the corn seeds lay. And when it reached them, they murmured out, "How cruel to complain! Are we not doing our best? Have we let one drop of moisture pass by unused? One moment of warmth come to us in vain? Have we not seized on every chance, and striven every day to be ready for the hour of breaking forth? Are we idle? Are we obstinate? Are we indifferent? Shall we not be found waiting and watching? How cruel to complain!" Of all this, however, the Master of the Harvest heard nothing, so the gloom did not pass away from his face. On the contrary, he took it with him into his comfortable home, and repeated to his wife the dark words that all things were going wrong, that the drought would ruin the harvest, for the corn was not yet sprung. And still thinking thus, he laid his head on his pillow and presently fell asleep. But his wife sat up for a while by the bedside, and opened her Bible, and read, "The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels." Then she wrote this text in pencil on the fly-leaf at the end of the book, and after it the date of the day, and after the date the words, "Lord, the husbandman, thou waitest for the precious fruit thou hast sown, and hast long patience for it. Amen, O Lord, amen. After which the good woman knelt down to pray, and as she prayed she wept, for she knew that she was very ill. But what she prayed that night was heard only in heaven. And so a few days passed on as before, and the house was gloomy with the discontent of its master. But at last one evening the wind changed, the sky became heavy with clouds, and before midnight there was rain all over the land. And when the master of the harvest came in next morning, wet from his early walk by the cornfields, he said it was well, it had come at last, and that at last the corn had sprung up. On which his wife looked at him with a smile, and said, "How often things come right, about which one had been anxious and disturbed." To which her husband made no answer, but turned away and spoke of something else. Meantime, the corn seeds had been found ready and waiting when the hour came, and the young sprouts burst out at once, and very soon all along the long ridges were to be seen rows of tender blades, tinting the whole field with a delicate green. And day by day the master of the harvest saw them and was satisfied. But because he was satisfied, and his anxiety was gone, he spoke of other things, and forgot to rejoice. And a murmur arose among them. Should not the master welcome us to life? He was angry but lately, because the seed he had sown had not yet brought forth. Now that it has brought forth, why is he not glad? What more does he want? Have we not done our best? Are we not doing it minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day? From the morning and evening dews, from the glow of the midday sun, from the juices of the earth, from the breezes which freshen the air, even from clouds and rain, are we not taking in food and strength, warmth and life, refreshment and joy, so that one day the valleys may laugh and sing because the good seed hath brought forth abundantly? Why does he not rejoice? As before, however, of all they said the master of the harvest heard nothing, and it never struck him to think of the young corn blades' struggling life. Nay, once, when his wife asked him if the wheat was doing well, he answered, "Very fairly," and nothing more. But she then, because the evening was fine, and the fair weather had revived her failing powers, said she would walk out by the cornfields herself. And so it came to pass that they went out together, and together they looked all along the long green ridges of wheat, and watched the blades as they quivered and glistened in the breeze which sprang up with the setting sun. Together they walked, together they looked, looking at the same things, and with the same human eyes, even as they had walked and looked and lived together for years, but with a world dividing their hearts, and what was ever to unite them? Even then, as they moved along, she murmured half aloud, half to herself, thinking of the anxiety that had passed away, "Thou visiteth the earth, and blessest it. Thou makest it very plenteous." To which he answered, if answer it may be called, "Why are you always so gloomy? Why should Scripture be quoted about such common things?" And she looked in his face and smiled, but did not speak. And he could not read the smile, for the life of her heart was as hidden to him as the life of the corn blades in the field. And so they went home together, no more being said by either. For as she turned round, the sight of the setting sun and of the young freshly growing wheat blades brought tears into her eyes. She might never see the harvest upon earth again. For her that other was at hand, whereof the reapers were to be angels. And when she opened her Bible that night, she wrote on the fly-leaf the text she had quoted to her husband, and after the text the date of the day, and after the date the words, "Bless me, even me also, O my Father, that I may bring forth fruit with patience." Very peaceful were the next few weeks that followed, for all nature seemed to rejoice in the weather, and the corn blades shot up till they were nearly 2 feet high, and about them the master of the harvest had no complaints to make. But at the end of that time, behold, the earth began to be hard and dry again, for once more rain was wanted, and by degrees the growing plants failed for want of moisture and nourishment, and lost power and colour, and became weak and yellow in hue. And once more the husbandmen began to fear and tremble, and once more the brow of the master of the harvest was overclouded with angry apprehension. And as the man got more and more anxious about the fate of his crops, he grew more and more irritable and distrustful, and railed as before, only louder now, against the heavens because there was no rain, against the earth because it lacked moisture, against the corn plants because they had waxed feeble. Nay, once, when his sick wife reproved him gently, praying him to remember how his fears had been turned to joy before, he reproached her in his turn for sitting in the house and pretending to judge of what she could know nothing about, and bade her come out and see for herself how all things were working together for ill. And although he spoke it in bitter jest, and she was very ill, she said she would go, and went. So once more they walked out together, and once more looked over the cornfields. But when he stretched out his arm and pointed to the long ridges of blades, and she saw them shrunken and faded in hue, her heart was grieved within her, and she turned aside and wept over them. Nevertheless, she said she durst not cease from hope, since an hour might renew the face of the earth if God so willed. Neither should she dare to complain, even if the harvest were to fail. At which words the master of the harvest stopped short, amazed, to look at his wife. For her soul was growing stronger as her body grew weaker, and she dared to say things now, which she would have had no courage to utter before. But of all this he knew nothing, and what he thought as he listened was that she was as weak in mind as in body, and what he said was that a man must be an idiot who would not complain when he saw the bread taken from under his very eyes. And his murmurings and her tears sent a shudder all along the long ridges of sickly corn blades, and they asked one of another, "Why does he murmur? And why does she weep? Are we not doing all we can? Do we slumber or sleep, or let opportunities pass by unused? Are we not watching and waiting against the time of refreshing? Shall we not be found ready at last? Why does he murmur? And why does she weep? Is she too fading and waiting? Has she too a master who has lost patience?" Meantime, when she opened her Bible that night, she wrote on the fly-leaf the text, "Wherefore should a man complain? A man for the punishment of his sins." And after the text the date of the day, and after the date the words, "Thou dost turn thy face from us, and we are troubled. But, Lord, how long, how long?" And by came on the long-delayed times of refreshing, but so slowly and imperfectly that the change in the corn could scarcely be detected for a while. Nevertheless, it told at last, and stems struggled up among the blades, and burst forth into flowers, which gradually ripened into ears of grain. But a struggle it had been, and continued to be, for the measure of moisture was scant, and the due amount of warmth in the air was wanting. Nevertheless, by struggling and effort, the young wheat advanced, little by little, in growth, preparing itself minute by minute, hour by hour, day by day, as best it could, for the great day of the harvest. As best it could. Would the master of the harvest ask more? Alas, he still had something to find fault with, for when he looked at the ears and saw that they were small and poor, he grumbled and said the yield would be less than it ought to be, and the harvest would be bad. And as more weeks went on, and the same weather continued, and the progress was very, very slow, he spoke out of his vexation to his wife at home, to his friends at the market, and to the husbandmen who passed by and talked with him about the crops. And the voice of his discontent was breathed over the cornfield, all along the long ridges where the plants were laboring and waiting and watching, and they shuddered and murmured, "How cruel to complain! Had we been idle, had we been negligent, had we been indifferent, we might have passed away without bearing fruit at all. How cruel to complain!" But of all this the master of the harvest heard nothing, so he did not cease to complain. Meantime, another week or two went on, and people, as they glanced over the land, wished that a few good rainy days would come and do their work decidedly, so that the corn ears might fill. And behold, while the wish was yet on their lips, The sky became charged with clouds, darkness spread over the country, a wild wind rose, and the growling of thunder announced a storm. And such a storm! People hid from it in cellars and closets and dark corners, as if now for the first time they believed in a God, and were trembling at the new-found fact, as if they could never discover him in his sunshine and blessings, but only thus in his tempests and wrath. And all along the long ridges of wheat plants drove the rain-laden blast, and they bent down before it and rose up again like the waves of a laboring sea. Ears over ears they bowed down, ears above ears they rose up. They bowed down as if they knew that to resist was destruction. They rose up as if they had a hope beyond the storm. Only here and there, where the whirlwinds were the strongest, they fell down and could not lift themselves again. So the damage done was but little, and the general good was great. But when the master of the harvest saw here and there patches of overweighted corn yet dripping from the thunder showers, he grew angry for them, and forgot to think of the long ridges that stretched over his fields where the corn ears were swelling and rejoicing. And he came in gloomy to his home, when his wife was hoping that now at last all would be well. And when she looked at him, the tumult of her soul grew beyond control, and she knelt down before him as he sat moody in his chair, and threw her arms around him, and cried out, "It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not utterly consumed. O husband, pray for the corn, and for me, that it may go well with us at the last. Carry me upstairs." And his anger was checked by fear, and he carried her upstairs and laid her on the bed, and said it must be the storm which had shaken her nerves. But whether he prayed for either the corn or her that night she never knew. And presently came a new distress, for when the days of rain had accomplished their gracious work, and every one was satisfied, behold, they did not cease. And as hitherto the cry had gone up for water on the furrows, so now men's hearts failed them for fear lest it should continue to overflowing, and lest mildew should set in upon the full rich ears, and the glorious crops should be lost. And the master of the harvest walked out by his cornfields, his face darker than ever, and he railed against the rain because it would not cease, against the sun because it would not shine, against the wheat because it might perish before the harvest. "But why does he always and only complain?" moaned the corn plants, as the new terror was breathed over the field. "Have we not done our best from the first? And has not mercy been with us sooner or later all along? When moisture was scant, and we throve but little, why did he not rejoice over that little, and wait as we did for more? Now that abundance has come, and we swell triumphant in strength and hope, why does he not share our joy in the present, and wait in trust as we do for the future ripening change? Why does he always complain? Has he himself some hard master who would fain reap where he has not sown, and gather where he has not strewed, and who has no pity for his servants who strive? But of all this the master of the harvest heard nothing. And when the days of rain had rolled into weeks, and the weeks into months, and the autumn set in, and the corn still stood up green in the ridges as if it never meant to ripen at all, the boldest and most hopeful became uneasy, and the master of the harvest despaired. But his wife had risen no more from her bed, where she lay in sickness and suffering, yet in patient trust, watching the sky through the window that faced her pillow, looking for the relief that came at last. For even at the 11th hour, when hope seemed almost over, and men had half learned to submit to their expected trial, the dark days began to be varied by a few hours of sunshine. And though these passed away, and the gloom and rain returned again, yet they also passed away in their turn, and the sun shone out once more. And the poor sick wife, as she watched, said to those around her that the weather was gradually changing, and that all would come right at last. And sighing a prayer that it might be so with herself also, she had her Bible brought to her bed, and wrote in the fly-leaf the text, "Some 30, some 60, some 100-fold," and after the text the date of the day, for on that day the sun had been shining steadily for many hours, and after the date the words, "Unto whom much is given, of him shall much be required. Yet if thou, Lord, be extreme to mark iniquity, O Lord, who may stand?" And day by day the hours of sunshine were more in number, and the hours of rain and darkness fewer, and by degrees the green corn ears ripened into yellow, and the yellow turned into gold, and the harvest was ready, and the laborers not wanting. And the bursting corn broke out into songs of rejoicing, and cried, "At least we have not waited and watched in vain. Surely goodness and mercy have followed us all the days of our life, and we are crowned with glory and honor. Where is the master of the harvest, that he may claim his own with joy?" But the master of the harvest was bending over the bed of his dying wife. And she whispered that her Bible should be brought, and he brought it, and she said, "Open it at the fly-leaf at the end, and write, 'It is sown in corruption, it is raised in incorruption. It is sown in dishonor, it is raised in glory. It is sown in weakness, it is raised in power. It is sown a natural body, it is raised a spiritual body.'" And she bade him add the date of the day, and after the date of the day the words, "O Lord, in thy mercy, say of me, she hath done what she could." And then she laid her hand in his, and so fell asleep in hope. And the harvest of the earth was gathered into barns, and the gathering day of rejoicing was over, and the master of it all sat alone by his fireside, with his wife's Bible on his knee. And he read the texts and the dates and the prayers, from the first day when the corn seeds were held back by drought. And as he read, a new heart seemed to burst out within him from the old one, a heart which the Lord of the other harvest was making soft, and the springing whereof he would bless. And henceforth, in his going out and coming in from watching the fruits of the earth, the texts and the dates and the prayers were ever present in his mind, often rising to his lips. And he murmured and complained no more, let the seasons be what they would, and his fears however great, for the thought of the late-sprung seed in his own dry, cold heart, and of the long-suffering of him who was Lord and Master of all, was with him night and day. And more, as he prayed for help, that the weary struggle might be blessed, and the newborn watching and waiting not be in vain, so more and more there came over his spirit a yearning for that other harvest, where he and she who had gone before might be gathered in together. And thus, in one hope of their calling, the long-divided hearts were united at last. End of The Master of the Harvest.
Section 24 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by kyegrayson. A Thanksgiving Dinner by Edna Payson Brett. Ministers' sons somehow have a bad reputation. Little Johnny was one, and he thought it pretty hard to have to go to church on Thanksgiving Day. But the pink frosted cakes. "Oh, dear," puffed a certain little boy one bright Thanksgiving morning as he jerked his chubby neck into the stiffest of white collars. "Great fun, isn't it? Having to sit up in meeting for a couple of hours straight as a telegraph pole when I might be playing football and beating the Haddam team all to hollow. This is what comes of your pa's being the minister, I suppose." But Johnny, for that was his name, continued his dressing, the 10 years of his young life having taught him how useless it is to make a fuss over what has to be done. In a few minutes he had finished, and was quite satisfied with his appearance, but for his shoes. These he eyed for a moment, and concluding that they would not pass inspection, started for the woodshed to give them a shine. On his way, he passed the open dining-room door, and suddenly halted. "Oh, why can't I have a nice little lunch during sermon time?" He took a step back and peeped slyly into the room, then stole across to the old-fashioned cupboard, stealthily opening the doors, and such an array of good things you never beheld. Sally was the best cook in Brockton any day, but on Thanksgiving she could work wonders. He looked with longing eyes from one dish to another. Now the big pies were out of the question, and the cranberry tarts, he felt of them lovingly, but no, they were altogether too sticky. He stood on tiptoe to see what was on the second shelf. To his delight, he found a platter filled with just the daintiest little pink frosted cakes you ever saw. "Ooh, thimble cakes!" he exclaimed. "You are just the fellows I want. I'll take you along to church with me." He cast one quick glance around, then grabbed a handful of the tiny cakes and crammed them into his trousers pocket. "Lucky for me, Ma isn't going to meeting today," chuckled the naughty boy, "and I don't believe Grandma'd ever tell on me if I carried along the turkey." The early bell had now begun to ring, and Johnny started for the village church. "Come, my son," said Dr. Goodwin as they entered the meeting house. "You are to sit in the front seat with Grandma this morning. She is particularly anxious to hear every word of the sermon today. And where's your contribution, boy? You haven't forgot that." "No, sir," meekly answered Johnny. "It's tied up in my handkerchief." But his heart sank. The front seat? How ever was his lunch to come in now? The opening hymn had been sung, the prayer of thanksgiving offered, and now, as the collection was about to be taken, the pastor begged his people to be especially generous to the poor on this day. Up in the front pew sat Johnny, but never a word of the notice did he hear, so busy was he planning out his own little affair. It wasn't such easy planning either, just supposing he got caught. But what was that? Johnny jumped as if he had been struck. However, it was nothing but the money plate under his nose, and the good Deacon Sims standing calmly by. To the guilty boy it seemed as if the deacon must have been waiting for 10 minutes at the least, and in a great flurry he began to fumble for his handkerchief. What had he done with it? Oh, there it was at last, way down in the depths of his right trousers pocket. He caught hold of the knotted corner, and out came the handkerchief with a whisk and a flourish, and scatter, rattle, helter-skelter, out flew a half-dozen pink thimble cakes, down upon the floor, back into Mrs. Smiley's pew, and, to Johnny's horror, one pat into the deacon's plate. The good man's eyes tried not to twinkle as he removed the unusual offering, and passed on more quickly than was his wont. Miserable Johnny, with his face as red as a rooster's comb and eyes cast down in shame, saw nothing but the green squares on the carpet and the dreadful pink frosted cakes. He was sure that every one in the church was glaring at him. Probably even Grandma had forsaken him, and each moment he dreaded he knew not what. To his surprise, the service seemed to go right on as usual. Another hymn was sung, and then there was a general settling down for the sermon. Very soon he began to grow tired of just gazing at the floor, yet he dared not look up, and by the heavy eyes drooped, and Johnny was fast asleep. All was now quiet in the meeting-house, save the calm, steady voice of the preacher. Pretty soon, a wee creature, dressed all in soft brown, stole across the floor of a certain pew. She was a courageous little body indeed, but what mother would not venture a good deal for her hungry babies? Such a repast as this was certainly the opportunity of a lifetime. Looking cautiously around, then concluding that all was safe, she disappeared down a hole in the corner way under the seat. In a twinkling she was back again. This time, however, she was not alone. 4 little ones pattered after Mamma Mouse, and 8 bright eyes spied a dinner worth running for. Never mind what they did, but when Johnny awoke at the strains of the closing hymn and tried to remember what had gone wrong, he saw nothing of the pink-frosted cakes save some scattered crumbs. What could have become of them, he thought, in bewilderment. He hardly knew how he had got out of church that day, but he found himself rushing down the road a sadder and wiser boy. Grandma and Papa had remained to chat. Johnny did not feel like chatting today. When he reached the house, he did not go in, but out to the hayloft, his favorite resort in time of trouble. When the dinner bell sounded, notwithstanding the delicious Thanksgiving odors which had been wafted even to the barn, it was an unwelcome summons. Yet go he must, and walking sheepishly into the dining room, he slunk into his chair. "Well, John," said his father, as he helped him to turkey, "I understand that you did not forget the poor today, eh, my son?" The poor? What could he mean? Johnny was too puzzled to speak. Then his father went on to tell how little Mrs. Mouse and her babies had nibbled a wondrous dinner of pink thimble cakes on the floor of pew number 1 while Johnny slept. Grandma and Mrs. Smiley had told him all about it on the way home. Besides, he had seen enough himself from the pulpit. Johnny bravely bore the laugh at his expense, and as the merriment died away, heaved a deep sigh of relief, and exclaimed, "Well, I'm glad somebody had a feast, even if it wasn't the fellow 'twas meant for. 'Twas quite a set-up for poor church mice, wasn't it? But they needn't be looking for another next year. You don't catch me trying that again. No, sirree." End of section 24.
Section 25 of Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Justice. Good Cheer Stories Every Child Should Know by Don Dickinson. Editor. 2 Old Boys by Paulina Shackelford Collier. Walter's 2 grandfathers were a pair of jolly chums, as boys. There is plenty of humor in this tale of a turkey hunt. "Day after tomorrow will be Thanksgiving," said Walter, taking his seat beside Grandpa Davis on the top step of the front gallery. "And no turkey for dinner, neither," retorted Grandma Davis, while her bright steel needles clicked in and out of the sock she was knitting. The old man was smoking his evening pipe, and sat for a moment with his eyes fixed meditatively upon the blue hills massed in the distance. "Have we got so poor as all that, Mother?" he asked, after a while, glancing over his shoulder at his wife, who was rocking to and fro just back of him. "I'm obleeged to own to the truth," answered the old lady dejectedly. "What with the wild varmints in the woods and one thing and another, I'm about cleaned out of all the poultry I ever had. It's downright disheartening." "Well, then," asserted Grandpa Davis, with an unmirthful chuckle, "it don't appear to me as we've got so powerful much to be thankful about this year." "Why, Grandpa!" cried Walter, in shocked surprise. "I never did hear you talk like that before." "Never had so much call to do it, maybe," interposed the old man cynically. The last rays of the setting sun touched the 2 silvered heads, and rested there like a benediction, before disappearing below the horizon. Silence had fallen upon the little group, and a bullfrog down in the fish pond was croaking dismally. "Why don't you go hunting, and try to kill you a turkey for Thanksgiving?" ventured Walter, slipping his arm insinuatingly through his grandfather's. "I saw a great big flock of wild ones down on the branch last week, and I got right close up to them before they flew."
I reckon there ought to be a smart sight of game round and about them cane brakes along that branch," said the old man slowly, as though thinking aloud. "It used to be ahead of any strip of woods in all these parts, when me and Dick were boys, but nobody ain't hunted there, to my knowledge, not since me and him fell out." "I wish you and Grandpa Dunn were friends," sighed Walter. "It does seem too bad to have two grandpas living right side by side and not speaking." "I ain't got no ill will in my heart for Dick," replied Grandpa Davis, "but he's too everlasting hard-headed to knock under, and I'll be blamed if I go more than halfway toward making up." "That's just exactly what Grandpa Dunn says about you," Walter assured him very earnestly. "Would wonder if he did," said the old man pointedly. "Dick has always been a mighty hand to talk, and he'd drap dead in his tracks if he couldn't get in the last word." Be this as it might, the breach had begun when the Davis cattle broke down the worn fence and demolished the Dunn crop of corn, and it widened when the Dunn hogs found their way through an old water gap and rooted up a field of the Davis sweet potatoes. Several times similar depredations were repeated, and then shotguns were used on both sides with telling effect. The climax was reached when John Dunn eloped with Rebecca, the only child of the Davises. The young couple were forbidden their respective homes, though the farm they rented was scarcely half a mile away, and the weeks rolled into months without sign of their parents relenting. When Walter was born, however, the two grandmothers stole over, without their husbands' knowledge, and mingled their tears in happy communion over the tiny blue-eyed mite. It was a memorable day at each of the houses when the sturdy little fellow made his way, unbidden and unattended, to pay his first call, and ever afterward, though they would not admit it, even to themselves, the grandfathers watched for his coming, and vied with each other in trying to win the highest place in his young affections. He had inherited characteristics of each of his grandsires, and possessed the bold, masterful manner which was common to them both. "Say, Grandpa," he urged, "go hunting tomorrow and try to kill a turkey for Thanksgiving, won't you? I know Grandma would feel better to have one, and if you make a cane caller, like Papa does, I'll bet you can get a shot at one sure." The old man did not commit himself about going, but when Walter saw him surreptitiously take down his gun from the pegs on the wall across which it had lain for so many years, and began to rub the barrels and oil the hammers, he went home satisfied that he had scored another victory. Perhaps nothing less than his grandpa's pleading could have induced Grandpa Davis to visit again the old hunting ground which had been so dear to him in bygone days, which was so rich in hallowed memories. It seemed almost a desecration of the happy past to hunt there now alone. The first cold streaks of dawn were just stealing into the sky the next morning when, accoutered with shot pouch, powder flask, and his old double-barreled gun, Grandpa Davis made his way toward the branch. A medley of bird notes filled the air, long streamers of gray moss floated out from the swaying trees, and showers of autumn leaves fluttered down to earth. Some of the cows were grazing outside the pen, up to their hocks in lush, fresh grass, while others lay on the ground contentedly chewing their cuds. All of them raised their heads and looked at him as he passed them by. How like old times it was to be up at daybreak for a hunt. The long years seemed suddenly to have rolled away, leaving him once more a boy. He almost wondered why Dick had not whistled to him as he used to do. Dick was an early riser, and somehow always got ready before he did. There was an alertness in the old man's face, and spring in his step as he lived over in thought the joyous days of his childhood. The clouds were flushed with pink when he came in sight of the big water oak on the margin of the stream, and recollected how he and Dick had loved to go swimming in the deep, clear water beneath its shade. "We used to run every step of the way," he soliloquized, laughing, "unbuttoning as we went, chuck our clothes on the bank, and most break our necks trying to get in the water first. I've got half a notion to take a dip this morning, if it wasn't quite so cool," he went on, but a timely twinge of rheumatism brought him to his senses, and he seated himself on the roots of a convenient tree. Cocking his gun, he laid it across his knees and waited there motionless, imitating the yelp of a turkey the while. 3 or 4 small canes, graduated in size, and fitted firmly one into the other, enabled him to make the note,
and so expert had he become by long practice that the deception was perfect. After a pause he repeated the call. Then came another pause, another call, and over in the distance there sounded an answer. How the blood coursed through the old man's veins as he listened. There it was again. It was coming nearer, but very slowly. He wondered how many were in the flock, and called once more. This time, to his surprise, an answer came from a different direction. A long, rasping sound, a sort of cross between a cock's crow and a turkey's yelp. He started involuntarily, and very cautiously peeped around. Hardly 20 steps from him, another gray head protruded itself from the hole of another tree, and Grandpa Davis and Grandpa Dunn looked into each other's eyes. "I'll be double jumped up if that ain't Dick," cried Grandpa Davis under his breath, "and there ain't a turkey as ever wore a feather that he could fool. A minute more and he'll spile the fun. Dick," he commanded, "stop that racket and sneak over here by me," beckoning mysteriously. "Shh! They are answering again. Down on your marrow bones whilst I call." Flattening himself upon the ground as nearly as he could, and creeping behind the undergrowth, Grandpa Dunn made his way laboriously to the desired spot. He had never excelled in calling turkeys, but he was a far better shot than Grandpa Davis. Without demur, the two old boys fell naturally into the role of former days. Breathless and excited, they crouched there, waiting for the fateful moment. Their nerves were tense, their eyes dilated, and their hearts beating like trip hammers. Grandpa Davis had continued to call, and now the answer was very near. "Give me the first shot, Billy," whispered Grandpa Dunn. "I'll let you do the calling, and besides, you know you never could hit nothing that wasn't as big as the side of a meeting house." Before Grandpa Davis had time to reply, there came the put, which signals possible danger. A stately gobbler raised his head to reconnoiter. 2 guns were fired almost simultaneously, and with a whir and a flutter, the flock disappeared in the canebrake. The 2 old boys bounded over the intervening sticks and stumps with an agility that Walter himself might have envied, and bending over the prostrate gobbler, exclaimed in concert, "Ain't he a dandy, though?" They examined him critically, cutting out his beard as a trophy, and measured the spread of his wings. "But he's yourn after all, Dick," said Grandpa Davis ruefully. "These here ain't none of my shot, so I reckon I must have missed 'em." "I knowed you would, Billy, afore you fired," Grandpa Dunn replied, with mock gravity. "But that don't cut no figure. He's big enough for us to go halfers, and both have plenty. More'n that, you done the calling anyhow." Then they laughed, and as they looked into one another's faces, each seemed to realize for the first time that his quondam chum was an old man. A moment before they had been 2 rollicking boys off on a lark together, playing hooky perhaps, and in the twinkling of an eye some wicked fairy had waved her wand and metamorphosed them into Walter's 2 grandfathers, who had not spoken to each other since years before the lad was born. Yet the humor of the situation was irresistible after all, and without knowing just how it happened, or which made the first advance, Dick and Billy found themselves still laughing until the tears coursed down their furrowed cheeks, and shaking hands with as much vigor as though each one had been working a pump handle. "I'll tell you what it is, Billy," said Dick at last. "You all come over to my house, and we'll eat 'em together on Thanksgiving." "See here, Dick," suggested Billy, abstracting a nickel from his trousers pocket. "Heads at your house, and tails at mine." "All right," came the hearty response. Billy tossed the coin into the air. It struck a twig and hid itself among the fallen leaves, where they sought it in vain. "'Tain't settled yet," announced Dick, "but let me tell you what let's do. Supposin' we all go over tomorrow, it'll be Thanksgiving, you know, and eat 'em at John's house." "Good!" cried Billy, with beaming face. "You always did have a head for thinking up things, Dick, and this here sort of split the difference and ease matters so as. Yes, and our 2 old women can draw straws, if they got a mind to, and see which of them is obligated to make the first call," interrupted Dick. "Don't jest heft 'em, old feller. urged one of them. "Ain't he a whopper, though?" exclaimed the other. "Have a chaw, Dick?" asked Billy, offering his plug of tobacco. "Don't care if I do," acquiesced Dick, biting off a goodly mouthful. Seating themselves upon a fallen hickory log, they chewed and expectorated, recalling old times and enjoying their laugh with the careless freedom of their childhood days. "Dick, do you recollect the fight you and a coon had out on the limb of that tree over yonder one night?" queried Billy, nudging his companion in the ribs. "He come mighty nigh getting the best of you. He tore one sleeve out of my jacket, and Mammy gimme a beating besides," giggled Dick. "And say, Billy, wasn't it fun the day we killed old man Lee's puddle ducks for wild ones? I don't believe I ever run as fast in my life. And Dick, do you remember the night your pappy hung the saddle up on the head of the bed to keep you from riding the old gray mare to singing school, and you rid her bareback anyway? You recollect you was stooping over, blowing the fire next morning when he seen the hairs on your breeches, and come down on you with a leather strap before you knowed it." Thus one adventure recalled another, and the two old boys laughed uproariously, clapping their hands and holding their sides, while the sun climbed up among the tree-tops. "Ain't we been two old fools stay mad all this time?" asked one of them, and the other readily agreed that they had, as they once more grasped hands before parting. Walter had arranged the Thanksgiving surprise for his parents, but when he brought home the big gobbler he was unable longer to keep the secret, and divulge his share in what had happened. "I didn't really believe either one of them could hit a turkey," he confided to his father, "but I wanted to have them meet once more, for I knew if they did they would make friends." The parlor was odorous with late fall roses next morning, the table set, and Walter and his parents in gala attire, when two couples, walking arm in arm, appeared upon the stretch of white road leading up to the front gate. One couple was slightly in advance of the other, and Grandpa Davis, who was behind, whispered to his wife, "Listen, Mary, Dick is actually trying to sing, and he never could turn the tune, but somehow it does warm up my heart to hear him. Seems like old times again." After dinner was over, and such a grand dinner it was, Grandpa Davis voiced the sentiment of the rest of the happy family party when he announced, quite without warning, "Well, this here's been the thankfulest Thanksgiving I ever see, and I hope the good Lord will spare us all for yet a few more." End of section 25.